Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stockton University's 6th Cannabis Career Fair and Business Expo. Kind of hard to believe that we're up to number 6 now. We've been doing this since 2018 when we started our minor in cannabis program. So we are definitely making some progress here. My name is Rob Mejia. I am a teaching specialist at Stockton University, going on my 4th year, and I teach several of the cannabis courses. I teach the social justice in cannabis, integrated cannabis media, introduction to medical cannabis, and preparation for a cannabis internship. And I absolutely love it. Been kind of a remarkable ride here. I'd like to thank all the people who helped put this together, especially facilities, graphics department, catering, IT, and our administration. We had major support from President Harvey Kesselman, who I was sorry to hear is retiring at the end of this year. But what an amazing president he's been, and what a great leader. He actually was a professor back when Stockton was using the Mayflower Hotel for classes. And he was one of the profs that taught there, one of the original professors. But he's been a great part of the community. He's been very supportive of the cannabis minor, as has Provost Kayanoff and Dr. Kathy Sadia, who's been kind of our fearless leader for quite some time. So thank you to all of them. Thank you to all my interns, students, volunteers, and especially the audience. We appreciate you taking time and coming here today. All of us are here today because we believe in and support cannabis education. So again, a special thanks to our speakers who took their time, the vendors who are supporting us, and again, our audience. So the other day I was kind of thinking about this, and I got a question from someone, and it was, well, why do you do these events? And well, there's a very practical reasons. Part of it is that we have a burgeoning industry here, and we want to make sure that we provide opportunities to our students. So that is one of the reasons. Above and beyond that, I think that this new industry represents such an opportunity. I mean, we are at an amazing moment in time that if we put this business together in the right way, I think we can make it equitable. We can change some people's lives. We can definitely make some progress. And I appreciate that all of you have been pushing along with Stockton and other partners to make this happen. So I hope we all have a marvelous event today, and thank you again for coming. I really appreciate it. So here's our run of show and our schedule. So you'll see that we have a presentation that's pretty unique here. I'm not going to give away too much here. And then we have vendor introductions, so you can come up and introduce your company. 1 or 2 minutes will do it. And then we jump into the science of cannabis. We had a lot of requests for that topic in our last event, so that's what we're bringing. Then we look at the business of New Jersey hemp. A reminder that we have a free headshot booth that's available from noon until 3. So if you need a good LinkedIn photo or a photo for anything else, social media, etc., make sure to go to the headshot booth. Then after lunch and a little break, we have sustainability issues in cannabis. That panel is being run by Ed DeVoe, president of New Jersey Cannabis Business Association. 1:45, we have state resources that will help people get in the business. New Jersey Business Action Center had a pretty big announcement at the last NJCRC meeting, so we are proud that we're going to talk about what they can do for you and your friends, your contacts. Then we have the ever popular student and employer panel, probably one of my favorites because we get to talk to students who are currently enrolled, some who've just graduated, they're just starting their jobs. They have a tremendous amount of insight, as do the employers. They tell us what they're looking for. Then we have a Zoom presentation from Dean Charles Menafield from University of Rutgers, Newark. I think you'll find it fascinating. So he has a lot of data about what our market looked like when we were just a medical program. And now, of course, we get to compare it to where we're going with our adult use program. And I think some of the numbers are going to blow you away. After that, we have a presentation on why the climate smart commodity grant should matter to you. Then we have a little working with municipalities section. And finally, closing remarks from Dr. Kathy Sadia. So that is where we are. What I'd like to do now is to bring up the presenters for an award that we have today. So I'd like to introduce Mike McQueenie from Foley Hoag, who will explain the process of what happened, and we'll bring up the student winners here.
Thanks, Rob. This is, I think, my second time speaking on behalf of the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association at the Stockton Career Fair, and I always preface it with the gross irony that the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association has no direct jobs to offer, right? So, but just by way of brief background, the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association is the association of licensed operators here in the state of New Jersey. So our numbers, I think, are around 15 members. But the core group of those are the original medical ATCs that have been operational in the state, some for a matter of years, some for close to a decade now. Kind of the goal of the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association is to be that voice for operators, right? Even just in this room, we see so many great organizations voicing the unique issues and concerns for unique subsets of the cannabis community, right? So I see 420 NJ events, Ed DeVoe and the NJ Cannabis Business Association, who is the Chamber of Commerce for the state of New Jersey cannabis businesses. So for us, we're uniquely focused though on the issues that affect license holders, right? But I think our member organizations try and be more than that, right? So every member organization of the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association does have this mission, obligation, duty, and really passion to work with the larger cannabis community, right? So, and we've done that in several material respects, right? A lot of friends in the room of the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association. We've done an expungement campaign with Mike Hoffman here, who is the foremost authority on expungements here in the state of New Jersey. We've done medical cannabis card setups with 420 NJ events, right? So there's a lot of great partnerships among all the great stakeholders here in the state of New Jersey, and we're proud to have Stockton as just one of those, right? So we're proud as an organization for the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association to have that partnership with Stockton. We've had our member organizations certainly serve or work here at the career fairs to educate the state and students on jobs here in New Jersey. But we've also recognized the tremendous talent of Stockton University students. So one thing that we were going through over the course of the last year was trying to really rebrand our logo. And you can see what I'll say is the old logo on the top, right, which was New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association, cannabis, flower, right? Nothing wrong with it. But as time moves on, things evolve, right? And New Jersey has been the perfect example of that, in that our cannabis community here today is different even than what it was 2 years ago when New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association first came together. And we wanted to develop a new logo that reflected that evolution, not just of our organization, but also as our organization, it's fit within the state and the supreme talent that we have within this state. Right. So right now, I mean, what the headlines of the media will tell you about are all the new licenses being issued on a near monthly basis, rather. Right. We have at this point, I think, 800 conditional licenses. Just last week, we had the first annual and conversion licenses, and there's so much excitement to that, right? And this career fair is part of that, because for each of those license holders, there's going to be anywhere between 10 to 100 jobs, and those numbers of licenses will only increase, and those opportunities will only increase. But not everyone's going to own a license. Not everyone's going to work for a cannabis license, right? So there is this concept of this broader ecosystem of strengths and talents and companies that can service this burgeoning industry. And Stockton, we're proud to say and see, helps students navigate all of that. So when we were looking to develop a new logo here for our organization, we said, let's look no further than our own partners, right? Our own stakeholders, right? Which are the great work that Stockton, that Rob and others at Stockton have been cultivating with their students. And we approached Rob and without any hesitation, he said, we have so many tremendously talented students. We'd love this opportunity. So what we did is we opened it up to the Stockton University student body. And candidly, we didn't give a lot of direction, for better or worse, and what came out proved that it was for the better, because we got to see the creativity of students so loud and clear. I think we ended up getting around 50 submissions, if I remember that correctly. I was one of the people in the trade association that was on that review committee. The other members of that review committee included officers of multi-state organizations, officers of New Jersey-based and New Jersey-owned companies. And part of the goal here was just to get our members to be able to see the tremendous talent we have here. So again, the hardest part was getting 50 submissions and really having a really hard time trying to figure out who the winner was, right? I think out of the 50 submissions, we had a tremendous number of people who could have been winners. And so as we started going through that process, we said, okay, well, let's make a list of top 10s. And even within that top 10, it was hard to really whittle that down. And what ended up happening was we like portions of different submissions. So what you'll see there on the screen, on the bottom left, on the bottom in total, right, the bottom left, are the 3 top submissions. And we had great appreciation of every single one of them. Every single one of them represented, I think, an aspect of what we were trying to bring out in our messaging on a logo, which was creativity, the professional nature of the industry, tying back to the plant. And where we ended up was we said we really, it was the hardest for us to pick the #1 winner. So what we ended up doing is we took our top 2, so to speak, and we merged them. And what was created is what's reflected on stage left, the right there, and that's our new logo, right? We're merging the designs of 2 students, and we got to work with those 2 students as we merged those designs to make sure we didn't lose any aspect of the creativity that went into it. And we're very proud to have, and certainly to premiere to this audience here today, our new logo, and we're so happy of all the submitters, and we're so proud to share with you the top 3 submitters here today. And so I think we have the top 2 winners here with us right now, and if I could invite up both Sarah Ann Schreiber and Lord Kala Dawson up onto the stage, and I come on up, guys. And I should say that this is a career fulfillment moment for me because I get to hold a big check for the first time in my life. How often do you get that to happen? So, Rob, could you come up as well? And we can take a couple photos, but I'd like for Rob to present this check to the students because without Rob's leadership of this program here at Stockton, and without the great guidance he gives to the students, us as the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association wouldn't be the beneficiary of this great logo. So let me say thank you to our two winners here, both first place winners. Thank you so much, and this logo is certainly going to live on with us and be that symbol of not only who we are as an organization, but the great work that you guys have brought to the table, and the creativity that I think is reflective of this new New Jersey cannabis industry. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you. Do you want to speak for a minute about your designs? So I'd like to give the students just a quick minute to explain sort of their inspiration and what they did. So they may as well talk about how they came up with what they did. All yours.
All right. I can probably go on and on for hours, my art process, so let me get my little notes out. So when you think about it, the role of a logo is, again, to represent an organization, what they are, what are they doing, as well as it's pretty much like the first glance you have into that company when you look at it from a consumer's perspective. So also keep in mind, a lot of the most iconic logos that you see are very simple designs as well. And like was stated before, the flyer for this was very vague, so I had to do a little bit of digging. So I digged into the company, tried to get an idea, the vibe of what they're going for. And then I went ahead and looked up other logos that had to do with cannabis, because you want the logo to stand out to anyone else. So I went with the New Jersey outline of New Jersey to represent part of their name, And I didn't want the pot leaf, like the pot leaf was there, but I didn't want it to be overpowering because that seems to be a little bit overdone with a lot of other logos. So I try to keep it simple. As you can see here, mine's right here. It says the outline of New Jersey. I have the NJCTA, and then I put the pot leaf in the middle. And then, hold on, let me get my train of thought here. Nations. I also added the New Jersey outline to give a sense of comfort because it's something that's very familiar with everybody, as well as making it the more dominant feature in the logo. And then the leaf was like a subtle hint to what the company was to give the consumer or the viewer an idea of who the company was. And then with the final logo, we added his font and letters to tie everything together very nicely. Thank you.
Do we have the full logo?
What's that?
Do you have that full logo?
I don't, unfortunately.
No problem. How you doing? I'm Lord Carlisle. So for my design, I wanted to create something that that felt professional, that embodied everything that they gave us for the design requirements. So I came up with this typeface, and I just felt like it really spoke to professionalism. But I also had for the full logo, I included a icon that was the chemical structure of cannabinoid, a component of marijuana, cannabis. And I chose that because I wanted to try something different from the cannabis leaf, but still tie back into cannabis as a whole. But I love how we combined her icon style and then my typeface. I think that it really did tie everything together and it spoke to their company. So, and also, I think I submitted my design at the last minute because I was kind of nervous about trying something differently. So, but I'm happy that I just went ahead with it and submitted it, and I appreciate it. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well done. All right, so now we will turn over to the vendor introduction. We did this last year because unfortunately we had a keynote speaker that canceled at the last minute. So I thought, why not let the vendor speak? So we pivoted, we did that, and it worked out well. So we're going to do it again. So what I'd like to do, first of all, is I think sometimes our efforts in expungement are overlooked. So I'd actually like to start with Michael Hoffman. He has been very generous with his time working with legal issues that people have, and especially in helping with the expungement process. So after Michael introduces himself, then we'll hear from Agrikind, Benibus Health, and Cannademics if they're here. I know parking is quite difficult today, so I know a few people are straggling in, but those are that's the order of our next presentations. Michael?
Good morning, Rob, and good morning, everybody else. Thanks, Rob, for having me, and thank you to the Cannabis Trade Association for sponsoring the expungement clinic that's here today. But I'm not here to speak a little bit about the sponsors. I actually wanted to know, because everybody here is going to, probably has heard me speak before, and if you haven't, the biggest thing I say to sponsors is what they've heard before, and that is expungements are a measurable form of social equity. They're an actual measurable form of us giving back to the community. But I'm not going to talk about expungements as much as Rob would have wanted me to today. I'm going to talk about the clients, those expungement clients that I've had to deal with. The failed war on drugs really has a lot of stories to tell. And the victims and the survivors deserve someone to have a chance to listen to them. These clients very much want to remove the stigma and the pain that they had that was resulted from that offense. And there are two lessons that I learned that can probably help both the employers here, the sponsors here, and the people who are looking for jobs. First is that the victims And the people who have been hurt deserve to have their stories heard. And the second is that nobody in this room should want or ever deserve to be judged on the worst thing they did on their worst day. Now, these are lessons that I tell you and you probably already knew. I know I already knew them. And being here at Stockton, it was very profound for me to actually remember this. About 40 years ago, when I was barely a kid, they were starting a brand new area of study here with another Vinelander, a longtime Vinelander, one who I don't particularly like, and it's not Lou Magazoo, but it was Dr. Rabbi Murray Cohen, who came here and formed a curriculum concerning Holocaust studies. And being the child of Holocaust survivors, that meant a lot to me, because it started to create a study of what happens and study of what happens to and of survivors of those huge dramatic traumas. And as a result of the formation of the curriculum here in Stockton, another very unfamous Vinelander, but famous to those of us who know him, by the name of Miles Lerman, was named by President Clinton to start and form and build the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. And the United States Holocaust Museum exists because of the program here at Stockton, because of the openness. And those types of situations tell horrific stories. But if you've been through the museum, there's one part that equals what I'm speaking to you about today, and that is the end, where there's oral histories. If you go to the end of the Holocaust Museum, there's a place where people record their histories. They tell the stories. And that's what I have been doing in the most quiet way possible. These people have come to me to get this stigma off of them, to release their burdens, to almost give penance. And I have sat there and listened to their stories, and I know that the war on drugs failed, and it failed worse than any of us in this room actually ever will know. So what I'd like to do is take a moment before everybody else, all the other sponsors come up, and just think for one moment about the people that are benefiting from this now and the people that were harmed by it in the past. So just take one moment and think about them. Thanks, everybody. Think about them, especially in your hiring, sponsors. Think about them when you're in the workplace. That don't give them that stigma. And that's about all I have. And I'm going to say, as we say on both occasions, that this is something that was wrong and it should never happen again. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Agrikind and then Cannabis and Cannademics. And just come up after the person finishes speaking, please.
Hi, my name's Michael Butler. I'm a pharmacist that got my start in cannabis in Pennsylvania. Agrikind is a company that has, we've got a cultivation and production license, and we plan on building out in Atlantic City. So we're a few blocks off the boardwalk, kind of behind Caesars there. We've got a 125,000 square foot facility that's in the early stages. So it'll be some time before we're helping out the market in New Jersey. But we're really excited about coming into New Jersey. We got our start in Pennsylvania. Our roots are in the hemp industry. So we grew some hemp, and we got a license to grow, cultivate in Pennsylvania, which we did quite successfully. Won a second license to do that as well, combined with some research. And we're happy to be here. Thank you, Rob, very much for inviting us. We're looking forward to everybody we're going to meet today, some of the contacts that we meet today. And appreciate you all having us. I'm looking forward to talking to you later. Thank you.
Good morning. Ann Davis. I'm with Cannabis Health. I'm an attorney. I started in the cannabis industry back in 2008, so I'm approaching 15 years when it was raid readiness. So I'm really excited where we are today. We've made so much progress, especially here in New Jersey. We never thought it was going to happen. We actually sued the state over the delays in the program and took a really, really long time to get where we are, so we're excited. So the last 2 years plus, I've been working with Cannabis Health. It is a healthcare company focused on insurance coverage for medicinal cannabis. So my dream one day is that all group health insurance policies cover medicinal cannabis. We're having those conversations. We've held brokers forums. In the interim, we have some workers' compensation carriers that have joined up with us. Right now, it is mandatory that the carriers have to cover it in New Jersey, but an injured employee would have to go to a dispensary, pay out of pocket, submit the receipt, wait for reimbursement. So now, Cannabis Health members can go in with their card and get their product the way you would at a pharmacy when you show your pharmacy benefit card. So we're working with self-insured employers to offer it as an employee benefit. And we just recently rolled out a membership plan in March that for people that don't have insurance coverage can get a membership plan that entitles you to discounts at participating dispensaries within our network. So we have need for all different types of roles in our company. We did hire a Stockton University graduate, Dan Gradberg, and he just hit his 1-year anniversary, by the way, October 18th. He's a full-timer with us, and he works in building out our dispensary network. So we're looking for graphic designers, marketing people, sales associates, customer service, and we're kind of open to anything as we're evolving. We work with physicians and healthcare companies, insurance companies, so there's many different roles available. So it's Cannabis Health, and a lot of us, we all kind of work remotely all over the place, and we're all over the country. So it's not limited to any particular geographic region. And as I said, we have hired a graduate before, and we're always interested, whether it's part-time, full-time, no matter what you do, please reach out. Thank you so much.
All right, so Cannademics has not arrived, so let's hear from Stockton University's Continuing Studies Department, and then we'll move on to Earth and Ivy, and then HBK. So do we have a Stockton rep for Continuing Studies? Wow, all right, maybe they're working hard in the vendor room. So I'll make this very short. Stockton University started a program we started a cannabis certificate through our Continuing Studies Department because when we announced our minor, we started getting so many calls from people in the community that said, I want to take these classes. And unless you were an enrolled student, unfortunately you couldn't. So we thought as a service, we should start developing some online self-paced curriculum, which we did. So we actually offer 11 different courses in our Continuing Studies Department. 9 of them are cannabis specific. The 2 that are not are general retail skills, and then also an intro to business class. But then again, there are 9 classes devoted specifically to cannabis. If you take 6 of those, you can actually get a cannabis certificate. So please keep that in mind as you pursue your cannabis education. There are some officers who go through our program so they can learn more about certain aspects of the business. And often we get people who send their employees through as well. It's a good investment for the employee. So at any rate, that is the nutshell description of continuing studies at Stockton. And now let's hear from Earth and Ivy, and then from HBK.
Professor Mejia, thank you very much for hosting us all here today. Morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Lotti, one of the co-founders here at Earth and Ivy. We are a Class 5 adult use retail applicant located in New Brunswick. And just a little bit about our company and our mission. Our co-founders are all a group of former Ivy League Division I athletes from the University of Pennsylvania, 2 of us playing football, 1 of us playing soccer. And throughout our athletic endeavors, we experienced a multitude of injuries that held us from athletic competitions, from broken bones to torn ligaments, everything you could think of. And while we were in the training rooms at doctors' offices trying to get back on the playing field, we were constantly pushed towards the harshest of pharmaceuticals, Percocets, cortisone shots, oxycodone, Toradol shots, etc. And we were simultaneously told by our coaches, administrators within the athletic programs, that if we were to use marijuana to help aid our injuries, that we'd be kicked off our respective sports teams. And we realized collectively that this issue was a microcosm of a larger societal issue, which was we were demonizing the most primitive form of medicine, which was cannabis use, in favor of artificially made drugs. And us 3, we saw this issue firsthand and wanted to utilize our platforms to shed light on this issue and create a company with the main focus of changing the negative stigmas surrounding cannabis use and ushering in a new demographic into the cannabis space. Whether you're an athlete, a teacher, a parent, a caregiver, a lawyer, contractor, whatever you do in your day-to-day life, you should be comfortable using cannabis in a responsible manner to help cure whatever ailment you may be dealing with. Whether that may be as a sleep aid or pain management or just for recreational use. And that's a little bit about us and who we are, what our mission is as a company. And we're just a little bit update on where we're at in terms of like launching and getting our doors open for day one of operations. We're still awaiting word from the state and the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. We do have some job listings available on our website at earthandivy.co, not .com. We couldn't get that handle, so we're just .co. So just remember not to type in that M. And I'd love to share more about job opportunities we have with you guys here today. My partner David and I will be walking around today, so please don't be a stranger. Come say hello, and thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm HBK. We're a public accounting firm. We have offices in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida. And we have a whole niche devoted to the cannabis industry, where we do a lot of the compliance work, tax audits, bookkeeping, things like that. But we also help with applications. We help with business modeling, planning, and business valuation. That's it.
You can tell that Stacy has been in a number of these shows. So we will actually hear from Paul Plaskanka, who is with ATH, NJ, and then let's hear from Iconoclast, and then New Jersey Cannabis Certified.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Plaskanka. I'm one of the founders for ATH NJ. We are a cultivation and manufacturing entity that's currently licensed by the CRC for our conditional use. In the next coming months, we'll be submitting a conversion application. And at this time, for everyone here who's here for their career fair, where we have openings for graphic designers, content writers, and in the next year, as we continue our build out, we'll be hiring some more hands on the ground. So if anyone's interested in some career opportunities, have questions about this emerging industry, I've been working with cannabis for over 10 years, and I'm an avid consumer and lover of the plant. So anybody wants to come over and chat, talk about job opportunities, future cannabis, anything, we'll be here all day. And I'd like to commend also Stockton for putting this on for the 4th consecutive year, because this is a really good outlet for people in the state who used to feel like criminals who are now trying to find their own in their own industry. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hosting. This is a wonderful event. We're very pleased to be a part of it and to be a sponsor. My name is Jake Bergman. I'm one of the co-founders of Iconoclast Industries. Our Chief Scientific Officer, Corbin Farr, is also here with us today. We are very honored to be a part of a USDA grant in partnership with Stockton University to research and develop climate smart hemp. It's a partnership with the USDA's Climate Smart Commodities Program. Corbin will be talking about that grant in depth later today. Prior to Iconoclast, I was the founder and CEO of one of the first kind of multi-state operators, Certera Holdings. We started in Florida, added Texas, Massachusetts, a few other states along the way. So again, very grateful for everyone who has us here, and we are looking specifically for interns in both social media and the development of advanced materials using the climate smart hemp that we'll be growing. So thank you all. Bye.
Hi, my name is Dan. I work with Sarah Trent at New Jersey Cannabis Certified, as well as at Valley Wellness. In 2019, Sarah Trent, after spending 10 years as a criminal defense attorney in Paterson, New Jersey, defending people who did not have the resources to defend themselves, she stepped away from her role as a trained attorney and applied for a permit to open a medical cannabis dispensary. At that time, Sarah stepped back and looked around and said, boy, this industry is going to explode in New Jersey, but where are the trained employees? And with that thought, she developed New Jersey Cannabis Certified, pulled in numerous experts within the field, developed a 5-module Zoom curriculum taught live with Raritan Valley Community College. She launched that first class. It became wildly popular and has attracted 7 other community colleges throughout New Jersey. The course is really designed to give people some basic training in order to get your foot in the door, presumably in a dispensary, but it could be really in any number of jobs or positions that exist within the industry. It's a 5-module course. It takes place over 5 separate days, 3 hours a day. The first module covers cannabis laws. The second module goes into cultivation. The third module talks about products and processing. The fourth module goes over the endocannabinoid system. And the last module is designed to go over what it's like to work in a dispensary. We are set up outside. If you need more detailed information on that, please stop by. We have another course running beginning on November 7th. Then we take a little break for the holidays and we start back up in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll hear from New Jersey Cannabis Insider, and then the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, and then Puffin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deneen Wright, and I am a cannabis staffing consultant for NJ Cannabis Insider. First, would like to thank Stockton University for putting on this event and bringing us all together in this forum. New Jersey Cannabis Insider is the publisher of record for the Garden State's cannabis industry, and my colleague Enrique Lavin and I collaborate on putting together conferences and meetups so that everyone in every walk of life in cannabis, from growers to manufacturers to distributors to retailers, can come together and find common ground and partner in this growing industry. Today I'm wearing several hats. I'm going to be providing recruitment solutions to client companies in the cannabis industry. I know that a lot of companies are just getting their licenses and they're not quite ready to hire yet, but for those that are in the medical industry, they are already hiring. We are available for assistance in that area. And for those who are going to have future staffing needs in the cannabis market, we want to be able to provide you services. The second hat I'm wearing will be speaking to the students because obviously, a lot of the freshmen coming in and hopefully juniors and maybe even seniors are looking to pivot their career towards cannabis, to use the skills and resources that they've gained here at Stockton to pivot to that industry. And we do have cannabisinsiderjobs.com where you will be able to find jobs to pair with the students and people that are out of school that might be here looking for employment in the cannabis industry. So please feel free to stop by our booth. I have information for both sides, and I hope everyone enjoys their day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ed DeVoe. I'm the president of the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, the state's first and largest trade association for the cannabis industry. As it was mentioned earlier, we are the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. We represent not only the current ATCs or alternative treatment centers, but we also represent new applicants, current applicants, and those that have been awarded, as well as all of the ancillary businesses in the cannabis space. So the attorneys, the architects, the CPAs, the janitorial services, whatever your interests may be, and you're looking for a way into the cannabis space, we actually provide that networking scenario for you. I'm also proud to say that we have hired a Stockton grad recently. She is our new Deputy Executive Director, Jenna Ray Russo. She graduated and had her cannabis certificate her minor in cannabis studies from here at Stockton. So we're proud to be here once again, and I'll be speaking with you all formally at 1 o'clock, but in between, feel free to reach out. I'd be glad to speak with you. Thank you.
How are you doing, everyone? I am Anthony with Puffin. I work here on behalf of Nathan Yanovich and Gabrielle Eustache. I don't know how I can top Edmund DeVoe. I don't think anyone can, but I'll try to do good enough to keep you all entertained. We are an annual applicant looking to open in New Brunswick, New Jersey, right by Rutgers University on George Street. We're very excited for it. We're here to network with students to go ahead and help us with our marketing efforts. As we await a decision from the state, until then, we're going to keep supporting our town. We did the river cleanup early this year. We sponsored the in-town jazz festival, and we recently did DerpyCon as well. So we're hoping to keep events like these going, thanks to NJ Cannabis Association, thanks to NJ Insider, and thank you to Professor Rob Mejia as well, his staff and students for keeping us welcomed and engaged. Thank you, and I look forward to meeting with everyone.
Next, we'll welcome Todd Polniak from Sachs LLP, and then Spencer Bells, who's been a longtime supporter of ours, and then we'll hear from Surfside. So is Todd in the house somewhere? Well, he has a vendor booth, so he. Okay, you grab him. Well, then let's jump ahead and we'll go to Spencer, and then to Surfside.
How you guys doing? My name is Spencer Bells. For the past 4.5 years, I've had the privilege of working in the regulated New Jersey cannabis industry. During that time, I built out retail operations, a marketing department, bilateral wholesale department, delivery operations, branding and packaging, and so much more. And with that, decided it was time to move on to something new. So I'm happy to introduce Last Mile Cannabis Consulting, my new company. The hardest part of any journey is the end, and I am here to work with any type of cannabis operator through the last mile. Whether they are building out a dispensary, trying to expand their marketing, create strategic partnerships for wholesale, building out home delivery, white labeling with new brands, I'm here to support them. The cannabis industry is a big ecosystem, and a rising tide lifts all boats, so I am here to help connect different aspects of the industry together so we can all succeed and make the New Jersey market exactly what it needs to be, exactly what so many people here have been working towards and working for. So while I am currently a one-man operation, I'm excited to expand our services and offers, start building a team. So please come chat with me over at my booth next to HBK, and we can learn more about either what I can do potentially with your company or how we can expand my team. Thank you so much.
Well, folks, I didn't know I was supposed to speak, so they did pull me in. 1 second? I have 1 second. Todd Polniak, I'm a partner at Sachs. Sachs is an accounting, tax, and advisory firm. We're about 275 people. My passion is to see the whole East Coast turn green. That's why some people are calling me Todd Father. That's what I really want to see. So anyone in the space, I want to encourage to be successful and sustainable. So that's on the economic side as well as any other side. If I can help you, I want to help you. So I'll be hanging out here speaking around 1-ish, but thank you for letting me say hello.
Do we have Surfside here? Eric Meth. Oh, there we go. And then after Surfside, we'll hear from Hugh Giordano, and then from Union Chill.
Hey everyone, I'm Eric Meth. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of a company called Surfside. Thanks to Rob and the Stockton team for putting this on today. So before I tell you what we do, I've spent the better part of 25 years in the retail marketing and advertising land. Been a cannabis consumer for a long part of that, probably more than 25 years. Medical patient in Jersey for a lot of years. Always saw a missing element when it came to how retailers, brands, delivery platforms, B2B services can effectively advertise and, more importantly, use data and consumer analytics to most appropriately reach their consumers and convert them, their prospects and convert them into consumers. So Surfside is positioned as a consumer data platform. What that means is we ingest a lot of consumer data from point of sale systems across the industry, e-com platforms, third-party sets of data, we assemble that into audience segments and then use that to effectively drive advertising across digital media, out-of-home media, traditional media channels, and then measure all the results effectively. So we do work with a large share of major operators in the space, big MSOs, single state operators, all the way down to the individual retailers and brands. I like where we sit in the industry because we tend to see everything. We've got a pretty center focal point. So I get to the benefit of meeting with virtually everyone across the landscape. What that means as a student, someone who's looking to enter the cannabis space, if you're looking at marketing opportunities, design opportunities, ad operations, we're a good fit. We've been around since about 2018, so coming up in about 4 years. We've expanded pretty radically over that course of time. When I joined the company, it was part of an acquisition of another platform I launched. I was number 6. Now we're crossing 60, and we're continuing. So even in this economy, and I've got a place for that. When I graduated, there was literally no jobs. So here we are. But we are growing very fast. We'll be here all day. Looking forward to speaking with a lot of you. And again, appreciate the opportunity here. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Hugh Giordano, and I'm a union representative for the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW. Before I say anything, I want to thank Stockton University for always having these panel discussions and these job fairs. It's good to be part of the community, and working class people should have an opportunity to get a job and a good career. So thank you. The UFCW is a national labor union. We have approximately 1.4 million members in our union. And besides cannabis workers, we represent a wide array of other workers in many industries. Whether it's production of alcohol, represent the workers at Jim Beam, Bacardi, represent healthcare workers, pharmacists, pharmacy techs, RNs, LPNs, CNAs. So we understand regulated industries and what workers have to go through every day. The UFCW got involved in cannabis in the late 90s when the federal government was still raiding facilities, was arresting owners, taking product out, and also zip tying workers and putting them on the sidewalk. As a labor union, that was a problem. As a regulated legal industry, workers deserve dignity and respect from day one. And the UFCW is proud to be the official labor union in North America, which represents all cannabis workers from seed to sale, both medical and adult use. In New Jersey, the workers here are very fortunate and very lucky. You have strong labor laws here that protect working class people, that allow you to form and join a union without fear of intimidation, threats, or any other type of form of illegal tactics. You won't be treated like an Amazon worker here in New Jersey. You won't be treated like a Walmart worker here in New Jersey. When you walk in, you'll be treated with dignity and respect when you clock in. And that's because of the hard work of working class people here in New Jersey and the UFCW, the AFL-CIO, and the union building trades. I will say I'm very happy that all the employers on here that you see have signed labor peace agreements with the UFCW. So I suggest talking to these employers. This means good jobs on day one, living wages, health care, retirement. You'll be treated like every other legal industry in the United States, and you'll have a career. This won't be a part-time job. This will be a place where you'll start, and 25 years from now, you'll get your union pension, as you should be. And we want to make sure that good employers here in the state of New Jersey are the ones that win licenses and grow and expand here. So as workers, I want you all to know you deserve respect, and never let anybody tell you differently. You're a tradesperson. Whether you work in the retail side, you're leafly on legs, or you work in the back in cultivation. You're no different than an iron worker or a carpenter in our view. So we're going to make sure you're protected, and make sure you talk to these good employers, because they're good people. They want to do right by the working class people in New Jersey, and we wish you nothing but the best. Thank you.
Is a representative from Union Chill here? Here? No? Okay, we'll jump over to Valley Wellness, and then we'll go to Hudson County Community College, and then we will go over to Cannabis, because I do see that their representative has arrived.
Hello, I'm Dan again. Valley Wellness is the dispensary that Sarah Trent, who started New Jersey Cannabis Certified, applied for. We are probably 30 days out from opening. We are located in Somerset County, and we're currently recruiting for just about every position within the dispensary. We are retail only. We are not vertically integrated, and we are starting out as medical, hopefully applying for and obtaining adult use hopefully in the first quarter of 2023. So if any of you live in the Somerset County area or nearby and are interested, please stop by our table and let's chat a bit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Ara Karakashian. I'm the Dean of Business, Culinary Arts, Hospitality Management, Baking and Pastry, Accounting, Supply Chain Management, and Cannabis Studies at Hudson County Community College in Jersey City, New Jersey. And I really wanted to do a public shout out to Rob Mejia and all the faculty, staff, and administration of Stockton University for really being the godfather, if you will, of cannabis for-credit instruction in the state of New Jersey. Bravo. So at Hudson County Community College, there are a number of ways you can get involved in the cannabis field. You can take courses in our continuing ed and workforce development program at the college, some of which can be crossed over and brought in and given credit for on the credit side within my division, on the credit side, through academic affairs. So at the college, we offer for credit 3 different credentials. We have an associate's in business administration cannabis studies, which is 60 credits, and that's for the student that has 0 experience with cannabis. Perhaps, it's their first career and they just want to advance their studies. The second credential is 33 credits, and that is the Cannabis Business Management Certificate. And that is for the individual who is indeed looking for a second career, strictly wants to focus on cannabis curriculum, and wants to enter the workforce immediately upon graduation of their certificate. Our third and final credential is the Certificate in Cannabis Business Agent, which could be completed in 1 semester. That is 12 credits. And that is for someone that is immediately looking for a frontline job, regardless of their prior educational history. So specifically, we have 4 cannabis-related lecture courses currently at the college. We have a cannabis compliance course, which will teach you how to create a business plan and to do the formal application for a cannabis business license. The second course we have is a Justice in Cannabis course, which is essentially a history of the criminalization and subsequent legalization of cannabis in the state of New Jersey and internationally. The third course is our Cannabis Health and Safety, which will incorporate 2 different certifications. First one being the OSHA 30 certification, followed by the ServSafe Manager Certification credential, which is currently offered on our culinary arts side. As the use and the commonality of having edibles in New Jersey gets more and more legalized and more popular, you will need this for any type of food production facility because it's currently a requirement for every single restaurant in New Jersey to have 1 person with a ServSafe Manager credential. The fourth and final course that we have for cannabis is a lecture course again, and that is the Connoisseur Level 1, which is essentially bud tending, where the students will be sampling terpenes as part of their studies. Currently, half of our cannabis courses are 100% online and are offered asynchronously, so you can take them at 3 in the morning if you'd like. And we are in talks, in very serious negotiations with Stockton University, today's host, to articulate our AS Business Admin degree for cannabis studies to one of their bachelor's degrees here at Stockton. So please keep in mind that you can do your entire associate's degree at Hudson County Community College related to cannabis studies for under $20,000. Some of our prospective avenues for cannabis include the use and utilization of our Culinary Arts Institute, which is recently ranked number 6 nationally by bestchoiceschools.com. So we will have culinary arts, baking and pastry, hospitality management curriculum, all tied to cannabis. Also, our Division of Nursing and Health Sciences will offer the medicinal benefits of cannabis. And also, of course, we have a very new STEM building, so we will have biology and chemistry courses related to cannabis. Please make every effort to stop by my table. My table is right by the windows in the larger room, so I hope to speak to you soon. Thank you so much.
Whoa. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to say, my name is Josh Alb. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Rob Mahee, and thank you, Stockton University, for having me. I am the president and founder of Cannabis, the leading platform for the intersection of community and education here in the state of New Jersey. We've been around for a number of years conducting educational events throughout this state as well as New York. Some of our wonderful partners are up here, actually, such as Stockton. Rob, thank you. Big shout out to Stockton for having us today, everyone. Please, yes. Right. The union representative, smart family, Michael Hoffman, an amazing attorney who did my expungement personally and does expungements throughout the state. Hudson County Community College, where our next event will be on November 10th. I created Cannabis when I was actually in college. Right, I was, as a sophomore in college in a biochemistry program, trying to get education out there when, what really wasn't available. And, with the industry experience that I had, as well as with amazing partners such as Rob, Stockton really being there from the very beginning of when I started this, it's amazing that we've developed so much as an industry to get to the point where we are today. Conversely, I'm also the CEO and co-founder of Alb Labs. We are a Class 1 cultivation company as well as Class 2 manufacturing. We've recently been awarded conditional, so we're waiting conversion paperwork now. But we will be up and running hopefully within 2023. And we're open to business for anyone who's doing retail or looking for branding, that kind of deal. By trade, I'm a biochemist. I specialize in cannabinoid drug discovery research for a number of years, creating a number of research protocols and programs for schools, and manage the only NIH-funded cannabis research facility in the state out of William Patterson University under Dr. Emmanuel Onivy. We actually were able to take the old protocol I ran at a Middlesex college and convert it into an entire cannabis biochemical program to actually create more scientists and researchers in the space that the class is already filled, and we'll be unveiling in Q1 of next year. So I'm very excited about that. And, again, Rob, thank you for having me here today. And if you guys want to check out our event, check out anything we're doing, I'm over in the other room. Should I open the other panel now, or are we doing that? We got one more. All right. I'm coming back in a sec. Thank you.
So one of the organizations whose logo is not listed here, unfortunately, is the New Jersey Business Action Center. But we wanted to invite them because they work with the state. They have amazing resources. They're going to be important to a lot of you. So we'll hear a quick little intro from them, and then we will pivot to our science panel. We're about 15 minutes behind schedule, but we are kind of staying to the time after that.
Thanks, Rob, for having us, and thanks, Stockton. I was hoping I was going to get out of having to speak to you all because we're not listed, but I'm happy to be here, happy to be a part of this industry, and we're really excited about the new development that just came out with CRC, our partnership. We're going to be having technical assistance through our department, and it's going to be free to social equity, to diversely owned and minority businesses. We at the Business Action Center, we help businesses at all stages with any issues that you have that are government related. So you can come stop by and see us. I am just the events and marketing person, so I usually don't speak. I'm usually behind the scenes, so I'm a little bit nervous. But I can assist you and direct you to anything that you guys need that is government related. And my executive director, Melanie Willoughby, and Deputy Director Penny Wild, are also here. So thank you.
Thank you to all the vendors for your introductions to your companies. We do appreciate your support. At this point, we are going to pivot, and we are going to start our program with the science of cannabis. So I'd like to invite Josh Alb, who is the moderator, and all the panelists to come up. So Carl Christensen, Billy Wolf, and then Corbin Farr. Unfortunately, Dea Abu Salim from GTI could not join us today because he had a family emergency, so certainly our thoughts are with him.
So thank you, Rob. Thank you, Stockton. One more round of applause for Rob and Stockton, everybody. Wonderful. So as I mentioned before, my name is Josh Alb. I will be your moderator this morning, opening up this event here. with the Cannabis and Science panel. I love it though. You know, who doesn't love cannabis and science, right? Like the entire reason why I really got into this industry was to discover the science behind cannabis and the potentials that it had therapeutically when, you know, I was in high school and trying to be able to navigate the industry in the West Coast and, you know, really developing a number of novel therapeutic cannabinoids at the time in 2015 that the market hadn't seen before under Alta California Botanicals. And it really kind of started my entire journey into the science of things, from manufacturing CBD medicine to treat epilepsy to CBN for insomnia and anti-cancer agents, from acidic cannabinoids for inflammation that were not psychoactive. I mean, like, we were doing things that people I still don't think have really even heard of. But you guys know, because you're scientists. And it's hard, actually. You know, it was difficult for a while, you know, being in this state. There are not many of us in general, and there are fewer of us in this state, and there are fewer in college, you know. And I think that it's important that today the students in the community actually kind of really realize the opportunities that exist within the scientific field and exist within the space as a whole, right? The science drives the business at the end of the day. New discoveries, new creations, new technology, it all drives what the business end will look like, right? From our supply chain to delivery methods to, you know, even what the market will demand at the time, right? And I think it's important that, you know, you guys realize here today the opportunities that exist within it. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists, right? Carl Christensen. Give a round of applause from everybody. Yes. Corbin Farr. And Billy Worth. Again, round of applause for our panelists today. So Carl, I'm going to start with you, my brother. I know we've had the brief pleasure of meeting, but, you know, just tell people a little bit about you, a little about yourself and what you do.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So I'll start off by first saying I'm Carl Christensen. I'm the Chief Science Officer for a testing lab in New Jersey, True Labs for Cannabis. We're in the process of finishing out our build-out and are looking to be operational in the coming year. So my background is one of traditional science. So I did my PhD in natural product chemistry, did postdoctoral work, and ultimately I did my work in Germany for my postdoc and came back into the United States right at the time where the cannabis industry was really starting to take off. And I always joke that a PhD is nothing more than proof that you can put up with long, boring stretches for periods of time.
This is very true.
But ultimately, and because of that, a lot of times your research, you know, it's really awesome when there's such an interesting new industry that is applicable to your background and training. And I found myself fortunate to be in that circumstance. And as you were mentioning, you know, I looked and started getting involved in regulatory conversations and things like that, and noticed that there was a dearth of science and people, professional scientists operating in the field were few and far between. And I felt that really there was a need for people with my background and others to come into the field and start to acknowledge that you know, over the next decade or two, this is going to be one of the biggest and fastest growing scientific fields that you can join. There's so many questions that remain unanswered and available to us. So it's a very exciting time, and I was super excited myself to jump in. And so I went the entrepreneurial route, which I think is pretty stereotypical of an industry in these stages. And I started my own company doing extraction, product formulation work, and then analytical testing. And now I've exited that project and have been focused more on New Jersey and analytical testing in and of itself. So that's my background.
Amazing, amazing. Billy, my brother.
Josh, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Billy Wolf. I'm working with Green Analytics New Jersey Testing Laboratory as well. We are a state-approved laboratory from the CRC. I also work as our laboratory in New Jersey is part of a larger network of cannabis laboratories throughout the Northeast. I've spent the last 5 years working at our Pennsylvania laboratory in the Pennsylvania program, and I look forward to working in New Jersey as well in New York as we continue to also grow our laboratory network into the Northeast states as they continue to expand in the green wave.
100%.
My background is in hard science. I have degrees in analytical testing and chemistry, biomedical engineering, but as life has it, cannabis wasn't legal back when I was really doing my career thing. And I ended up with a 25-year career in construction and computer science. So I have a very diverse background, but I'm thrilled to be back to help bridge the knowledge gap in science and business. Analytical testing in cannabis is at the heart of the supply chain. While we do need cannabis scientists at all levels of product development, the analytical testing is what moves product. And we need to have very highly skilled trained scientists in our laboratories, but we also have non-scientific career paths as well. Our field samplers are the face of our company, and they work with every MSO in each state. So it's a very interesting career path for those who are non-science oriented, even in the laboratory. I also want to mention we do a lot of analytics work, certainly with our data, and we are in great need of data analysts. Sometimes we don't think about that in the cannabis field, and we think of testing, hard science, but we have a need for a lot of computer people, whether it's working on test results or whether it's working in our compliance systems. The role of the compliance analyst is, I think, often misunderstood, and it's a really important role within each cultivation facility and within each of the state's supply chain.
100%. As an operator, when I was out west, we worked actually pretty closely with the origin actually of Green Analytical, which is Steep Hill.
Yes.
Steep Hill and SC Labs, shout out Dr. K, shout out Josh Werzer, who's the apprentice of Dr. K. As an operator, I can tell you the lab was the most crucial part for us, right? One, finding a laboratory that had up-to-date equipment, that had competent personnel, as well as was morally true, because a thing in California was very popular, still is very popular, was lab shopping, right? And I think it's important that we kind of highlight that for a second, because I know there's a lot of people in here looking to start operations or looking to get involved. And, testing is one of those bigger things that people just don't talk about. Like, how many testing facilities do we have approved in the state so far?
There are four
licensed lab
entities right now.
Four. I don't know if anyone sees a problem with the fact that I don't have more than one hand up, okay? And, for you operators who want to be able to, get your product on shelves as quickly as possible, I think it's, highly imperative, that we support what they're doing here, right? Could you talk a little bit about, what the hiring process of the Green Analytics would look like here in New Jersey? How do you guys go about hiring? What do you look for in like a resume for someone applying, for instance?
Sure, we're typically looking for work inside the laboratory in the science track. That's going to typically require a bachelor's degree in a STEM science. It doesn't matter whether it's chemistry, biology, or even coursework that can be applied. Okay, we have a lot of people who want to work in the industry. The motivation and passion counts. Okay. As an aside, I think one of the things that makes the analytical laboratory a bit special is because it reaches out to all of the different facilities. Okay, we touch a lot of different parts of the space. I like to think we're the center of the supply chain, and that it creates a better working environment than perhaps more of a factory look. Okay, I hate to get it down to brass tacks, but after a while, some of the novelty wears off, and we want to make sure that we continue to have workers that are engaged in their work and with their co-workers. The one thing that impresses me the most in every location I've visited, whether it's a cultivation facility, dispensary, or a laboratory, is how well the cannabis workers team and how much they want to be there doing this work. I don't see that in other industries, but I see it here.
I think it's a testament to, this industry is interesting, right? Someone from, was one of these students not too long ago. It's, there's certain things that we look for in life, and one of those things is purpose. And I feel like this industry provides people just with a lot of purpose in that general sense, because you're helping people, right? You're providing medicine, we're breaking barriers, we're removing stigmas, we're, helping heal community essentially, right? Yeah. And it's important that we have these opportunities start to open up, like what you're talking about with the analytics. Corbin, I kind of want to take it back to you for a second. right? When we look and we talk about the analytics, it's important because what we did out west was we did a lot of research, like I described earlier, right? And the labs that I mentioned had up-to-date equipment that could hold the standard of testing for the compounds that we were looking for within the plant. And I know that you're heavily involved within research, so can you describe a little bit of, what the new research is coming out with, and, how your organization helps support that and how students can really look to get involved? Understood. And Carl, yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to chime in on that. I have my degree in chemistry, but we called the focal point chemical biology, and it was the application of chemistry into biology. And I really see that as being the science of cannabis, right? We're talking about a living system. And so there's a tremendous amount of breadth of science, all the way materials chemistry, all the way to really hardcore biology, including the obvious things like agricultural science, right? So the science of farming, but then we have, the idea that a plant is producing these compounds, right? So understanding the biosynthesis, looking at the enzymatic machinery from the plants. This is an area of research that people are starting to look into. And then you have obviously some of the things that impact the cannabis plant itself and impact the cannabis products. So there's a lot of microbial type of research that's going on too, as it pertains to bacterial, yeast, fungal, infections, if you will, that can influence the quality of products. And then from the analytical testing standpoint in these labs, I mean, we're doing a lot of what I would call chromatographic analysis, so looking at the specific compounds involved. But we also do that biological testing as well. So we have full-on biological labs where we're using techniques like qPCR and plating techniques to look at microbial pathogenic species and just general microbial screens. So there's a tremendous breadth in that, and I think that that's what keeps it also very interesting from a scientific perspective. And I'll specifically refer right at the moment to a testing lab, is the science that you do on a day-to-day basis is, can be very similar to what you might do in a water testing lab or an environmental testing lab. But what's really interesting about a cannabis testing lab truly is the breadth of the science that's going on at any given time. I think any well built out cannabis testing lab probably has more flexibility and breadth of instrumentation and expertise under their roof than many other industries that are more focused than what we have.
So, I want to talk a little bit for the group about instrumentation as a whole, right? Now, I've been around for a little bit, and I've seen some crazy things. Like, we used to have, for anyone who is, a scientist or been around the chemical settings, for testing, you usually use an HPLC or a mass spec or a GC mass spec combination. And it used to take up, about this table right here, and I recently took a stop over to another university friend of mine, and when I was touring their chemical department, I came across his lunchbox, and I said, "Oh, what is this?" He's like, "Oh, it's an HPLC." I said, "Excuse me?" And like, it's an HPLC. It's a lunchbox. It looks like something you would put a Pokemon logo on and take to class. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like a lunchbox. And I'm like, this thing, we have gone. And just think about that. In a very relatively short time period, we've gone from something that would take up this and need an entire room that, has to be climate controlled in order to get accurate results, to a lunchbox that you can hook up to a closed loop system or take to the field, to do field testing. So, from your perspectives, guys, what does the future of the tech space look like when it comes to the sciences? What does this like manufacturing tech look like coming out? This analytical testing tech look like coming out? Have we seen, because it used to take maybe a week or two to get results. What does that timeline look now?
Well, I'll just quickly start by saying I don't think we've even seen the start of the tip of the iceberg, because in general, I mean, we're in a fast-paced, innovative society, I would say, but I think we're only now starting to engage academic labs and things like this because of the easing of regulations associated with cannabis. And so to me, that's truly what makes the next couple decades so exciting, is as these regulations ease, especially on a federal front, more and more people will embrace innovation and going after new and interesting targets in the space. So, I mean, I think that, I think there's so much potential, both from, instrumentation, but I mean, you alluded to earlier the use of data. I think big data and bioinformatics is honestly going to be one of the biggest needs in the space moving forward.
Yep.
So,
I think meeting the demands of the industry, we're still, I hesitate to say in our infancy, we are going to get much bigger. Yeah. And so the challenge in the testing space has been to manage our growth with respect to our space and our instrumentation. It still takes a lot of infrastructure also and we still do need climate-controlled environments. We need lots of power. And we do need to make sure that it's a business. We need to make sure our customers have confidence in what we do. And we need multiple lines of instruments to make sure that we can keep turnaround times to expectations. Now, with respect to turnaround times, with 6 or 7 panels of testing, and that can still vary by each state. In Pennsylvania, we can do it in 3 days. But that may be different in New Jersey where testing requirements differ, and even in New York they set up slightly different as well. So it is very much what we call the patchwork of states when it comes to rules. But we're all testing for the same types of analytes for all the right reasons. But depending upon individual state requirements, that could affect turnaround times in a few days, I would say. Yeah. Pennsylvania, we get it done in 3 days.
Got you. So, I knew that, it's funny, we have 4 labs approved. I'm sitting with 2 of them right now. One in the process. So the 5th right here, number 5, I got one hand complete now. And it was crazy because, our friend is Sherman Hom, Dr. Sherman Hom, was the man who was responsible for all of the testing from every cannabis facility in New Jersey. All of it. One guy. Now, we've come a long way now since then, but what I'm really trying to emphasize to you guys here is the opportunities within the sciences in this space. It's huge, it's abundant. Like these people, we need personnel, now more than ever. And you touched on something earlier, which is bioinformatics, which is where I started actually. It was in silico, modeling, replicating these interactions, being able to get pharmacokinetic data that we have a program with that, is pretty much like fully occupied now with, right? Yeah. And I'd like to see stuff like that expanded elsewhere. And, all of this eventually leads to, product development, especially with those biological sciences. So can you guys talk to me a little bit about the future of what product development looks like from the manufacturing standpoint and how you guys, can assist with something like this?
Sure. So I'll kick that off. I, in my previous company, had done product development work, and really what it comes down to is embracing some of the science that exists. Obviously, you have the support of analytical labs like Green and True Labs, but you still need expertise in-house. And, we have an industry in its infancy where there's a big push by people to get products out the door and into the hands of consumers. But really, we're only starting to see people focus and embrace on having reproducible products, having greater shelf life stability, and then having a greater understanding of what the inputs that they put into their products will do to individual consumers. And this is a complex issue, and that's why I mentioned bioinformatics. We have, I'm sure you've all heard of perhaps of the entourage effect and the idea that there are hundreds of different compounds that elicit a response, and those can be the cannabinoids or the terpenes or flavonoids. And the reality is that so oftentimes we think of that just from the perspective of the plant, hundreds of compounds. But what we also don't understand or think and talk about as openly is that there are hundreds of receptors in our bodies as well. And there are patterns between up and down regulation that occur. And each person is an individual, right? And we all have unique genetic predispositions to things. And so I think really being able to move away from some of the traditional ways of speaking about the plant sativa, indica. I'm sure you've heard, people talk about these gross generalizations.
They're lies.
And I won't dismiss it completely, because they're based in people's experiences and they're based in underlying science, but that science is fairly complex. And I think by gathering data and starting to analyze that and look at how different people may respond to different groupings of compounds, especially when we mature our formulation processes so that the finished goods will be more reproducible, we're going to learn a lot. So I'm excited about that potential for sure.
Yeah, I look forward to the day when our consumers can walk into the dispensary and, first of all, find the product they want to buy every week or month and consistently have it there on the shelf. There is a lot of variability in products. It is an issue in our industry. In Pennsylvania, we don't have edibles. And so we spend more time helping to educate our patients about cannabis testing because they're making their own. Mm-hmm. And we want them to make sure that they can dose themselves appropriately. And at some level, that's what the patient analytics look like. Mm-hmm. Okay. On the product side, I hope we can begin to leverage. There's clearly a need for, with all of these cannabinoids and terpenes and all of the possible interactions, and then interactions with other medications that might come into play. Mm-hmm. There's so much work that needs to be done. I look forward to the day when we can also leverage our computers as well to run these models, but we need more investment and more people. Yeah. The tools are out there. We're working at the basic level to make sure that we have the embedment of cannabis data out there to support larger research projects. But right now they're being handled just on an individual basis by highly motivated groups. So we look forward to a better federal face in the future. Mm-hmm. And hopefully support for research. Pennsylvania has taken a proactive approach to research by licensing clinical research facilities. So we look forward to more research happening in our state that can hopefully help the broader industry. But I think it's going to take more than that on the research side.
It's funny. When I got into cannabis research on a technical level, working with schools and, in accredited settings and in clinical settings, I had gone to the PI of the school that I wanted to go to and was trying to figure out how to do it. And they're like, all right, you have to take all your chemistry and come back in a year. So I did all my chemistry, general, organic, analytic in that year, everything in a year period. It was crack. No one do that. No one ever do that. Do not take Orgo 1 and Orgo 2 over a summer. You will hate yourself to this day. When we came in and we did all of this and put together this project, because we had to skirt around regulations, and we can do in silico because it doesn't violate federal regulations, so we can do this and we can get funding. Oh, no, we can't. Oh, what do you mean I can't get funding? No, you can't get funding, bro. So, as a longtime legacy operator, we became creative in getting funding for, the research. And the research that came up until, a good friend of mine, Candy Angel over at Weed Maps, came along and was like, we should actually fund this legitimately. And Weed Maps was able to come through and start donating money towards, the causes of what we were doing for, the research over at Middlesex College, this biological research that we talk about today. Fun fact, you guys know where hemp got its name from, correct? Yes? Cannabis sativa, what's the last name in that? Linnaeus. That man, Carl, okay, the father of taxonomy. Quick fun fact, father of taxonomy, Carl Linnaeus named weed after himself. I would do the same thing if I discovered it. I'm just going to let you know that right now, and as we're talking about this plant science, I think that's the one thing we haven't touched on actually is the growers, my genetics guys, where do you see the future of that, lining up in this industry?
Well, I think, genetic engineering is the oldest science. And I think oftentimes we give it a dirty word, right? Because we're thinking about, gene cassettes or, actually manipulating DNA. But I mean, we've been manipulating crops and things like this for 10,000 years. And we've seen the implications of the genetic engineering in cannabis already, but more so from the THC dominant strains that have been developed over the past 80 years, and that's been a product of prohibition for sure. But historically speaking, we were not seeing strains of cannabis producing 30% THC, and now we can see that more often. And I think that hemp actually found itself being disregarded for a large portion of the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that there's a tremendous amount of potential coming from that as an agricultural commodity. I do think that the government supports it. Not always for the best reasons, but also some very good reasons, like the fact that they're always looking to support American farmers and have different cash crops available to them. And this in particular has uses from materials through medicine, so it becomes a really an interesting target. So,
well, I'm hoping we can continue to breed meaningful plants.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, commercialization of cannabis has diluted the pool of product in a positive way, but I think what we need in order to look for new and inventive ways to find with cannabis, we're still going to have to do research at the cultivation stage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's different than the kind of cannabis work we're doing at the commercial stage. So there's always going to be room for the artisan growers, I like to refer to them, and the need to distinguish products from the adult use market, okay? We still tend to think of both sides of the marketplace. We want to continue to focus benefit to the patients that need it in a safe and reliable way, and satisfy the needs of regular consumers as well. But if we're going to continue to press the envelope in benefits and knowledge, we're going to have to continue to do research at the cultivation stage, which I hope will be driven by the analytics we're really beginning to seed into the space as well now.
You mostly have 4-month data sets. We still have to wait for this to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So that does, it adds to some of the complexity here, especially if you're growing hemp outdoors. I mean, you have one experiment for a particular year, and then you have the time to analyze your data, and then you have to go back for sure.
Right.
But
Yeah, man, growing outdoors is crazy. I know, especially with just the tilling. I think the biggest thing for the cultivation end when it comes to genetics, people. So I have one question in particular: how do they classify hemp at the government level? Is it cannabis sativa linnaeus by its taxonomal name, or is it by THC percentage? Because you have indica subspecies indica and indica subspecies ruderalis or afghana that produce THC or CBD. As we know, and I don't know if many people know this, but in the enzymatic process of how you produce cannabinoids, it goes through synthase enzymes, right? So we have like the initial generopyral and olivetolic acid, formation to make CBGA. That then goes through a synthase enzyme called CBDAS that actually takes CBGA and converts it into CBDA, and then it'll go through another enzymatic process to turn into THC through THCAS, the synthase enzyme, right? CBNAS does not exist. Okay, I'm gonna make that out. There is no CBNA. If anyone is wondering, it was a huge miss thing for a minute.
Degradation product.
Yeah, degradation. Sure. Just CBN, but no CBNAS, right? So, and as we know that was hypothesized, the THCAS came about because of a virus, right? A virus that infected the plant and actually created this, the ability for that dimethyl group to then move in with the alcohol group to form that ether bond to make that third ring right at the bottom, and we have THC. So my question is because we know this enzymatic process, because we have that data, and when you guys go and grow, are you taking genetics that are flower producing genetics and just removing that enzyme from them, so it only produces CBD instead of producing the bad compound by the government? So, I know that we only have a couple minutes left, and, I got a couple questions for you guys before I open it up if anyone has questions. And these are the fun questions, because we got students in here, we got the community, and they want to understand what this is like. So, I just out of curiosity, what's more fun for you guys? Extracting, research, formulating, the testing, the analytics, where's the pros, where's the cons, in that aspect? Let's keep it real.
Well,
keeping it real at Stockton.
Keeping it real. I mean, I would say, it's up to every individual. For me, I really like to, because I'm a scientist. I like to geek out on the theory. Like you're talking about the biosynthetic enzymatic machinery. That was my PhD research, and other people may gloss over. And I'm super excited about the different pathways there, because there's enzyme-directed pathways, but there's also leakage pathways, and there's also interconversions of compounds. And so there's so much really cool science, fundamental science that exists there. So getting into that, keeps me motivated for sure.
Billy?
In the analytical testing space, there's not a lot of new research and product formulation done. It's really a space for scientific integrity and teamwork. Okay, we put teams of young scientists together to do really important work, hopefully the same way every day, and they enjoy doing it. So it's a team effort, it's a science effort. I want to think it's the best of what cannabis and science can be. We are a laboratory. We have requirements that have to be met under ISO, but it's a space that's still special in our place, and we like to make the most of it. And we like to also include those who are non-scientists, okay? Because we think the reach of the lab reaches outside of the test tubes and the instruments. So many of our people are advocates as well, and want to take their time to spread their knowledge when they have the opportunities to do that as well, and interface with like-minded individuals.
100%, man. All right, give it up for our panel, everybody, real quick. Amazing conversation, amazing people. So now we're going to take it for Q&A. It's the only way, or I will repeat your question here, and you can just shout it, and I will call on you. Anyone? Go on. There we go.
So in Pennsylvania, I heard you talk about Pennsylvania. How do you reconcile the quality issues that they're having in the medical program, specifically with a product that's been sitting on the shelf for 6-8 months before it reaches the consumer?
Well, there's expiration dating on the products. So, the program has, under its own regulatory scheme, set its own rules for, product longevity. That, while the labs test the products, the, products that might expire due to, not being sold will have to be expired due to the regulations. The whole issue in Pennsylvania about the oversupply there is a side issue unrelated to testing. There is a glut of product in Pennsylvania right now, and the market in Pennsylvania has somewhat slowed, but still very active. There was, I expect, a rush to build out the program in anticipation of the rec program possibly starting in Pennsylvania this year. It did not, and as a result, we do have an oversupply issue, which has reduced the size of many of our cultivators, and in that state, and left a lot of product on the shelf that may be subject to expiration dating. It's very rare, when I see the lines here in New Jersey, the product's not sitting much on the shelf. And it didn't really in Pennsylvania up until this year. Having worked in the PA program from its inception in 2018, it was going full speed every day for 4.5 years, and it seemed like after July 4th this year, things began to slow due to simply not enough space in the inventory. So what do we need of dispensaries? So in order to move more product, we need more dispensaries and avenues, and honestly, more geographic dispersion in our state as well. So they're dealing with that in a regulatory sense. all of the regulatory programs in every state are very dynamic and constantly changing. And so that's a really important part too. I want to mention compliance in there as well. We think mostly about science and moving, cannabis product as test samples, but, an important part of all of our work in the industry, whether with a manufacturer or a laboratory or a dispensary, is the compliance side. And it's really underestimated how important that space is.
Absolutely. And I want to just chime in one thing about that. So just a quick pitch to Ed DeVoe.
The man.
True Labs, we work with the New Jersey Cannabis Association with the lab testing committee, trying to advise regulatory structures. But in a broad sense, it is something that, to your point about the Pennsylvania market, I mean, we see issues that exist across the entirety of the United States and in all of the different regulated programs. And part of that is that each state has to go through this regulatory path on their own, and they may set up a good structure, but ultimately maintaining and overseeing that and doing the policing, having regulatory checks and things like this, it's very taxing for state agencies to have to put something totally new into play. And so I think that as we start to see more federal oversight, we may get the benefit of some of these programs like the USDA and whatnot, who have the infrastructure in place in order to do some of these oversights. But we'll continue to work with states as we do with NJCBA to advise the best that we can. But I do think that it is asking a lot of each state regulatory body to not only come up with the regulations, but then to follow up and do all of that oversight on their own.
Indeed.
So the oversupply in Pennsylvania is just a good example of how different the cannabis industry is, because in any other industry, we'd probably move the excess product across state lines to another state, but not in cannabis. So Pennsylvania does have, so every cannabis state has its own microeconomy to deal with based on its regulatory scenario.
Correct.
Yeah, and I'm getting the Oscar theme music here. So, we're going to wrap it up. And thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. Billy, Corbin, Carl, give it up for your panelists, everybody. Give me a huge round of applause. My name is Josh. You can come find us in the room over here. You got any questions for me? You got any questions for my wonderful guests up here today with me? And I'm going to throw it back to the man himself, Rob Mejia. Thank you, everybody.
So we're going to have a small pivot right now. We're actually going to jump ahead to Ed DeVoe's panel. So I would like to invite Ed and his crew, Paul Shagawat and Todd Polniak.
Great. Good afternoon. It's good to be with you once again. For those that may have missed the parade of vendors, I'm Ed DeVoe. I'm the president of the New Jersey Cannabis Association. I do want to give a shout out to Rob Mejia, who has been more than gracious with respect to allowing us to work with Stockton. We've got a great relationship with them. I also want to recognize my colleague, Mike McQueenie of the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association. Mike, and I didn't know that they had a logo contest. So yes, I'm stealing that idea. This is a fun afternoon, fun topic for us. We're going to look at sustainability. Typically, when you hear the phrase or the word sustainability, we automatically think of the environment. What's sustainable? We think about the plastic bag ban. We think about banning plastic straws, and we think about poor ducks and turtles with six-pack wrappers around their necks, and that to us is addressing sustainability. But what I think the cannabis industry has done, and has done this in a number of ways, is it has enlightened us to the fact that there are different facets to our world economy. Cannabis has raised the issues of the fact that, number one, there is a cannabis economy, and it is impactful at local and state levels. The cannabis world, the cannabis culture has raised issues of social justice. The cannabis world has raised issues of medicine and what that really means. So a lot is owed to the cannabis world, the cannabis culture. And today we're going to focus on, again, just different facets, different aspects of the word sustainability. I'll start with this. What is sustainability? We look at how we describe sustainability, but we typically don't look at a definition of sustainability. So behind us is a phrase that I learned. I actually had come from a world of environmental and environment and energy, environmental services. I come from that world. And at a global meeting, a very simple definition of sustainability was given. And that is sustainability. It's making sure that today's resources are available for tomorrow's generations. We're not making a new planet. There is not a new drop of water to be made. Everything that we do exists today. And what we are burdened with, what we are challenged with, what we have to do is make sure that today's resources are available for tomorrow's generations. With me are two fantastic gentlemen, two experts in different facets, different aspects of sustainability. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and then talk about what it is that their aspects or what their facets of sustainability are. So we're going to start, my immediate left, with Paul Shagwat. Paul is with Transparent Energy, and so Paul, introduce yourself and we'll go into your slides.
Thank you so much, Ed. Paul Shagwat, co-founder, managing partner, Transparent Energy. When Ed mentioned there's different facets of sustainability, and environment is one of them, that's been my focus for the past 2 decades. We founded the firm to help bring transparency to customers in terms of what their renewable options are, whether that be hydro, solar, wind, battery backup storage, demand response programs. We work with customers to help make sure that this environment can be around for their children, grandchildren, and so on and so forth. One of the things that's been so enlightening to me working with the cannabis community, especially the cultivators, today we serve a little over 10 million square feet of cannabis cultivation throughout the United States, and we help those folks with their carbon neutrality goals. And what I find exciting is because it's a new emerging industry, they're at the cutting edge of technology. And so a lot of what we see being done at cultivation facilities are being done in other cultivation facilities where we're not talking about cannabis, we're talking about produce, tomatoes, carrots, what have you. And really, the cannabis community has helped kind of enlighten a lot of farmers, today's farmers, to understanding how they can utilize robotics, and they could utilize, hydroponic growth to, better serve their community. So what could be done in 1 acre at a cultivation facility would take 400 acres of farm land. That's really interesting to me. So we'll get a little bit more into it, but I'm going to now shift this over to Todd.
I'm being shifted. That's great. Todd Polinak. I am a cannabis CPA. I'm a partner with Saks LLP. My passion, as I said earlier, is to see the entire East Coast turn green. So some people have nicknamed me Todd Father, which I'd like to earn that right. And when it comes to sustainability, I think my focus is the economic sustainability. I think it was Kermit the Frog who said it's not easy being green. So if you are focusing on sustainability for environment, that's great. Social, that's wonderful. But unless you're economically sustainable, you are going to fail because, especially cannabis industries, I don't know where the stat came from, but somewhere between 95% to 97% of cannabis startups fail within the first 3 years. It's a pretty high rate. And my focus is helping people navigate through that so that they actually have a business that is generational, because I think cannabis is here to stay, and we want it to stay. We want to see it being a vibrant, expanding industry, and so that's my passion.
Great. So what I'm going to do is I'll make my way to the laptop, and I will run Paul's slides as we talk more about the environmental and parts of sustainability, and then interestingly enough, I'm not just going to sit here and let these two guys take all the show. I'm going to talk about the social sustainability. While it's not a tangible in terms of kilowatts or kilowatt hours, while it's not a tangible in terms of bank account and savings and taxes, social sustainability or justice sustainability is equally important. Now, some people may argue and say, well, Ed, yes, you've got numbers. In fact, Michael Hoffman so eloquently put this morning that there's real numbers with respect to expungement. But I'm going to share with you this new phrase that I have adopted as it pertains to the cannabis industry. And I'm going to talk about not generational wealth, because I think that that's a fleeting term, and I think that the notion is fleeting. But I'm going to talk about generational health. I want us to recognize that we have lost generations with respect to the war on drugs. We've lost generations from a moral standpoint, and not just moral, but morale. There's a lack of morale in certain communities, and that when we talk about communities that have been historically disadvantaged, that we have done such detriment from a health standpoint that we need to change the dialogue from generational wealth to generational health. But we will get back to that in a moment. So Paul, I'm going to go steer your presentation.
Thank you.
Go to slide 2. Press that again. I'll go to slide 3.
Okay.
Yeah, this is really meant to be more educational, and I do hope there's a good Q&A response to this later on. But there are many different options that cannabis cultivators can utilize to help them with their budgets, to help reduce their budgets, and to look at risk mitigation. And so one option, because these are very large facilities, is on-site generation, where they actually will work with a developer to build a project specific to their site. They can take advantage of Southern Hemisphere exposure, and they can actually have a solar system that is essentially on their facility. What we like to do is actually build out a full microgrid for a customer. So accompanying that solar field will also be battery backup storage, and then we also will install a combined heat and power plant that'll run off natural gas. Why is that important? Several reasons. One is just in general, from a carbon tracking standpoint, it's much more carbon neutral than the standard way that we generate power today. But the bigger piece for a lot of cultivators is resiliency. So, we have a grid that is over 100 years old. We've seen brownouts and blackouts in California. In February of last year, we had the polar freeze in Austin, where unfortunately people lost their lives, and it was because we had a grid that really wasn't prepared for certain climate changes and for harsh weather conditions. If you're a farmer, historically that meant that you lost some of your crop. You had a very difficult season. But with cannabis cultivators, because they can control their environment, they can do a lot of things that can help them not have to have that kind of feeling of loss in terms of a crop yield. Some customers say that in the cannabis space there's really 5 seasons because you can grow several times throughout the year. The reality is that if you actually have your own microgrid, you don't have to suffer from the state of the grid. And so you're not going to necessarily find yourself in a position where you have a brownout or a blackout, because you're generating your own power from the sun. You're then storing that energy in a battery. And then from there, you're utilizing a natural gas pipeline to generate the remaining amounts of energy that you need. What we found is that we can accomplish all of this while still actually reducing budgets in the long term for the customer. And because of that, we have a lot of folks that are really, it's twofold for them. It's an economic conversation, and Todd will speak more to the economic sustainability. But from an environmental standpoint, they're having a positive impact on what they're able to accomplish. And some of these cultivators are taking it further outside of just on-site generation on the roof. They may have additional generation in farms near their facility, or they'll do something called a virtual power purchase agreement, where they develop a solar, wind, or hydro farm, maybe in another state, but it actually generates as much electricity as they need for their site in, let's say, New Jersey, but they build a wind farm in western Texas that is equivalent to the same amount of brown power they need from the grid. They're actually putting a green equivalent back into the grid. So there are many different options that cultivators have that maybe some other industries do not. And the benefits are, they're extreme in that the fears of potentially losing some of their yield gets diminished. And again, they'll find a way to actually reduce OPEX. For cultivators, their operating expenses, outside of maybe their mortgage or their rent, the next highest is electricity and natural gas. Outside of data centers, cultivators use more energy per square footage than any other type of facility. That's true for cold storage. That's true for hospitals. It's even true for manufacturers. You have your steel manufacturers, very large energy users, obviously a lot of heating there. But these are multi-million square foot facilities. You may have a 40,000 square foot cultivation facility, and it may have multiple tiers, but what you're using per square footage, it's 25 times what you'd use in a normal Class A office building. So this is a major expense, and finding ways to reduce that expense while also benefiting the environment is something that cannabis cultivators are really pushing. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of other industries kind of watch this new emerging market and then follow that same path. So it's exciting not just to see the cannabis community coming together and looking at what we need to do for future generations, but also encouraging others to kind of follow them. And that's really exciting for me. So just want to say, Ed, it's great to see innovation, and the cannabis community for me it's really been the one in which I've seen the most change in the shortest amount of time. So just off-site renewable energy, there's a lot of different options. So this is more educational, I want to explain them. So carbon offsets can be anything from something as simple as planting trees to actually capturing carbon to figuring out how to take a brown zone and turn it into a green zone. Maybe it's formerly a landfill, and now we're going to build this beautiful solar farm on it, and we're going to find ways to distribute that energy to nearby users. And then you have something called RECs, renewable energy credits. Renewable energy credits, they have a life. They expire after a certain amount of time. We track them. And the reason why RECs are so important is they create a lot of value for a developer of a large-scale renewable project. Without the REC and its value, a lot of times economically, these projects may not make sense. But because of the fact that these RECs are so important and there are so many large Fortune 1000 companies that are willing to acquire them, they make a lot of these projects economically viable. So if you don't have the right type of facility or the amount of space necessary, you can still participate in greening the environment, and that is with these REC opportunities. And then community solar is really exciting. Community solar is developments of solar projects that exist because of small tenants, think of homeowners or very small businesses, and then an anchor tenant, think of a large manufacturer. These projects come with, the economics are a guaranteed savings to these tenants of about 10% off your utility bill, but it still is about a 2-year ROI for the developer, where after the 2 years, their project is already yielding positive revenue, and that's because of the RECs themselves, and then power purchase agreements, where they're able to sell the energy back to an end user or back into the grid. And as you can see, there's kind of a little bit of a statement up there is, as we go from left to right, we're finding that these are going to be kind of more complicated projects, maybe more of a financial backing. So kind of starts with carbon offsets, goes all the way to virtual power purchase agreements. But the offsite power purchase agreements, those are a large project that's been developed. It's in your state. It's typically in the same utility that you're in, and you're making an agreement that you're going to buy the offset from that project that goes into the grid for a certain amount of years, 10 years, 12, 15, 20. Those are typically the terms that we see. That's a complete even kind of match. So we use 100 million kilowatt hours of brown power, but we're buying 100 million kilowatt hours of green power directly from that project. This project did not exist until we entered that agreement. So we call that additionality. It means that we're adding additional renewable structures to the grid, and that's why we can have certain coal manufacturing plants, actually retire. Right, we're no longer generating the energy from coal because we built enough of these renewable projects that had an off-taker. And then the furthest extreme, I mentioned a little bit before, virtual power purchase agreements. These do not have to be in your state. They don't have to be in your utility, and they can comprise all the different assets that you have globally, not even just at the national level or at the state level. And we look at scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. So essentially that is, what am I actually, how much brown energy am I using at my facility? And then take it a step further, what about the people that have to travel to my facility or have to take my product and bring it to stores or dispensaries or what have you. And then even one step further, what about the people that actually use my product? What are they doing? And so we can also develop projects that are larger than even what your offtake is as an end user. And so let's say you spend $20 million a year on power and gas. You may be building a project that brings $100 million of green energy into the grid. And so that's really true carbon neutrality. So that's kind of the different ways that we can work with our customers. This is the different ways that cannabis cultivators are thinking about sustainability. And all of these are again, off-site. So nothing at the site level, no project developed on your actual rooftop or additional accessible land. And this is something that has become more and more common. You're seeing a lot of press releases about these types of projects. It's what's even allowing some of these offshore wind projects that we're seeing. We're very close to Atlantic City here. We're going to be seeing a lot of wind development in the next decade. A lot of these projects exist because of there are off-takers that are willing to take that energy, sometimes at a bit of a premium cost. But again, there are ways to economically make it sound. I think there's maybe one more slide. I'm sorry if I'm being long-winded here. So just going to the different off-site pieces. Solar, we talked about. Those are 5 to 100 megawatt load. So to speak in terms of something most people would understand, the Empire State Building essentially uses about 5 megawatts of load. So these projects can be 20 times larger than the amount of energy the Empire State Building needs on an annual basis. Hydro, wind, those are the biggest projects we have today. 50 to 500 megawatts is kind of your average size. These will take up hundreds, if not thousands of acres. We'll see them in Oklahoma, parts of western Texas, all over the country. And we're also seeing them even right now where we're able to use some hydro from the ocean and then the wind to have those projects I was just mentioning. So the hydro projects are, a lot of that is really based upon what are the demographics of the certain region or the zone. A lot of people don't know that New York and New Jersey, we actually get a lot of our power wielded down from Canada. And so we'll take energy from hydro plants all the way up in Canada where it makes sense to kind of generate energy that way. And we will wield it right down to our power plants all the way here in New Jersey and New York. And then lastly, you have biomass. I talked before about taking brownfields and then finding ways to generate green energy from them. So it's kind of the gamut of the different options that are available to cultivators. And again, I look forward to answering some questions later on today. Thanks, Ed.
Does it go back to the home slide? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Paul. In fact, not only was that enlightening, it does allow me for a commercial message. And that is, and we say this often when this is our 6th Cannabis Career Fair, regardless of what your major is, there's a way for you to impact the cannabis industry. So this clearly, if you are an engineering major, that's great, because what you do, you will eventually find your way somehow impacting the cannabis industry. So stick with your major, do take your cannabis minor, but stick with your major, and certainly you can find your way into this space. So with that being said, Todd, when we talk about economic or financial sustainability, what does that actually look like in the cannabis industry?
It's a great question, Ed. So think about this with me, folks. Cannabis is federally illegal, right? At least last time I checked. So it's very difficult to bank. There's a few banks in Jersey we know that are willing to take it. But when you're talking about accepting credit cards, when you're talking about actually getting serious loans, it's very, very difficult to do. And so as I'm traveling throughout the state, the real challenge for the folks who have gotten the conditional licenses or are actually going through and carrying it forward to an actual standard license is they don't really have the money to take it to the next level. They need to get outside investors. And my travels throughout the different events have shown that the investors who invest in cannabis are far and few when it comes to taking on equity. They're willing possibly to give some debt, but they want to make sure that whoever they're giving this money to really knows what they're doing. So from a sustainability perspective from day one, because remember, this is an emerging industry. There really is, the ATCs are involved right now in New Jersey, have been for years, but the folks sitting in this audience, you all are trailblazers. And you should give yourself a round of applause because it takes a certain amount of guts to stand before your family and your friends and saying, hey, I need to raise $400, $500, $600, $700,000. Can you please give me some of that money? And then taking that same pitch to strangers and saying, could you please give me some money? The answer is going to be, well, why should I give my money to you so that you can actually have a successful business? What do you have to bring to the table? What's your team like? Where's the rest of the money coming from? What's your business plan? Who are the people who are supporting you in the cause? People like Paul, people like myself, a cannabis CPA, the attorneys like Mike somewhere over there. I mean, where are those people? All those things require an answer that's intelligent and that can be proven, Ed, before anyone's going to say, we're going to give you this money, because without the money, guess what? You're not even going to start to be sustainable. You're not even going to get off the ground.
That's interesting, Todd. In fact, you're making me think of what are some of the questions when we start talking about, well, I want to get into this industry. I can't tell you the number of people that I've met when we founded the Cannabis Business Association 6 years ago. I met people that, formerly incarcerated, some people that were willing to make the transition, to leave everything that they were accustomed to go into this new venture, to essentially take their wagon out west,
Yep.
right? This is equivalent to that. You're going to get in your wagon and you're going to go west. You don't know what lies ahead. So what are some of those questions that you as a financial advisor may ask?
Sure.
And questions that I may need to answer myself as I prepare to uproot my financial stability. I may be preparing to uproot some of the things that I'm very accustomed to make this move out west.
I will answer that question. It's a good question. So first question that I would ask somebody, so let's play that I'm an investor. I want to invest in your company because I think that's a better way to play it. And then obviously, Paul's my CPA. He's sitting next to me to advise me. Question number one would be, hey, do you realize that in the cannabis industry that you're getting involved in, the federal tax rate is 70%? Do you even understand the tax ramifications, not just on the local and the state level, but the federal level? Do you understand that even to this point, the federal government can come in and seize your assets? And what most CPAs will tell you, I'm sure that Stacy, if she was sitting up here, she'd tell you the same. When it comes to an IRS audit, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Do you have the right people in place so that when that takes place, it's not going to cause your company to go bankrupt? That's one question. Next, are you willing to take upon yourself, maybe you've been stigmatized before, are you willing to continue that stigma in the business community where some people think that you're equivalent to, I don't want to use any derogatory terms, but I remember being out in Vegas and a cannabis, a woman who was starting her own dispensary said that the church down the street was trying to block them from opening because they were afraid that the folks who were going to be coming to the dispensary were going to pick up their children in the park and steal them. I mean, like, that's kind of the concept. Are you willing to risk your reputation? And are you willing to also give it some time? Because guess what? Just because you open up a dispensary, a cultivation site, manufacturing site, that doesn't mean you're going to make money right away. Are you in it for the long run? Or are you just looking to make a quick buck, hand it over to an MSO and get out? Because if I'm an investor and you're just trying to get out really quick, I'm not so sure I'm interested in you. How was that? I just gave you a few.
That was amazing. I don't think we've ever had that conversation, to be honest. As many panels as I've sat on and as many conversations that I've had, I don't think we've ever gotten to that level because I think what we've done up to this point has been, we've been painting things in the cannabis community with such broad brushstrokes, right? We realized what was wrong, what needed to be right. We realize that there's challenges when it comes to access to capital. And we throw out these phrases, access to capital and hurdles and things like that. But when it really comes down to it, it's, have you ever gone to a public meeting before in your life?
Yep.
Have you ever attended a council meeting in your own town? Because you need local approval
Right.
to be a cannabis business. Have you ever sat down, actually looked at your personal finances? Because that is going to be part of this open book. It's going to be part of the process by which you are going to enter this market. And so we've got this wonderful prioritization when it comes to licenses. Look, going back to when myself and so many others were part of the conversation, how do we begin to make this thing right? And we talked about the prioritization of licenses, and we talked about at the very top, the top priority is formerly incarcerated. And then from there, it's, are you from a historically disadvantaged community? Are you putting your business in a historically disadvantaged community? These are the prioritizations, but we fail to ask the important questions. And we failed to ask individuals to take that deep dive, to take that personal look into, I get it. This is a new industry. Is there money to be made? Yes. But from the New Jersey Cannabis business standpoint, and this is where I talk about social sustainability, just because you get your record expunged doesn't mean you necessarily have to go into the cannabis business. Your record is expunged so that you can pursue whatever opportunity you want. And so it scares me sometimes when we talk about that this is the must, that you must do this, or that you must. And I think that that is, not that it was actually said, but I think that that's where the mindset has gone, that we must do this. And I'm here to tell you that when we look at social sustainability, that it's not just plant touching, that it is going to be in energy, that it is going to be in finance, that it is going to be in education, that there are so many other avenues that are going to be available to all of us out there that, that we need not just focus on plant touching. And the fact that the federal government still maintains this stronghold over much of the freedom that needs to exist in the cannabis industry, that there's a stronghold on the freedoms that persists, that until that gets cleared up, we really need to be more real
Amen.
About what we do.
Good point.
And so I'm saying, let's be real. I love the fact that I have one daughter who graduated from college. I have one who's in college. And whatever it is that they pursue, I'm glad they're pursuing it. I want you, if you're a student at Stockton, pursue your degree. But don't get hung up on, I've got to do this.
Well,
because I think that there's a pitfall when it comes to that I've got to do. So, Todd, one more question.
Sure.
When we talk about careers, what do you see as some of the career horizon that is out there?
And if we're talking from a financial perspective, okay, obviously. So, guys, we need cannabis CPAs. I mean, I know that it seems like accounting is boring, but unless you can actually account for something and know whether or not you're making money and reporting it to your investors, you're not going to stay in business. We need CPAs who are focusing in the cannabis industry, and I'm going to stand up and with my state society, with the AICPA, I'm saying, come competitors, come. Please, we need good CPAs. There's going to be a whole need, Ed, for people to make sure that the cannabis companies are in compliance with all the rules and regulations. There's going to be a need for audits. Obviously, there's going to be a need to prepare tax returns that are going to be at least get you the best advantage under the current law. In finance, there's no end. You're going to need people who specialize in cannabis IT consulting because there's unique aspects to that. I can keep going on, but I don't want to take all of it.
No problem. In fact, so Paul, looking at that and dealing with the career aspect, engineering is just one aspect of what it is that you do. Are there other career choices that I can start down one path and somehow diverge into the cannabis industry? Or how do I get involved in your industry, which is a fairly neat industry?
Yeah, I'll speak from personal experience, and that's a great question, Ed. When I got started, I really didn't even have much of an interest in energy, let alone cultivation or cannabis cultivation. The path kind of found me, and both of them were because of new emerging markets. So when I graduated from college, it was during the 2008 economic crisis. I got a job in JP Morgan's hedge fund division, and they gave me an energy-related customer. And so at that time, there was a deregulation law that was changing how a lot of states were able to buy electricity and natural gas. And so it was that new emerging market that led me into building really a technology company that ran auctions for brown power to help customers see what kind of rates they could get. But that's continued to emerge, and as renewables came into the fold, that became something I was really excited about. And then the emergence of cannabis cultivation, you all of a sudden had new development of millions of square footage of very high intensive energy customers that had a lot of different options. So when I talk to any students, I often say the path will find you, but having these really important minors are fantastic. Cannabis as a whole, like Ed and Todd have said, there are going to be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs in the state of New Jersey that will relate one way or another to cannabis, whether it be cultivation, dispensaries, legal, you have it. But in my industry, my team is made up of a lot of people with applied mathematics degrees, economists, environmental engineers, mechanical engineers. So we have a really wide array. We have a legal team that also has an experience and a knowledge of what's going on in the cannabis space. We work with financial advisors like Todd's firm that understand the cannabis space. And so I think that's only growing. I think there's going to be a lot of new opportunities. But anytime there's an industry that hasn't been around for a long time, that means that there is a way to really generate a lot of revenue for yourself and for your family. And so Todd and I have pivoted in our careers to figure out what's that new emerging thing, what's exciting, what's different. And his industry has been around since the beginning of time, really the idea of...
The dinosaurs used to count, yes.
That's right, bartering, counting, whatever. Same for me in that the energy industry has been around for hundreds of years, but how we pivot with the time leads for opportunities and leads for growth. And so both of our firms are growing in size. We're hiring a lot of new individuals, and we're looking for people that have majors or minors that we've never seen before, because it gives us a major advantage. So there's never been a better time, I don't think, to be graduating. We think about the inflation rates and we think about the state of the economy, and we get very nervous, but that's opportunity. It's pounding at the door, and you guys are already open-minded free thinkers, and we sure need more of those. So I'm really excited for all of you. It's going to be a very fun journey.
So before we open up to Q&A from the audience, and I'll ask each of you, Todd, you answer first, and then Paul. So when we talk about sustainability, and I'll even use an equivalent term, resiliency. So from a financial standpoint, from an engineering or energy standpoint, what do I consider to make my business sustainable or resilient? What do I need to consider? Top one or two things.
So from a resiliency standpoint, it's always going to be it's really about three things, Ed. So it's about leadership. You have to have the right team. And by the way, there's a new thing called AQ, which is, I think it's adversity quotient. There's folks who are climbers, there are people who are campers, and people who are quitters. You need to have a team of people willing to put up with the adversity. So a smart team who's well-rounded. Second, that the S is subpar funding, which is how companies fail. You need to have the right amount of funding, and you need to plan it in advance, that you don't run out of money. If I want my company to be resilient, I need to have enough capital. I need to have a good flow. Third, I need to have a business model that's not broken, and a business model that's flexible enough to adjust to the changes in the economy, as well as in things that will be happening in the nation over the next couple of years. So those are the three things for resiliency: your leadership, your funding, as well as your business model.
Very hard to follow. I agree with everything Todd just said, but I'll touch upon one of the pieces he mentioned, leadership. I agree wholeheartedly. For a long time, at least what they taught in a lot of economic classes that I took, was the most important person at a company was the CEO, and then at that time it was really a CFO. And now there's kind of a change of tune where we think a lot of times the chief culture officer, the head of HR, may be the second most important role. And why is that? Because it's about attaining the absolute best talent and then keeping them there, right? And so another thing that I say to students right now is it is definitely a really great market to be going into, because employers are in need of employees more now than ever, and employees get to really dictate a lot of what they're looking for, work-life balance, what their careers are going to look like, where they're working from. And so you need to have great talent. You need to keep that great talent if you want to be resilient. And then just speaking some other pieces, of course, the funding, economically sound, that's first and foremost, that ties into the business plan that he wrote about. But for me, in the environmental space, in the tech space, we have to be very open-minded about changing with the times, about being able to pivot, adopting to new, not just technologies, but ways of doing business very quickly. I think that's going to be the same in the cannabis space. There are going to be some leaders that are going to be, I think, really open-minded about changing the way that they do business, the way business has historically been done. And those that keep that open mind are willing to learn, understand that they're ignorant to a lot of things, they're surrounding themselves with people that are smarter than they are in different walks of life. They're going to have the most success, and I encourage that for students too. Surround yourself with highly intelligent people. Continue to ask questions. Know that you're always going to be learning a lot more. That's going to be a resilient way to live through your life. So I hope that answered the question, Ed.
It absolutely did. Wow, I can't add to those notions. In fact, I'll attempt.
I got to try that, by the way, Ed, one day.
I will attempt.
I'm going to try that.
So when it comes to the social sustainability, taking everything that you two have pointed out, social sustainability, because cannabis is now legal in states and one day federally, you can't live your life in a vacuum. Mm-hmm. To be sustainable, you must expose yourself to more education. You must expose yourself to different financial situations and different experts. You've got to come out and have these conversations. Without that, you're going to be in a vacuum. If you think your weed is good and you're growing and you think your weed is good, wait till you get into a competitive situation.
Oh my gosh.
It's that simple. We found that in the alcohol industry. We found it in the tobacco industry. We found it in computers and IT. We found it in fashion. There's always a better mousetrap. So if you think your weed is good, keep thinking that, and you won't be sustainable. Because this has become a competitive situation. And so from a social sustainability standpoint, don't live in a vacuum. Expose yourself to higher and to better. So with that, we'll open it up to Q&A.
Hey, Ed, can I comment on one thing that you said?
Please.
While we're getting the Q&A together. One of the things, too, in social sustainability is the type of people that you surround yourself with. And I think it was Warren Buffett who said that there's 3 characteristics of what you want in an employee: integrity, intelligence, and energy. But if the first one, integrity, isn't there, the other 2 will actually destroy you. I mean, that will destroy you. If you have intelligence and energy, but you have no integrity, so I would just admonish and encourage you to look for the right people. I know some people are going to be pressured to take money because you need the money. Be very careful where you get your money from, because once you shake hands with somebody, you may not be able to unshake hands with them, and their slime may drip off on your hands. So just wanted to make that comment. So.
Thank you.
Okay, what are you good at, sir?
I'm sorry?
What's your
I'm Ed.
Your Ed, no, what is your talent?
My talent?
Yeah.
Oh,
he sings.
Oh, okay. I'm the president of the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, but my background is in public policy. I'm a former Army officer, policy person. I've been involved with public policy in the private and public sectors for most of my career.
Okay. Well, I just so happen my family owns a great portion of Alabama, and I've been trying to figure out what I can do with it. right? So with that being said, with this, the second gentleman next to you, you was talking about solar and things of that nature. I've been trying to get that put on the land for a very long time, but I don't have no one around me who's experienced in any of that or knowledgeable about anything. And as far as the gentleman over there on the last one, Popcoin, something you should look into, cryptocurrency, right? Because you're saying that, you know, the banks won't hold it, whatever. Well, I've been looking at cryptocurrency for a very long time, and I know once the Fed agrees or accepts, you know, Bitcoin and things of that nature for currency, they're going to flood a whole lot of money into it. I've witnessed it happen so many times, not the Fed flood money into it, but big investors. So right now, it's a very cheap coin. You can get a lot for a penny. So if you buy a lot of it and sit on it, forget about it, that could help you. You know, with, what's that? You're talking about sustainability? Yeah, sustainability. Because with my own business, that's the mind frame that I have. You see, with the EIN being its own entity, making sure that it stays alive after you're dead and gone, that's my focus, you know, because I want something for my kids. So I had to study that. So, you know, with everyone not believing in cryptocurrency and things of that nature, they didn't have the insight to see all the benefits it could have. So that's why I'm telling you to look into Popcoin and other cryptocurrencies, because the value will rise. Because I want you to look at what's going on outside of America. You know, the dollar is being attacked, right, every day. And, you know, we got so much money involved with China and Putin, they together. It's a whole big mess. You know, I focus on too much stuff.
Okay. No, thank you. So, Todd, in a word answer, is crypto sustainable?
It's a good question. It depends on who you speak to, and it depends what time of day it is.
Right.
We will see. I think it's going to be proven by what happens over the next couple of years.
Okay.
Certainly, people are accepting crypto. I mean, there are certain groups. I don't know if you accept it as payment yet, Paul?
We do not.
Okay.
We do serve crypto miners because they're very large energy users. Right now, they use about 2% of total energy in the United States just from mining, so that's a little bit scary. And so
That's a lot.
it's very high, yeah, more than companies like Ford, right? You think Chrysler, you think of big car manufacturers, they don't use nearly the energy as the mining community. But I think you're right, time will tell. I think that the idea that there may be an audit trail for monies is powerful. I just think we need to find a cheaper way from an energy standpoint to mine it.
I agree.
And then from a land use standpoint, you were thinking about putting solar on your property. The first thing I would probably do is speak to the municipality in which the property sits and find out what it's zoned for. Zoning pretty much dictates what you can and what you can't do on your property. If there's an ordinance that prohibits solar panels of a certain size, that may limit or influence what you do with that. And then the other person, so that's looking at the public side. From the private side, a land use attorney might be the way to go. Get a land use attorney who will help you navigate some of those municipal channels.
It's a great question. Your first name again is?
Brian.
Brian. So Brian, you know, it's hard to answer that question without knowing if it's specifically related to you or someone that you love. I'd love to talk with you more offline on it.
Yeah.
But the real answer is, you know, small micro cultivation sites are going to do well if they're focused on a craft, to be a craft, as opposed to trying to compete with others. I can't grow pot, so I'm just going to tell you, I'll tell you that I tried and I failed, but I won't even say that publicly. But the point is that it is difficult, but there is going to be a great need for cultivation in New Jersey because, you know, there's going to be a shortage of cultivators. So, but there is a way to do it. It's just that you need to know what you're doing and have the right funding behind you, because one bad crop could put you under. So That's kind of my
And as a
quick.
disclaimer, you have to fill out your application.
Yeah, you have to actually to be legal
before-
too, by the way.
Right.
Sorry.
No,
forgot to
that's
say
okay.
that. That was a
That's
good
why I'm
point.
here, Todd.
Thank you. Keep me straight.
Yeah, we have dozens of customers throughout the country. Specific to a cultivator in New Jersey, no. We do have cultivators in other states where we've developed a microgrid for them. But I could definitely speak in more detail to you after this about examples of projects we've put together, how they work, why they make sense. And, something we didn't touch on that I know we wanted to if we had time was the Inflation Reduction Act and how that ties into sustainability.
Good point.
And so that bill is, it's a lot of things, but really it's a sustainability bill. At least that's what most parties will tell you. And why is that? It's a lot of opportunity for a lot of, not just microgrids, but large renewable scale projects. And the major winner is battery backup storage. So, renewable projects don't really work unless we can harness the power. So with natural gas, it sits in a pipeline. With electricity, unless we have a battery, we generate it and then it's lost. So these batteries now can be subsidized. In the state of Illinois, the federal government will pay about 80%, and the state of Illinois will pay the other 20%. So you can fully subsidize a massive battery, a 5 megawatt project that, like I said before, could power the whole Empire State Building for hours of the day. They could be fully subsidized through these projects, and so that makes these microgrids more economically viable. You're getting the battery for little to no money. These solar projects, a lot of times, because of the state of the rec market, are actually profitable and generating energy at a lower price than your local utility. And then when you look at a combined heat and power plant from a natural gas storage, even with natural gas rates being relatively high, up 200+% from where we were during the pandemic, it's still cheaper to generate electricity through your own combined heat and power plant. When the three work together, and the gentleman before had a question IT related, we're using actually a lot of technology, a lot of IT folks, and a lot of AI to actually determine when we should use the different power sources. So sometimes we want to use the grid, sometimes we're going to generate our own electricity. We got the sun generating energy for us. Maybe we want to store that because it's a certain hour of the day where we're getting the energy early in the morning, but we want to use it between 3 and 4 p.m. when electricity are at the highest prices. By putting all those pieces together, these projects have sometimes a very short ROI, or they're automatically profitable for a customer or reduce budgets right away. So it's a very exciting time. The new bill is going to change a lot of how we think about large-scale grids and microgrids. So, Jose, I'd love to talk to you afterwards.
Yeah. So, everyone, let's hear it for Todd Polinak, Paul Shagawat. I'm Ed DeVoe. We'll be around this afternoon.
We'll be here.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so as you've seen, we've had a small change in schedule, but after this, we will be right back on track. So starting in just moments, we will have the business of New Jersey hemp. So we'd like to welcome moderator Faye Coleman and Matt Bruce and Brett Goldman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. All right, listen now, we're going to talk about hemp. So this is the fun side of cannabis. I don't think anybody really knew that. So no memos? Okay, thank you. One person, I'll take it. My name is Faye Coleman. I will be your moderator today. We're going to talk about the business of New Jersey hemp. I have a very distinguished panel here that you guys may or may not know. Brett Goldman from OCAN Group, and we've got Matt Bruce from Herbal Vibes with 2 Z's, as I understand. Right? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We're going to jump into it, but really this is for you guys. We often talk about cannabis in all forms, but I think what we do is we miss flipping the cannabis coin over and really talking about hemp in everything that the hemp side of the coin has to offer. So you're going to hear from some experts today, some folks that are in the business, some folks that are growing, and just understanding at a high level what we're going to get into with regards to hemp. So today, we're going to talk about the 2023 Farm Bill. Did you even know that was coming? Delta 8. So I can't wait to hear a little bit on that. Farming in New Jersey, what does that look like? Where are we with that? Standards, resources, more to come around all of that. The first thing I want to do is talk about the hemp market. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, we talk about cannabis where we're at, 26 billion, 33 by the end of this year, all that fun stuff. But the hemp market is here and it's moving forward. We're expecting to be about 6 billion in sales by the end of 22. Not so bad for the industry. Global sales around 27 billion by 2025. So there is an upward trajectory as it relates to hemp in and of itself. So I just wanted to set the stage because there is a couple of things that I want to make sure everybody knows. It's nothing like setting the table. So a couple of things I want you to think about as we talk about medicine, as we talk about industrial hemp, as we talk about CBD, all those things are running around in your head in terms of where's the value? Where can I be a part of this business? Does it make sense for me? Or do I just get back on the tried and proven path of the cannabis side of the business? Before we get into that, though, what I want to do is I want to take a moment to introduce my panel. And then we're going to get into some questions in terms of some things that they're doing that I trust me will be noteworthy. And then we're going to speak a little bit more about some specifics. And when I interject, it's going to be more on a commercial level. So is that okay with everybody? Yeah, okay, this is the interactive portion. Is that, you ask a question mark behind, and you go, yes, that works. Is that okay with everybody? Thank you. I appreciate you guys very much. So I first want to introduce Brett Goldman of OCAN Group. Brett, if you can give us a moment, just about 60 seconds in terms of who you are, what you bring to the table today.
Sure. So Brett Goldman, I'm a partner at OCAN Group. We consult in the cannabis space, both on the hemp and marijuana side. I've been in the cannabis industry for over 8 years now. I was one of the founders of a company called Canna. We were at one point one of the largest producers of hemp and CBD in the world. Consult on a number of issues around the country and around the world, working on stuff here in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York, and also internationally, working on cannabis legalization in Morocco. They're about to be the first Arab country to legalize cannabis. I'm part of the working group with the Association of Food and Drug Officials to put together a federal regulatory framework, and I'm also the chair of the NJCBA Hemp Committee.
Thank you very much, Brett. Appreciate that. Matt.
Hi, my name is Matthew Bruce. I'm the CEO of Herbal Vibes Z LLC, as well as Herbal Vibes. That's my hemp and my cannabis businesses. We are currently one of the first ones licensed to grow hemp in New Jersey. I'm also licensed in Pennsylvania as well, and I will soon be licensed to grow hemp in Guyana, South America. That's about me.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. OCAN Group, OCAN Group.
Herbal Vibes. It's HERBALZYBZ.
Excellent. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. We're going to jump right in because, as you can see, these guys are very experienced in their fields. They bring in a lot of knowledge to the table. What I want to do is first talk about, and I'm going to throw this question to you, Brett. Can you give us a sense of what the 2023 Farm Bill will look like? We've had 2018. We know we've gone a number of years from there and what it has brought to us to the table. But what can we expect?
Yeah. So I for background for the audience, I was intimately involved in the development of the hemp language in the 2018 Farm Bill, which legalized the production of hemp and put that under the USDA and called on the FDA to put forward regulations for downstream products, which they still have not done yet. The 2018 Farm Bill, the most important thing that we did in the 2018 Farm Bill was include the word cannabinoid in the definition of hemp. It's very important, but it's also created the situation that we're in right now, where you have a secondary market of illicit products that are being sold as legal. We're going to get into the Delta 8 and other isomers a little bit later in the discussion. But, the 2023 Farm Bill, it's still a little bit early, in terms of the language will probably come out in the early part of 2023. But what's expected is that the THC limit for hemp will move from 0.3 to either 0.6 or 1%. There's been a number of initiatives over the last 4 years now to increase that THC threshold. Hasn't happened because of the pandemic and because of many other reasons, but we expect that that's gonna happen in the next Farm Bill. And also, the loophole for intoxicating cannabinoids is expected to be closed. I don't know what that's going to look like yet, but all of the conversations around the 2023 Farm Bill indicate that we're going to see Delta 8 and other isomers be moved into a more regulated market or taken off the market totally.
Well, I think that's quite interesting, especially as we know one of the main categories of cannabis is the growth of the edibles category, which includes beverages. So as we look at the introduction of CBD into alcoholic beverages, I think that will be something of interest, as we move forward. Any thoughts on that, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, the issue of food and beverages, and specifically CBD and other cannabinoid ingredients in food and beverages, is something that's a holdover from the 2018 Farm Bill. When Congress passed the 2018 Farm Bill, there was an expectation that the FDA would create a pathway for CBD and other cannabinoids into food, beverages, and dietary supplements as it was being sold anyway. That still hasn't happened yet. So it's unclear if they're going to explicitly allow for that or take the language from HR 841, which would allow for CBD to be used as a dietary supplement ingredient. And I think they may have taken food and beverage out of that at this point. But it's hard to say. But look, it's happening. I mean, you're starting to see a proliferation of cannabinoid-based drinks on the market, whether we're talking about in the regulated market in dispensaries or outside of the regulated market, coming from hemp-derived Delta 9 or or inclusion of other cannabinoids in that. So it's a very confusing and messy time right now for both sides of the industry.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Matt, I'm going to switch gears over to you because, within the state of New Jersey, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we've got about 45 license holders in terms of hemp growers within the state, and it is declining over the years. We've got about 200 acres that are being grown on. So we're not trending in the right direction. But here we have someone that is actually in the field and doing his own thing. So tell me, how are you moving forward in this space? What are your plans to grow, and what does that look like as you go into 23?
So, well, first I'll explain how this year went. We had 4 registered properties. Obviously, I had plans on growing on all 4 of them, but life got the best of me. We were able to grow on one property. The one property had about 1,500 plants, and I had 5 different strains: Hawaiian Haze, Forbidden V, Pink Panther, CBG White, and Peach Goliath. Those are all CBD and CBD strains. So currently in harvesting stage right now. So moving on to your question, I'm going to be pivoting away, a little more away from the CBD and CBG strains, focusing on industrial and trying to understand the fiber and the grain strains. So we're trying to move into the industrial side of things.
I so appreciate that. If you couldn't read these slides, you would swear like, okay, I'm channeling you right now. I appreciate that, Matt, because there's a couple things I do want to talk about. CBD as relates to alcohol that Brett just mentioned a moment ago in terms of is there an opportunity for infusion? What will that look like? How do we move forward with it? There's been some things on the medical front that have been discovered in terms of the antioxidants within CBD and how it actually helps to impact the effects of liver damage. So there's more to come on this side, guys. I guess, I don't know if anybody's as excited as I am, but I think we're just on the leading edge in terms of finding out all of the medical research in terms of how the cannabis plant can help us, especially on the CBD side. So there's more to come with regard to that. I do want to talk, so, of course, Matt goes into the industrial side. So, of course, we all understand the climate change, right? Earlier this year in June, Pakistan got hit with wild floods, right? And devastation, deaths were amongst us significantly, and that was in June. And then what happened? Hurricane Ian came through, right, and hit Florida and the southeast in total. It came up all the way through Virginia and hit us just in October. So when we start to talk about some of the significance of these weather events that are less occurring over a significant period of time, and more like how significant they are in this moment in time. They said they hadn't seen an event like that in Florida since 1935. So people are like, well, I can remember a couple events. No, not since 1935. So it's been pretty significant out here. So when you talk about hemp, industrial hemp, Matt is absolutely right. There's a shift of everyone in terms of what they're growing right now, going from CBD, which we all know that CBD is dramatically reduced in price per pound. So people are looking at it from an avenue of revenue generation to maybe a shift toward industrial hemp where there's more opportunity. Black farmers that are in the space, how they've been impacted, how can they jump into this business as well, and what does that look like for them? And what does industrial hemp do for us? People talk about it in terms of soil amendments. You're looking at graphene. You're looking at filtration for water. There's so much that we're doing on that end, as well as developing hemp curriculum for various HBCUs that's going on currently today. So there's a lot that's actually happening. And of course, we go to the tried and true hempcrete. I think that's the starting point, but there's so much more that industrial hemp has to offer. So I'm excited to hear when Matt shares, what's going on the industrial hemp side, because we do have to reduce our carbon emissions, and everybody thinks that that's like a slogan these days, but really it's an immediate need. And then we got to look at the black farmers that are out there. We've gone from in 1920 to having 1 million black farmers to less than 50,000 today. That's significant. We need to take note of that. But there is available funding, and not just for black farmers, for everybody. In terms of, if you don't know, in the tax bill that got passed earlier this year, they snuck in $2 billion for climate sustainability resources. That can include hemp. So as you guys are thinking about what can happen, give thought to that because it's significant. They've got, and I'm going to throw it back to you in a second, Brett, because I want you to tee us up on the Delta 8 piece, because I think as we're talking broadly, we need to also talk about specifically how we're being impacted by some of the, I call it operating in between the lines of how we're moving forward in this industry. But you've got something called the Climate Smart Commodities Grant, which is a $1 billion grant that got launched early this year, and the SAS grant, or the Sustainabilities Grant. Both those grants can help you on the industrial hemp side. So if you're really looking to grow, like Matt is talking about here and shifting gears, that's another area that you can absolutely go into. But I'm going to shift gears back to you, Brett, because I do want to hear about this Delta 8. That's some, now it just feels like it becomes more of a sinister note every time it's being heard. So give us the details in terms of what it is and where we're going with it.
Yeah. Wow. So that's a very long-winded introduction to the question. So I think we have to actually start back to why farmers are shifting from floral hemp and cannabinoid farming to industrial. There was an overproduction of hemp in 2019. Mm-hmm. Farmers around the country flocked to the idea of a new crop, and rightfully so. Hemp presented a really great opportunity for farmers across the country, whether we're talking about black farmers or white farmers or tobacco farmers or whoever. Everybody wanted in on the idea that, hey, we're going to produce cannabis outdoors. And that's great. And that hopefully will come back at some point in the future. But what happened was that all of these farmers across the country produced more hemp than had been grown in the U.S. in 3 generations. That led to an oversupply of biomass to go into the production of cannabinoids. So the price of CBD went from, thousands of dollars a kilogram to, I think right now it's around $200 a kilogram. So a lot of companies, a lot of farmers, a lot of processors, a lot of, downstream product manufacturers, what have you, started to feel the effects of that. I mean, that happened to my former company. So all of this stuff is hitting the market. The quality of CBD is varies at best. You can get some very high quality CBD. You can get some product that has CBD on the label and it's not CBD. That led to processors and extractors looking for new ways to make money. So they created bathtub gin. Delta 8 is nothing more than bathtub gin. You make Delta 8 through a conversion of CBD and turn that into Delta 9 THC, remove a piece of the chemistry from that, and it turns into Delta 8. So Delta 8 doesn't actually exist in nature in large quantities. It does exist in the plant, but at very, very minuscule levels. So if you see products that are out there that are, Delta 8 flower or whatever, I guarantee you it's not Delta 8 flower. It's probably leftover hemp biomass that is sprayed with Delta 8 distillate, and that's not really something that you want to be smoking or consuming. That also, when I talk about Delta 8, I'm also talking about other cannabinoids that are being sold on the market as legal, like THCO, like THCP, like HHC. HHC is a totally synthetic compound. I'd never heard of HHC until maybe a year ago. Delta 11, again, all of these things can be derived from CBD. Now the question is, where is that CBD coming from? Because CBD, the CBD that was produced in 2019 has probably started to, is probably not in existence anymore because it got, either turned into CBD products or has been converted into other isomers. So there's a possibility that it's being imported from China, it's coming from the black market or the illicit market, and I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole because I don't know what's in it. If you run some of these, if you run any of these Delta 8 products or isomerized cannabinoid products through an HPLC and look at what comes out on the chromatograph, you're going to see peaks that were previously unknown in nature. So stuff that's being sold as quote unquote legal actually has stuff that science didn't know about until maybe last week. So that presents a really dangerous situation for the consumer. And, at the end of the day, we should be here to talk about consumer health and safety, which should be paramount to all, any discussion about cannabis. So yeah, that kind of got us here. And you'll find, especially through this discussion, that I'm probably one of the least bullish people on cannabis industry right now because of these issues. We had an oversupply of hemp. We're going to have an oversupply of marijuana, and that should scare everybody. And I don't mean to throw cold water on what should be a really positive event, but
please talk to us more about that, though. Let's hear. Mm-hmm.
So. My perspective is based on my experience in the hemp industry over the last 8 years, and you have a situation right now where multiple states are in competition with one another for their medical marijuana programs or their recreational marijuana programs. It has to be contained in state. You have to produce it in state. Hemp is able to be sold across state lines, but marijuana is not. So, look at Pennsylvania, for example. I asked a question at the end of, I think, 2 panels ago, what are we doing about the oversupply? Well, the oversupply is going to happen everywhere. And that should be of great concern to everybody in the room. What are we going to do with these products? Why do we have an oversupply? And what's going to happen when the rest of the world starts producing cannabis? You talked about going to Guyana.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are regions in the world, Guyana, Suriname, Morocco, Thailand, many places in East Africa that are producing cannabis right now at a fraction of the cost. And I mean, again, there's a wall of weed coming, people. Like they're able to reach levels of scale that we're not. It's cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cheaper. We have to do something here in terms of allowing for interstate commerce and taking the burden off of in the way that we're producing, the way that cannabis is being produced in states right now. Look at Canada, okay? Most of the Canadian companies, they're not making money. Publicly traded companies, not making money. They're spending significant resources on indoor cultivation in greenhouses, in warehouses, that many of them are being sold off for pennies on the dollar because there's no demand for it. It's much better to produce cannabis outdoors through hemp than it is to produce cannabis in greenhouses, but we can get to that later.
I love hearing that. I love hearing the outdoors versus the indoors. Because
The one really positive thing that I'll mention, because you brought up industrial uses, hemp is a really resilient building material, and it just got included in the International Code Council's most recent update for 2023. So you can use hemp in construction, and that's awesome. But there's not enough demand yet for hempcrete, and there's not enough farmers producing at a scale where it's viable. So we've got a lot of problems to solve.
And Brett, you bring up a great point, because Matt, as you're looking to go into 2023, what are you seeing as your biggest challenges? Because you're a farmer.
I have so many things I wanted to respond to before I went on to that.
Feel free, respond away.
Okay, so let me try to get to the responses, and then I'll come back to your question.
Perfect.
Before we move on. So I think the issue is, in Canada specifically, they legalized as a country, which allowed different types of things to go about federally,
yeah.
right?
Federally.
And so right now in America, we have states legalizing it. The states are going to be oversaturated. So it seems like the opportunity is, as soon as the state becomes legal, you get set up, you get situated, and then eventually, maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, federally it's going to become legal, and then that's when everything is going to go out of proportion. So what do you think about that?
I totally disagree. I think we're out of proportion already.
You think we're out of
Yeah.
Okay.
We're out of proportion already. I mean, there's oversupplies in several states. There is a situation where the illicit market is thriving. I think, I'm looking at my notes here, I think it's like $400 billion next year is what the projection is. $400 billion globally. So that means that whatever's in the regulated market right now is not meeting, there's not a demand for it. The demand is coming from where consumers are going to get a quality product, and clearly something's missing in the regulated market for them to, continue to go back to the illicit market.
So speaking on New Jersey specifically, we haven't gotten started yet, right? So we still have about a year to 2 years before it goes crazy. Would you agree with that?
I think it went crazy already. I mean, look at the Bloomberg article last month. There was an article in Bloomberg talking about buying cannabis in dispensaries here in New Jersey, and you have mold issues, you have contaminant issues. That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I'll jump in here.
Full stop.
But I'll jump in here, Brett, on that, because on the mold issues, interestingly enough, unfortunately, we do have some of the primary growers today having those mold issues because the demand is significant right now. And because that demand is significant, right, we're cutting corners, we're being a little bit more efficient with our processes, and unfortunately is costing us from a quality standpoint. So that is definitely something that's a challenge for us that the new license holders will help us to mitigate. To Matt's point, so in terms of saturation on the cultivation side, yeah, of course we're far from that. You know, we've got 70% of our municipalities who have opted out of cannabis, right? So right now we've got 30% in. We have a shortage on real estate. We have municipality overreach. And there's some issues within the state of New Jersey that we have to grapple with and resolve that are both in the cannabis market as well as in the hemp market as we're looking to develop a supply chain. And then how do we move forward with some confidence so that we can have more growers and something sustainable that we can move forward on?
Look, about a year and a half ago, there was a lot of discussion about interoperability between the hemp program and the cannabis program. Mm-hmm. And this is something that is happening across the country. There are a number of states that are trying to do it right. And I say trying to do it right because you have an issue of just there's not enough hemp farmers, or there's, processors are not interested. Mm-hmm. But being able to grow a crop as a farmer, as a hemp farmer, and sell that to a processor, whether that's a hemp processor or a marijuana processor, and use that as an ingredient. This is like a no-brainer. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me, and it should be reflected in our regulatory framework. It's not at the moment. I know the CRC is open to that, but the CRC also has a monumental job of just regulating cannabis as a whole. Yes. But if you're a hemp farmer in New Jersey or any state, really, you should be able to sell that crop to a marijuana processor, and they can use that in extracts or isolates, or I've even heard in Pennsylvania they're using it in some smokables. So it's not. There are still things that we can do to alleviate this, but we're Train left a while ago.
The train did leave the station a while ago. You're 100% correct. And, I applaud programs like Stockton in terms of what Stockton's doing. They've got the CRIS program right now that they are lifting up, which will really help us on the cannabis as well as the hemp side. But it is a grassroots program, to your point, Brett, that is not a statewide understanding of how we'll move forward with cannabis on both sides of the coin. So it is an issue because we've somewhat stalled on the hemp side, and then we are out of the box in a very, some might say big way, some might say chaotic way, but we're out. So, with that, we've got to understand how we're going to collaborate and come together to make certain we can lift both sides of the coin and have a sustainable business. That also helps to focus on the climate a little bit. I have to keep throwing that in. But as you hear from these two gentlemen here, you hear they're speaking in the same frame, but on in two different paths and seeing things from two different perspectives. And I think it's important for you guys to understand that, because as you look to jump into this business, you got to understand there's some challenges, there's some risk. You can be out of business tomorrow if you don't really understand how regulation is moving forward, how the industry is moving forward, the potential market, your business. Can you even get your business off the ground? So, these are some of the initiatives and thoughts that we want to bring to the table, just so you guys can take a step back and give thought to make sense of what makes sense for you. Matt,
can you repeat that question for me?
Again, so as we look at going into 23, no worries. What concerns you most? Because, your boots on the ground. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, as Brett's mentioned, I do realize that there is an oversaturation and a problem, but I had projected it out a couple years out. So my issue was realizing that there's already an oversaturation in the CBD side, the CBG side. So now I had to quickly switch, which I tried to do this year, but I had to focus on the operation. I had to switch into understanding industrial, understanding how to change my business structure into figuring out hempcrete and figuring out how we're going to implement this into construction basis. So my worry, I can't really say worry because it's a business problem we have to face, is to understand how to transition from the medicinal into the industrial side of things. That's really what I'm focusing on. So.
Excellent. Brett, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, look, going into the new year, as I've mentioned, I've got plenty of concerns, but I think it's time, and I mean it's overdue. We're overdue for a federal regulatory framework that takes all of cannabis into account. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about we already have existing pathways at the federal level to regulate most of this stuff. We have an industrial pathway. That's pathway number one that we need, an industrial pathway. Industrial for hemp fiber, hemp building materials, animal feed, etc. Pathway number two, consumer packaged goods. This is pretty simple. Cannabinoids or hemp, hemp protein and fiber and whatever in food, beverages, and dietary supplements. These pathways already exist. You have a number of producers that are getting, for the last couple of years now, have received GRAS certification, generally recognized as safe for CBD and hemp protein and hemp seed. So there's, this pathway exists. Third pathway, psychotropic. This is new. This is something that we don't have at the federal level, but we can easily replicate from many of the states that already are doing this. And then the fourth pathway is pharmaceutical. And again, this is something that already exists at the federal level. So really, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just creating we're creating something new for psychotropic cannabis. How realistic is this? I don't know. If you told me that, I'd still be talking about the fact that the FDA has not come out with any kind of regulation for CBD by 2022, almost 2023. I would have thought you were crazy back in 2018, but here we are almost 4 years later, and we're still having these conversations. And the people that are suffering the most are farmers and processors and folks that are trying to do the right thing and get into this industry and produce safe products, and they can't.
I appreciate that. Hear exactly what's being communicated, guys, because this is where we are right now.
Sorry, Faye, can I say one other thing?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And with regards to fiber and industrial materials for hemp, there is a knowledge gap that exists in the U.S. right now. There's a huge knowledge gap. There are, I'm aware of, companies that have received grants and received, funding from the federal government to study this stuff and learn how to do it right. I'm aware of maybe 3 or 4 companies that can actually process fiber, hemp fiber, and know how to do that at scale. If we're going to be competitive, we have to be able to scale this stuff. So,
Can I touch on something?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So just to respond to you, we have the United States Hemp Building Association. So I was just appointed as the regional leader for Region 9.
Oh, nice.
Which is New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. So I just recently got on the board, but they've been doing a great amount of the work, implementing hempcrete into code and things like that. So as far as New York standpoint, they have a hemp house that's been built. They have a processor that they're working with. So I'm trying to take that and explode it in Region 9 at least, and get Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and the rest of the states in my region on board, and figure out who's planting, who's cultivating, who's processing, and kind of get this up and publicize it, because it's really a gap, as you're mentioning.
I don't think it's a matter of getting folks on board, because across the industry, there's a lot of excitement about it. I think it's closing the gap between the enthusiasm and what's actually
Real
what's,
life.
what's real and what they're capable of. Because look, I mean, I know of thousands of pounds of fiber that are sitting in Kentucky that was produced in 2018 that still can't be processed.
I agree with you, Brett, wholeheartedly.
And if we're talking so much about, the promise of hemp, yes, there is a great deal of promise when it comes to hemp, but there's also, I mean, a lot of work has been done, and then we just kind of it just kind of stopped because the FDA didn't do their job. And had the FDA come out with regulations when they were supposed to in 2019, we could have seen a market for all of that CBD that was produced, and then there would be a need to grow more.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I would also like just to add to that, as you talk about CBD and from a growth standpoint, so let's break the supply chain down a little bit. You look at CBD from a growth standpoint, very expensive to grow. If you don't know, it is quite costly to grow, where industrial hemp is the reverse of that. But fast forward and look at processing, right? You've got on the cannabis side of the coin, processing very expensive, not much floor space required for it. But on the hemp side, very expensive processing, and some significant floor space required for it. So, it comes down to Brett's point and Matt's, as you're looking at the supply chain, we are still very light on supply chain because there's some high parameters from a cost standpoint, the capital that's required to get us to that next stage, right? So we do have some grants that are out there that will help facilitate some of that, more so on the growth side. But there's some opportunities on other sides, but it's still very grassroots in terms of who's pulled the trigger and spent the millions of dollars for the technology that they've put forward on the processing end, which gets you to the product development that you're looking for within the industry.
Faye, can I'd like to just clarify something that Faye's talking about when we're talking about processing. So in the context of floral hemp, and this is not in the context of industrial materials, but in the context of floral hemp, you have a bottleneck that exists from when the plant comes out of the field, when it's at 60% moisture content, to getting it to drying it. So you can't just take a hemp plant or any cannabis plant out of the field and smoke it or use it for extracts or whatever. You have to get it to a point where it's you have to dry it. So across the country, the traditional method of drying has been hang and dry. So you hang it in your barn and it dries. If you're going to scale it, it's not efficient at a certain level of scale. When I was at Gincana, we had the ability to take plants from the field and take it from 60% moisture content to less than 10% moisture content in under 3 minutes. We had a flash drying system. Nice. That was not the standard, and is still not the standard throughout the industry. So you have farmers across the country that produced hemp for CBD and use the hang and dry method. When you use the hang and dry method, if you're not careful, you're going to lose all the value from your plants because the trichomes will fall off and just end up on the floor and end up in the dustbin. So it's really important to understand that the way the supply chain looks when we're talking about from genetics and cultivation to end finished goods, the processing it's so important to be able to do that properly, because that also is what gets us into a situation where you have products that don't actually meet what's on the label. The extraction process is a very complex thing. Like I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to sit here and explain how CO2 extraction works, but it's complex, and you have to be able to maintain quality and maintain your quality control through that process.
And then
Yes.
Brett, let me just ask
Yeah,
you
yeah.
this. So, and then I'm going to come back to you, Matt, as well, because we are short on time, and I know that we're getting into it. We're going to get into the weeds. Did I say that? Okay. We're going to get into the weeds on a couple of things, but I want to just pull it back for a second because we only have a couple minutes left from being given the sign here. But I do want you guys to finish with a final point that you might want to make to close out today. And I'm going to start with you, Matt.
A final point.
Anything you want to leave us with?
Sure. Well, firstly, I would like to thank Stockton University, specifically Professor Rob, for giving me an opportunity,
Did you go here?
No, I didn't,
Okay.
actually. Yeah, giving me an opportunity, seeing a vision in my business and allowing me to work with the university. I have 3 interns in the what is that called? The audience out there. So I'm grateful to have them involved, and my cousin as well, in this hemp operation. And as I mentioned, I'm moving forward into a different direction in the industrial scene, and hopefully I can make this happen and get hempcrete into the communities. That's me.
Thank you. Brett?
Final thoughts. Well, of course, thank you, Stockton University, for inviting me to participate. Look, folks, there's a wall of weed coming, and there is a overproduction coming. It's not going to be pretty. We saw it happen in the hemp industry. We saw it happen in the hemp industry in 2019. The same thing is going to happen for marijuana. I can't be certain when or how, but it's coming. The rest of the world continues to run circles around what we're doing here in the U.S. If you look at places like Morocco, Thailand, Latin America, South America, they're going to do it bigger and cheaper than we can. And we have to be prepared for that. We also have to continue to push our federal government on the need for a regulatory framework that takes into account existing pathways and allows for interstate commerce and product development, and product development from industrial materials to consumer packaged goods to psychotropic products to pharmaceutical products. If we had that, there would be ample reason to produce cannabis everywhere in the country all the time. But until we're able to meet that demand, we're up against we've got some hurdles to overcome. I still am, I still think cannabis is an incredibly positive. Cannabis is great. I love cannabis. Been using cannabis for 20 years, and find it very helpful. But we still have to continue to explore the medical benefits, explore the science, and the most important thing that everybody in this room needs to remember is know where your product comes from. Know what's in it, know who makes it, and make sure that it's safe, because there's a lot of, excuse my language, there's a lot of crap out there, and people are getting sick, and we're seeing increased calls to poison control. We're seeing increased calls to we're continuing to see enforcement from federal regulators, but know where your products come from. Know that it's safe, and make sure that it comes from a safe producer. If you're unsure about something, take it to a lab. I'm pretty sure most labs would be happy to test test some weed. And remember, there's a reason why the black market's continuing to thrive. And I'll leave it at that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
One more thing.
Just one more thing. If anyone's interested in internships, as I mentioned, I have my hemp department and the pending cannabis department. So if you guys would like to see live hemp plants or any of the cultivation process, just find me and let me know, and we'll connect.
That is fantastic. Thank you guys so very much.
I am registered in 4 farms in New Jersey, so we can talk offline.
I would actually love
Yeah, and you guys can actually see their email addresses are over my shoulder right here, so feel free to reach out to any of them. Yeah, you guys didn't realize I put those up. But I did. So you guys can follow up with each of those. We thank you guys for the time today. One thing I did want to add is that, as you see programs like Stockton, I think Brett and Matt make an excellent point. Educate, educate, educate. Starts with that. So programs like Stockton, organizations like U.S. Hemp Association, the National Hemp Association, there's a number of organizations out there, NJ Cannabis Insider to get your news. Those things are going to help facilitate directionally how you move forward in this industry. And of course, there's the network, they're your peers that are out there that can also help you through this. And as we continue to build the supply chain, look out for the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, of which Brett and myself are both on the hemp policy committee. So, I appreciate your time. I appreciate my panelists' time today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys and hopefully learn a little bit more in terms of New Jersey business of hemp. Thank you.
I think there was a question from the audience.
Oh, was there a question? Do we have time for one question, Rob? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you can repeat it so everybody can hear it, otherwise I have to use the mic.
Okay, sure.
Was there a question from the audience? I thought I saw somebody raising their hands, but
Did I say a question?
it's really hard to see.
Maybe just a yawn? Okay, we got it. Thank you guys very much.
Cool.
Well, thank you for that panel. I appreciate it. Now we're going actually to look at resources that are available for people. I am very excited to say that the New Jersey Business Action Center, NJ BAC, is in the house. And so I'd like to invite them up. We're also going to hear from NJ Clean Energy. So the nice part is if you're looking at getting into the business and you need some education, you need some business help, you need resources, that's exactly what NJBAC does.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you all. I'm Melanie Willoughby, and I'm Executive Director of the New Jersey Business Action Center, who is in the house, and we do have an exhibit table here today. So for all of you who have not yet gone to our exhibit table, I welcome you to do that, to ask any questions, and to meet us all in person. So I'm the moderator, and I have a very minimal role because I'm just going to introduce these great speakers who are going to come up and who are going to do their presentation. So today we have the New Jersey Business Action Center Deputy Director Penny Wild, and she is going to be speaking. But first, we have Greg Reinert, who is with the New Jersey Clean Energy Program Outreach Account Manager, and he's going to talk about what is available in the clean energy for cannabis industries. So I want to invite Greg up to start pushing buttons.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hey, thank you for that. Yes, my name is Greg Reinert. I'm with the State of New Jersey's Clean Energy Program. And the Clean Energy Program offers energy efficiency incentives. We offer financial incentives for you to upgrade and use energy efficient equipment. So the Clean Energy Program is administered by the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. That's a state division. The president of the Board of Public Utilities sits on the governor's cabinet. The program is funded with what is called the Societal Benefits Charge. It's a charge that's on all of our utility bills. It's either, you'll see it on there as either SBC or Societal Benefits Charge. These programs are available to anybody who's paying into the SBC. There's some small areas in New Jersey that have municipal electric cooperatives. Vineland, New Jersey is one of them. If you're in Vineland, you cannot use this program. The program goals are education. That's what I'm doing here today. We're just talking about what these programs are. The idea is to change your behavior, ultimately to use energy efficient equipment and meet the governor's goal of 100% clean energy by 2050. The Clean Energy Program has this portfolio of programs. We're mainly going to talk about the commercial industrial programs, and I'm going to touch on the distributive energy resources. So we're going to jump right into the commercial industrial programs. Before I get into this, I was here for the prior session, and when I talked to a lot of people, they asked me about the energy use for their indoor grow facilities. Dispensaries are pretty much like a retail operation. The energy demands are kind of the same as just any other liquor store, grocery store stuff. In indoor grow facilities, energy demands are tremendous. One of the things I ask anybody who calls me about these incentives is, have you talked to your electric company where you plan to locate to see if they can deliver the power you're going to need? Don't be shocked if they say no. It's a lot of power. Their substation could be at capacity, their circuits can be at capacity. The investment that you may have to make to get that power to you can be tremendous also. We're going to talk about the distributive energy resources because that might be an option if you find yourself in that position. But as far as the energy efficiency programs go, there are these 3 basic programs that you could take advantage of. The first one is a whole building approach. It's a comprehensive approach. It requires that you have at least 50,000 square feet of conditioned space. If you're a grow operation, that would include your grow rooms, your flower rooms, but also your administrative offices, your storage, your bathrooms, kitchens, anything else like that. The second one is, the middle one is a multi-measure program that also requires 50,000 square feet. And it is pretty much just the same as the single measure program, except you get to put all your applications into one application rather than separate ones. So these programs are available for new construction and gut rehab projects only. So what is a gut rehab or substantial renovation? It has to meet one of these 3 definitions. I can tell you right now, if you are an indoor grow facility that's going into the warehouse, you meet the very first one. Change of use. It's no longer a warehouse, it's a grow facility. And you're doing reconstruction in the building. You're changing out the energy systems, the HVAC systems, the lighting systems, and that, you're going to qualify. The other 2 probably also meet them also, but if you're the first one, you're good. Dispensary might be a little bit more tricky. Give me a call, we can talk about it. I show this slide because this is going to show you how the programs kind of work, what programs you're going to go into. On the left, you have the single measure program. That's a rebate program. You buy the equipment, you put it in, you get a check in the mail. The other one's that whole building program I was talking about that takes 50,000 square feet or more to qualify for. I'm going to talk about the single measure program real quick for this slide. The purpose of this is to show you that single measure program has what we call prescriptive measures. That would be an LED light that you screw in that is going to save you energy. But we know how much energy that light bulb in particular is going to cover. In the cannabis industry, HVAC units aren't just same old HVAC units. They have to deal with dehumidification. The other items of ventilation, controls, and all of those are pretty much not a prescriptive measure where they're implemented and they have the same energy savings no matter how they're implemented. So they will apply to the custom program, which we'll get into those programs in a second. That single measure program I was just talking about is the Smart Start Buildings program. There is no size to qualify. It doesn't matter how big your building is. It doesn't matter how much your energy demand is. It can be giant, it can be small, you're good. It's about installing high energy efficient equipment and getting rebates for that. As you can see here, the incentive caps are $500,000 per electric account and per gas account. So basically you have electric meter, it's $500,000 worth of incentives annually. Next year, you have another $500,000 you can take advantage of. This is not an indoor cannabis facility, but we don't really have any of those yet that we can talk about as success stories. This is an indoor grow facility. You can see it's also a greenhouse situation, but they installed LED lighting. You can see the project cost here was about $128,000, and the incentive from the Clean Energy Program was about $35,000. These incentive levels, these are a couple years old. They're not accurate. but I just wanted to make a point here by showing you this. Look at the annual energy savings of $44,000. When you combine the incentive and the annual savings, that's when you're going to see a 2.2-year payback period here. But that $44,000 of savings, you're going to see every year after this for the next 15, 20 years until you replace the LED lights. So this is something where we also heard in the earlier session about the walls coming and stuff. If you build energy efficient to start, you're going to be able to survive down the road when there's a lot more competition because your overhead's going to be a lot less. Right here, we're talking $44,000 in electric costs. Then there's the custom tailor program. This is just like the one I just talked about. The incentives are the same equipment, everything's the same. The only difference here is you get to put all of your applications into one application and you come up with an energy savings plan, and we will give you an incentive up to $10,000 for the soft cost of developing that energy savings plan. That's the only difference. And pay for performance, again, over 50,000 square feet of space. We require savings at least 5% over the current ASHRAE code. And with this program, you have to use a pre-approved partner. What is a pre-approved partner? Contractor, architect, builder. The problem with that is we really don't have any that are in the cannabis space right now. So if you have a contractor, architect, builder that you're working with, and you're going to have over 50,000 square feet, we want to talk to them. We want to get them in. We want to get them approved so that you can use this program. You can see this program, the incentive cap is 50% of the project cost, up to $2 million per project, $4 million per entity per year. It's a lot of money. This is the paper performance is for people, as I said, over 50,000, but want to really get as energy efficient as possible and don't care about a quick check. This program is going to take anywhere from 2 to 3 years to get that final incentive. And that is because of that 1 year you see on the end out there. That's measurement and verification that your building is operating as your energy reduction plan said it would. So basically, you enroll in the program with an application, you submit your energy reduction plan. There is that $10,000 incentive for technical assistance. That's what it says, incentive number 1. Then you install the measures. You file with us that you install them all. They're operating as there is. The first set of check is cut. It's up to 25% of the project cost. We're talking project cost. We're not talking building the building. We're talking about the HVAC units, the lighting, the energy using systems. And then after a year of measurement and verification, we get you the final incentive check. Yep. There we go. Combined heat and power. We talked about what if where you plan to locate, you've already got your township approval. You already kind of have a location you're thinking about probably. What if you can't get power to that? Or what if you want to be as energy efficient as possible and lower your energy costs years down the road so you can remain competitive? Combined heat and power units allow customers to generate their own electricity off of natural gas, biofuels, and some other means. And you utilize the waste heat. As you can see here, the size to qualify is that you have to run 5,000 full load equivalent hours per year. This is not backup generation. You are generating your own electricity for 24/7 use, 365. You're your own power company. The incentive rates for combined heat and power max out at $3 million. I can tell you we have a slide we'll show you in a second right here where I can talk about cost and an example. Jersey Shore University Medical Center installed a CHP project, and I believe this was after Superstorm Sandy. They did it for resiliency purposes. Grid's down, they're up and running. It's a critical facility. They need to be running when the grid's down. Your grow facilities probably need to be running when the grid is down. During Superstorm Sandy, I'm in South Jersey. I was out for 12 days, just to give you an idea of how long that can be. This project cost $3.9 million. Based on the incentive of $1 million, it's not the biggest CHP unit, but it's enough to run a hospital. If you're running a 150,000 square foot grow house, you probably have a much bigger CHP unit than they do. The incentive is $1 million, but look at the estimated energy savings there. Almost $2.9 million every single year after they installed this. That's a tremendous amount of savings on energy. Give this project a 1-year payback period, and the big thing is they're going to run no matter what they have power or not. So if you have issues getting the power you need from the utility company, this is a program you can call me about and we can talk about getting you into. Here's more information for me, and thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it.
Action Center, and she has been our cannabis expert. She has dug into this industry since April, and she has become the cannabis expert for the New Jersey Business Action Center, and she's going to give you a little overview of the back and what we're doing in cannabis. So take it away, Penny.
Good afternoon, everybody. People are awake? Okay, this is good. This is all good. So thanks to the BPU for everything that you do. I think that you've been a surprise treasure that people have learned about, and they go, oh my gosh, the BPU can actually help me out with my facility. So thank you very much to the BPU. It's good. Rob, thank you so much for having us. So we are going to be a little bit different because we are one of the best kept secrets in state government. And most people don't know that we are here to help businesses in general. So some of you may have friends, family that run businesses, and so we're going to give you just a little bit of an overview of what we do and then how we're going to be able to help the cannabis industry. So basically, we've been around for 30 plus years in some way, shape, or form, helping businesses of all sizes to connect with the resources that they need in and out of state government so that they can grow and thrive. We have 3 offices for business advocacy. Office of Business Advocacy, we help with real estate searches, site searches, help people find the right location, navigate permitting and energy efficiency, grant incentives, and workforce development programs and financing. The Office of Small Business Advocacy is from startups to Main Street, just like it says here. We help answer questions all day long. We have a 1-800 number, 1-800-JERSEY-7. That is open weekdays from 8 to 5, and we take all sorts of questions. Everything from, I'm thinking of starting a business, I've never done one, how do I do it, to, I need to hire my first person, or, what is family leave? All those different kinds of questions we help with. And then the Office of Export Promotion is for companies that may have only had a passing thought about exporting what they do. And so what we can do is actually help and provide grants of up to $15,000 per company to help them learn how to do things like create a plan, get ready for a trade show, attend a trade show. And we just announced something, a new program to help disadvantaged food and beverage manufacturers in New Jersey to be able to export. So lots of good things, and you can call us at any time. So we connect you with the technical assistance. We can help you identify capital and loans out there. We work with the Economic Development Authority, with the Small Business Administration, and with community development financial institutions as well. Some of those are not available to cannabis applicants because if there is federal money involved, then that pool of money and some of those services that are funded by the federal government are not going to be available to cannabis businesses. That's why we're here for New Jersey. We also help with understanding what are some of these state mandated benefits? What is earned sick leave? How do I implement that? And then we help with licensing and certification, and again, how to expand your business. So basically, these are some of the agencies that we help connect you with. We will answer your question. We will attempt to solve your problem. Sometimes there's something going on with a different state agency. It may just be, I don't know that number. I don't know the person to speak with. How can you help? And we'll connect you with that. So the Office of State Planning Advocacy is also with us, and they are the organization that really helps municipalities manage their growth. And we just came out with something called Warehouse Guidance, which is helping municipalities know how to grow in their community. So they coordinate the statewide planning, protecting the environment, and future growth. And we'll be happy to send these slides to anybody that you want. We'll have our emails up at the end. Fun piece of business that we get to have is the Motion Picture and Television Commission. It is here in New Jersey. You may have read that there are all sorts of great productions coming. How many of you are Marvel Universe fans? Hello. We've had quite a few movies that have been created here, and production just keeps building and growing. So the Motion Picture and Television Commission helps with financial incentives, tax incentives, procurement, and all sorts of great information, including finding great scenes and backdrops around the state, which we're lucky we have so many of them. Business.nj.gov is a website that all of you can go to. It is a state-friendly website, has all sorts of really great resources on there, and a search bar and a chat feature, and that chat feature comes right through to the Business Action Center. And again, we are there to answer questions, help guide you through the process of whatever it is that you're looking for. You can also sign up to find out what's happening in the state on a day-to-day basis. At business.nj.gov, there's a great newsletter, and we do that in partnership with the Office of Innovation and EDA and Governor's Office with the Business Action Center. We have different publications that you'll see on our website that describe a little bit more of what we do, as well as a business checklist. So if you're thinking, what the heck, where do I even start? This is where you can start. Lots of different frequently asked questions on how to build everything from a business plan, how to start different professions, different shops that you may be interested in. So when it comes to cannabis applicants, what we've been saying is that, you know, we can help you all day, every day, the way that we do with any business on how to get into business. So when you're looking for a business name, you want to make sure that it's available. Again, we can send you these slides, and all of them are clickable links, so you can find out whether the name that you want is actually available. Your EIN number, something else that you can get from irs.gov. Creating that legal entity, that business registration, you're going to need that when you open up the application. And then registering as a certified woman, minority, veteran disabled owned business, or LGBTQ business. We can help you get through that certification process. I was talking to someone the other day, and she started doing the application, and she got to the certification part, and she said, maybe I ought to go and do that before I continue with the application. I said, that would be great, because it's going to take you through a lot of questions that you're going to need to answer. So again, some of the things that we can help you with is just sometimes thinking through some of this stuff, right? Like, what is your why? Why do you want to get into this? I was just talking with somebody who has natural rolling papers, and he was just talking about how important it is to not have chemicals and to come up with, I mean, rolling papers have been around for a really long time, and this person reinvented how they're manufactured so that they're safer, so that they're cleaner. You could just sense the passion. And I think Melanie and I have been in so many meetings over the last several months that we've just found that that person that has that vision, that has that spark, and it's so clear that when they come to you for funding, you go to somebody else for funding, and you feel that. And when you've got that business plan and that passion and you know what you want to do, it's going to really help you in so many different ways. Think about the licensing type. Which space do you want to be in? Do you want to be growing? Do you want to be selling? Do you want to have a retail shop? If you do want a retail shop, do you have retail experience? Are you bringing people on your team that are going to know retail? A conditional or an annual license, which one do you want to pursue? Which path do you want to go down? And we can help you think about all that, and especially the whole municipality question. How many people are like navigating municipalities right now? Right? And it takes time. You think that it's going to be, you know, quick, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, this has to be introduced, this has to be voted on, this has to be discussed, and all of a sudden you're 5 months down the line in a timeline. So we can help you think about that and navigate that ahead of time. There is a great pre-application checklist on the CRC site that talks about preparing for submitting your application. And it goes through a lot of other things to just think about in advance, because when you open up the portal for your application, you're faced with all of these questions and all of these decisions. So thinking about them ahead of time is going to be really helpful. The license types, again, these are all things that you can find on the NJCRC website. Again, thinking about what you want to do, and also finding out for yourself whether you qualify as a social equity business. Are you in an impact zone? And all of those questions you need to think about ahead of time. So we can help you with the business plan, and we're going to be coming out with a curriculum that's going to have business plan development, not only for creating a regular business plan, but then what is that 20-page business plan that you have to submit with your application? What does that look like? And then how do you adapt that to a pitch deck, and how do you really present yourself and get out there? Opening a business bank account. Many of you know, if you've been down this road, that it's already a challenge, and there are some banks that are coming online. Again, if they are a federally backed institution, they're not going to talk with you, and you need to be careful about, you know, what you're naming your business and where you're opening your bank account, because there are different things that are happening to people that all of a sudden their accounts are closed and they're not sure why. And again, just determine what kind of business you want to qualify for and the requirements. So these are just some of the things. And then here are our numbers that you can reach us. So we are really excited because we just were designated by the Cannabis Regulatory Control Commission last week to provide technical training and assistance to cannabis businesses, people that are applying for cannabis licenses in New Jersey. It's under development, and the biggest thing that I can share with you right now is that we are making sure that our instructors and mentors are all from people who are working in or have served or are educating in some way the cannabis community. What we found so far is that this is an incredibly welcoming, warm, connected community. And so our goal is to build on that and work with the people who are boots on the ground and have the experience. So it's not just coming from, you know, an ivory tower or experience from something that has been borrowed to move it forward. So anybody who's interested or watching this or listening right now, there's a place called njstart.gov, and if you are interested in possibly providing your expertise as a teacher, as a mentor, we need you to be registered in that portal. So it's njstart.gov, and you can go in there, and then when we start to have opportunities, we'll be able to know that when we talk with you, we'll be able to actually pay you if there's an opportunity to do that. So that is where we are headed with our technical training, and I thank you for your time.
Okay. Do we have time for any questions? Yes. We do.
Yes, we do have a couple minutes for questions, and so I have a mic here, so if anybody would like to ask questions,
okay,
let's go ahead and start. And if nobody does, the one thing I would like to find out is what are the 3 things that you're most asked about? What are the three top services?
Money, money, and money. Basically, many of the people who are applying for licenses, and Penny can also address this, is they're very concerned about where they're going to find their investors and how they're going to afford to be able to open a dispensary. And that is like the #1 issue. And then comes municipal approval, because the municipalities are still living in the dark ages in many cases when it comes to their willingness to open up and have cannabis in their towns. And so we're hopeful that more towns are going to be coming on board, but I think it's going to only be after a period of time where people are starting to feel more comfortable. And the third, money. Back to money.
I think we're back to
I think
money.
we're back to money. Yeah, exactly. But it's also complication, is making sure that you're finding the right consultants who are not going to take advantage and who are experts and who are not exorbitantly expensive. And that's really where the Business Action Center is going to be of service, because of the fact that we are going to be able to provide a lot of those services without you needing to spend money on consultants. Not that we don't love consultants, we do, but we're going to be asking the consultants to be part of our training, and that is free because it is coming from the sales tax revenue on cannabis that is going to go to the Business Action Center to provide the training for free for the social equity, the legacy, the impact zone, women, minority, LGBTQ plus, and veterans businesses.
And
micro, right. So that's who we're going to be able to help, and it saves you a lot of money. So those are the three things. Any other questions? God, I can't see.
It is bright.
I know.
Good. Hey, my name's Emmett Vandergrift, and I am actually a social equity conditional license awardee who happens to reside in an economic impact area, who also pledged his business to be in an economic impact area.
Wow.
And my first question would be, can I get a refund for all the time that I spent trying to figure it out myself for the last 3 years? Which is more of just a joke, but
Oh, you're
more directly
funny.
towards Greg, I believe. So with the incentives of the renewables, the big question is, like, for instance, right now in the state of California, there's basically mandated everybody to have LEDs, to conform to LEDs in the next year or so. And with the advancement of technology in the next coming years, do you foresee an issue with perhaps the rebate maybe going away over time? For instance, if we were to design our whole facility with the idea of energy efficiency, and that just becomes rather an option, something that's mandated, will we still be rewarded for it down the road? Or is that something, because for instance, you look at the time period of a 2.1 year payback, and we look to say, okay, in 5 years, we're still gonna be getting this savings. But would that be, maybe mitigated if there were to be mandates put in place, such like California has done?
Well, yeah, I mean, the clean energy program's incentives are to take you above code. We don't give incentives for you to do what you have to do already by code. And so, yeah, if the state were to adopt new codes that raise the energy efficiency level of lighting and addressed, for instance, if there was a code that said indoor cannabis facilities have to use a certain LED grow light, yeah, we're probably not offering an incentive on that anymore. But there'll be a new technology. There'll be something else that's even more energy efficient that we will be incentivizing, because, new technologies are coming out all the time. It wasn't that long ago that, and quite frankly, I actually did just recently talk to someone who was going to use one of the utility programs for the lighting incentives. And I didn't ask enough questions before I responded. And I said, well, listen, the utility programs are a one-for-one replacement. So to get the LED grow light incentive from the utility company, you would have to be replacing an old HID grow light, not the fluorescent tubes in a warehouse. Because almost everybody I'm talking about is converting old fluorescent tube lighting to indoor grow lights in a warehouse or a similar building. Well, lo and behold, this happened to be a 10-year-old indoor grow facility that is upgrading the old HID sodium lights to LED grow lights. They can go use the utility program. It's the same incentive. It doesn't make a difference.
for new construction gut rehab, you have to come to the clean energy program because those utility programs are only 1-for-1 replacement. You got 12 lights in, you could only put 12 lights. You could put 100 in. You're going to get incentives for 12. So it really depends on what New Jersey does with code, with the building codes. If they're increased, yeah, in the past that's always addressed, or the clean energy program has had to address those other code upgrades to where we are ASHRAE now. If it happens in the future, yeah, we'll have to address. But for now, they're safe. There's nothing happening, as far as I'm aware of, that they're going to be adopting new codes in the next 6 months that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and I asked that just specifically, taking into consideration market compression over the next couple of years when the market does become saturated. We don't want to be counting our chickens before they hatch in terms of a business plan. If we're going to say, hey, we can count on this amount of savings coming in from rebates for the next 5 years, and then, legislation's put in where it's mandated, and now that rebate
You're not getting rebates for the next 5 years, though. You're getting it at one time. You build, you get your rebate. We're not coming back to you in 5 years when they change the codes and say, oh, we changed the codes, now you got to pay it back. No. So as long as you apply when the codes are in effect that our incentives will support, you're good. You'll get the rebate check. Quite frankly, I didn't get into a lot of details because you only have so much time. Just to give you an idea, if you purchase in that single measure Smart Start program, you purchase LED grow lights and install them, you have up to 12 months from the date of purchase. On the purchase invoice, you have 12 months to apply and get the rebate. We have seen in the past where codes might change on one little item, or DLC listings also change, because lights have to be DLC listed. We will honor what was in place on DLC, even if they change it, if that's when you bought it. So let's say DLC just changed, delisted the lights you purchased 3 months ago, but you have 12 months to apply, so you apply in 6 months. We look, they're delisted, but you purchased them when they were listed, you're still good. We're not going to penalize you for that.
Okay. The second part, you mentioned about the contractors and having none currently on file. So within the application portion, you're required to fill out a project labor agreement as well as a trades agreement with the trade unions, where you can get bonus points, so to speak. Have you thought about engaging the trade unions in terms of the contractors available through them to get them formalized and approved? Because that's where we've seen that we've got to negotiate with these unions to some extent on our construction throughout the project. So I would think that's probably the best place to start in terms of search of contractors.
Yeah. I've been in conversations with the unions that represent, those in the cannabis industry. We're also working with the CRC to get the information out to all the licensees.
Yeah, I was speaking specifically to construction trade unions in all capacities, like to begin to get those pre-approved. If candidates already have to sign these agreements, wouldn't that be like the next best step to try to get all of those approved?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So if candidates are required to sign project labor agreements to work with trade unions to build out these facilities, that was the idea of the state, is that candidates weren't going to go find, a half dozen subcontractors, and this project was going to go on for 18 months, that we'd be able to have access to the unions, pull, trade workers from the union halls. Wouldn't those contracting companies be a first good wave of contractors to get approved within this standard?
Yeah, and I mean, to be an approved program trade ally, all the contractor has to do is submit an online application. This is not a difficult process. We will then look at it and make sure that, that company has done, decent-sized projects, what they're talking about that they can do. Quite frankly, we actually, we list all the trade allies on the website for the Clean Energy Program. And I had a lighting company, manufacturer and installer, that was interested in becoming a trade ally. And probably the biggest page of trade allies is lighting, but it's all lighting. It's not a cannabis sector. And they were concerned that they were going to get lost in about 150 lighting contractors, which they would have, because there's really no way to tell who's who just by looking at the listing. So I had the webmaster create an indoor horticultural category, and they are, as at my last check last week, they were our only trade ally at this point. But I've been talking to others. So if you're building, supplying equipment or anything like that, this industry, I would ask you to reach out to me. I'll send you a link where you can register and get yourself listed as a trade ally on the Clean Energy Program website. So these guys, these businesses can find your business.
Well, thank you very much. And with that, we are wrapping up the NJBAC portion of the program. But remember, you can certainly talk to them in the vendor room if you would like. And I'd like to now invite the students and employers for the panel. Okay, so I have to admit that this might be one of my favorite panels that we have run since the time we've started this event. And this is where we actually connect employers along with Stockton students, some of whom are actually still in school, and a few who have graduated and moved on and are even hiring other people. And I am delighted to be able to introduce our employer and student panel. We're going to jump right into it. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with, we'll start with Cole, and then we'll move over to Robin. I'd like you to briefly introduce yourself, and then tell us, what did you do to stand out to employers?
Hi, I'm Cole Luterick. I'm a senior here at Stockton University, and I'm a sales rep for Advanced Nutrients. One of the things that I did to stand out to employers was go to events like this constantly, bringing resumes, talking to everyone that I could, and not just talking about my cannabis minor, but talking about my major and how my minor was going to benefit that and what I was going to be doing in the cannabis space.
Hi guys, I'm Robin. I graduated in 2019 in December. Basically what I've been doing is I just kept working throughout the pandemic. Cannabis was deemed essential, so I moved out to Michigan and started out in a grow facility. Was also a bud tender out there, and then once Jersey legalized, moved back down to over here, started working at one of the largest grow facilities in New Jersey, and then from then have just been nonstop networking. Just like as Cole says, events like these have been a really big standpoint in my life, and networking when you can't even think networking is possible is really important.
Very good. So Marianne, will you briefly introduce yourself and then tell us, as an HR manager, what do you say to potential candidates who come to you and say, well, I have a lot of experience in, let's say, extraction, edibles, cultivation, but no formal experience working at a cannabis company. How can this help me get a job?
Oh, okay. I'd love to answer that. It's quite bright up here, just so you know. This does happen. It's actually not an unusual thing. People come and they might have a home grow or help someone else with their home grow. They might have done, made THC at home. It's quite different working for Green Thumb. We have over 20,000 plants, a dozen grow rooms. We have a full-on lab. We have, lots of things going on. It's really quite different. So what are the real transferable skills, right? So from what you do at home to what you might do at work. The real transferable skills are from within, right? So it's what you may have studied in school, or certificates you may have achieved outside of school, or just who you are, right? So we're looking for people who are adaptable, eager to learn, eager to find a mentor. It's fascinating to me how many of our cultivators know as much as they do about cultivation, right? They're like walking SMEs. That's really what we look for. One time we were really super excited because we had someone, a cultivator, those are the people who tend to the plants, and we had someone apply for the job who was formerly a hairdresser. And we thought, this is gonna be great because, defoliation, right? Knows how to work with scissors, can work with his hands, can be really fast. We thought that was, because it's really hard to find people with transferable skills from the same industry because this industry is new on the legal market. People on the illicit market aren't applying for jobs at Green Thumb. They're staying in the illicit market. In the legal market, it's really hard. It's not like making chocolates. Like if we make M&Ms and we work for Mars, well, I used to work for Nestle, and prior to that, I worked for Bachman, another chocolate factory. It's really, we don't have that yet. We're not there yet. So hopefully someday we will be.
Very good. So Val was actually in my very first class that I taught here at Stockton. And she has a pretty remarkable story, so I'd actually like her to introduce herself, and then she can answer the question, what do you look for when you review resumes and interview candidates, which she is now doing.
Well, hi everyone. My name is Valentina Fierro. I am a somewhat recent graduate from Stockton. I graduated in 2021. I studied environmental science and cannabis studies here, and that kick-started my career in many ways. I do work as a cultivation lead for Air Wellness now, training new cultivators there, which is extremely rewarding, and I work as an adjunct professor of cannabis cultivation for Stockton now, also extremely rewarding. I will say events like this and participation in these networking events has definitely led me to where I am. So when it comes to bringing in new cultivators for Air, I do look over resumes. I've done a few interviews myself just to get in the swing of it, but I am more so on the other end of when we bring those new people in, they've already been hired, and then I'll kind of show them the way from there. When it comes down to looking at resumes though, and what we're actually looking for, I mean, like you just explained, it's hard to find, we're not really seeing people that have direct experience with working with cannabis, which is absolutely fine. Anybody who has the drive or passion, wants to do it, can cultivate. We're looking mainly for people who are gonna be okay with and willing to work in conditions that are suitable for the plants, not necessarily for us. It's indoor farm labor. It's hot, you're gonna get sweaty, you're in humid environments. We do work in a very large 75,000 square foot facility, triple tiered flower rooms. And so you also have to be okay with working with heights, operating machinery like scissor lifts to get you to those heights. So these are a lot of the questions that we'll ask when interviewing someone. And as long as you're okay with those things, willing to be on your feet for 8+ hours and putting in that farm labor, you could be a really good fit to be a cultivator. Anybody could learn how to defoliate or prune a plant. Those things come with doing and with seeing it and the repetitive action behind it. It's more so about that environment. And I'm definitely looking for people who express passion in the plant, whether they're patients themselves or have family members or friends who are, and really just see the value in what we're doing. Those are some of the most important things.
Excellent. So as you can tell, I mean, how gratifying is it that your students go out there and they start to make their mark in the business? Really love to see it. So Marianne, I have another question for you, and that is, I would say the majority of the students that I work with, they're just interested in getting into the cannabis industry kind of on the ground floor and then move up from there. How do they even get into the business? What would you say to them?
Well, sort of just like any other job, you can go on Indeed. You apply for the job, right? A lot of our entry-level jobs are at the technician level. So this is a cultivation technician, which you're very familiar with, right? Harvest technician, production technician, order fulfillment. Those are the super entry-level jobs. And you apply for that job just like you would any other job. Like we were talking about before, transferable skills. It's a real gray area. How do you move up from there? Just like any other big business, right? Come to work, be on time, know the rules, find your mentor. Be friends with your supervisor or your manager. Learn as much as you can. Learn from the people that you know there are really knowledgeable. Don't be a gossip. Don't be a cartman. Nobody likes a cartman. It's the same as just pretty much any other industry. You bring all that good, great effort, energy, a solid work ethic, and you will be recognized and you will move up. As far as the second tier, so those are entry-level jobs, the second tier and the third tier jobs, just like any other industry, we have quality managers, supply chain planners, controllers, general managers, ops managers, supervisors of all kinds, and people like me, an HR manager. My transferable skill was I came from pharmaceuticals and jumped right into cannabis. Very, very transferable. And those same values, those that I was talking about before, that apply at the technician level also apply to people as they move up, right? As they gain more knowledge and skills and experience, the same values are required at every single level. At Green Thumb, we have certain behaviors that we look for and certain and values that we actually, that's what we're looking for when we interview people. We're more interested in who they are rather than what they know, right? So we're more interested in, are they hardworking? Do they have integrity? Things like that. Are they a good team player? And those are the things that matter the most. And those are the things that get you ahead, not just in Green Thumb, but everywhere.
And a very quick follow-up, how long does it take somebody who starts and they are a good, diligent worker for them to get an opportunity for that next step up?
At my company? Well,
Yes.
we've only really been in Patterson for less than 2 years. During that time, we've had a number of people get promoted from technician to lead. We've had people who are specialists who are now managers. So that's actually quite a short period of time. So we would need more data and a more longitudinal view to see, like, to see what's statistically significant. But I think that in the less than 2 short years that we've been there, that we saw promotions already, promoting from within was, worked out pretty well.
Yeah,
we also have people, our cultivation people, so we've had a couple assistant head growers who were trained at another cultivation site in Connecticut who were brought over. So that's like within Green Thumb, we've transferred people. And our lab supervisor came from another location in Massachusetts because we're nationwide. So we also have the ability to do that as well.
Very good. So question first for Robin and then for Cole. So both of you minored or are minoring in cannabis studies here at Stockton University. And now that you both have real-world job experience, how much of your cannabis education did you use, and what do you wish we had taught you?
Yeah, I got to use a lot, especially my independent study for Stockton was working on the 1 acre farm. So I was able to get hops plants and the hop towers onto there and be able to actually see what it is like to be a farmer and AKA a cultivator into these industries. With that, I basically was able to learn a lot more of like the plant care and then macro and micronutrients and what a plant actually would be needing. But with the side of what I wish I did learn, I had to deep dive myself into the actual science of a lot of things. Stockton really has a great business side, but when coming in from the science side, I really wanted to know more of the pharmaceuticals particles and more of like with the testing labs being under continuous pressure right now for accurate results. I wouldn't have mind to be able to actually have a plant be extracted onto campus. But with that, I would love to be able to see an indoor grow at Stockton at one point, now that we have a hemp plant onto campus, and potentially maybe a THC plant as well.
I'm still in the cannabis minor here at Stockton. I have used a lot of what I've learned in my job in terms of the history of cannabis, the laws here in New Jersey, the current regulations. We are always talking about what's going on in the news in the cannabis classes here and staying up to date. We even cover a lot about growing the plant, the different nutrients it needs, its NPK for different stages, lighting. The one area where I feel we could improve is we teach people how to grow the plant, and they could grow 1 tent, they could grow in a tent well, but getting to the commercial scale from that tent, we don't necessarily have that knowledge, and we're not learning that in the classes, and that would be something very beneficial to the students.
Interesting. And so Val and then Marianne, what kind of jobs does your company have open right now? And tell us, and Val, you actually haven't really talked much about your company, so if you would tell us a little bit, and then what jobs are open.
Yeah, I mean, Air Wellness, the cultivation facility in Lakewood, that 75,000 square foot facility that I was mentioning, it is brand new, still up and running, just beginning to really get there with up and running. We've only had less than 10 harvests that we've completed now. With that being said, there are plenty of job opportunities with this company. I'd say Air Wellness is doing really well right now with the way that, you know, they're supporting their employees. One of the highest, best paying wages out of the MSOs in New Jersey right now. A lot of opportunity for growth that they've just implemented. So actually when you become, let's say, a cannabis cultivation technician, you start off as a Tech 1, and within 6 months you have the opportunity, anybody can, to become a Tech 2 and then eventually a Tech 3. Within a year you can potentially become a lead. So there's tons of opportunity for growth, even if you don't find yourself ready, let's say, to manage a department or lead a group of people. But you do have a desire to advance, there's always those spaces as a Cult Tech 2 or 3 where you kind of just have a little bit more autonomy. We acknowledge that you've become really sufficient all throughout the grow. And so we give you a little bit more money for that, a little more space to kind of make some decisions on your own. And so I think that's something really valuable that Air Wellness is doing. Besides cultivation technician openings, there's definitely openings for post-harvest processing on the trimming end of things, or packaging, even in the lab as an extraction technician. I know they're looking for people there for our cranberry lab that we also just opened up for Air. In regards to dispensary techs, I know those jobs are always available. We're operating specifically out of the Garden State Dispensary locations. So in Woodbridge, Eatontown, and Union, there's always opportunities there for jobs, but within the Lakewood facility specifically, we're definitely looking for more cultivators, as it is such a large space. We're just getting it all started up. We could use all the help that we could get to really meet those quality standards right now. We're actually trying to pull back on the number of plants that we were producing, because Air really wants to start operating from less of the quantity standpoint and now focusing more on quality, which is something I really admire and has been really important to me from the beginning as well.
And Marianne, the question was to you as well. That's what kind of jobs do you have open right now?
Well, don't fact check me on this, because they are in the process of either just having been posted or being posted. So I can, right now we have 4 production technician jobs open, 1 lab technician job, 1 harvest. We're looking for a controller. Any controllers in the room? We're looking for a quality manager, a quality specialist, a quality technician. Right now, we don't have any cultivation technician openings. Sorry. Right now. That's in our Patterson location. I'm sure I'm missing something. We will be opening another big cultivation site in Hackettstown, New Jersey, in 2023. And we'll have a ton of openings in addition to what I just mentioned, a ton. As far as, and I'm glad that you mentioned the dispensaries, we also have 3 dispensaries, 3 RISE dispensaries in Patterson, Paramus, and Bloomfield. And they are always hiring for patient care specialists and a variety of management jobs there as well. Although I'm not that familiar with their recruiting needs, because I work primarily with our cultivation facility in Patterson.
Very good. So Cole, you're already working in the cannabis industry, even though you are still a student. First, tell us just a little bit about your company, and then what do you think is the most challenging part of your job, and what is the best part?
So I've been working for Advanced Nutrients for the past 6 months now. Our company's been around since 1999, and they are a cannabis-specific fertigation company. We make fertilizer specifically for cannabis. There aren't many other companies out there who do that. One of the hardest parts in our industry right now has been the price per pound across the nation. We've seen a lot of growers struggling to be able to stay in the market because they're not making what they used to the prices have dropped down so much that they can't compete and they're dropping out of the industry. So there are less people growing right now than there were in the past, and as such, nutrient sales have been down across the country. So dealing with that has been hard, but one of the best parts of the job is getting to go out and meet everyone. It has been an incredible job. I've loved getting to meet with all of my hydroponic shops. We always have a good time when I'm in there. We're talking about the products that I have, setting up vendor days, on and on.
Fantastic. And Val, I know as lead cultivator at Air Wellness, one of your responsibilities is training new cultivators. What does that training look like?
So when it comes to training new cultivators, I'm really trying to focus on the why we're doing things. Like I said earlier, the how, you know, when it comes to the labor that we're gonna do, the plant work we're gonna do, practice will make perfect. Anybody can do it if they have the drive to do it. You could learn. I find that when people understand why they're defoliating a plant in flower, or why they're putting out the beneficial insects, or putting up a trellis, or pruning up their plants before we flip to flower, when you understand why you're doing these things, it helps people feel like the steps that they're taking and the work that they're doing every day, it helps it have meaning, especially when people are passionate about the plant. They want to make sure they're treating it the best that they can, and they want to understand how to do that. So I'll take people through the daily tasks. We'll talk about why we're doing them. I'll try to point out anything that I might see. I'm really trying to get that trained eye in the garden. When people, you know, when we have a lot of trained eyes that could point out problems that might arise, maybe pathogens or pest presence or a disease on a plant, I want my new cultivators to be able to see those things and immediately understand that they should go to someone. So it's not so much about the day-to-day, but about, you know, what's behind all of that. A wise professor from back in the day had once said something that stuck with me for a really long time. It was in a Pine Barrens class. We were going outside and just identifying everything that was in the Pine Barrens. One of my favorite classes I've ever taken, but he said, you know, the world is a lot less scary when you can identify what's in it. And I take that with me with everything. I think when my cultivators know what they're looking at, what to look out for, and the reasons behind everything, they have a much better experience. They feel like they're more productive, and it aids the garden in many ways. So that's definitely what we're going for.
I like that answer. I can see why that really resonated with you, because how true. What a great thing to say. So Robin, I know you've had a couple positions in the cannabis industry, and similar to the question I asked Cole, what was your most challenging position you had, and what was the best part of one of the jobs? And you have a couple choices since you've done a few things.
I was a bud tender and a cultivation technician in Michigan, and also a cultivation technician in New Jersey. But I would actually say, even though I'm really great with sales and talking to people, having that dispensary moment where a cancer patient came in and having to actually utilize all of this knowledge and skill sets I've actually learned from Stockton and everything else, and then applying that with her. She came in talking about wanting to utilize some flour and how she can, use that for pain management, and I just told her, no, we have to get you ready for what's inevitably going to be happening to you, and having her understand what tinctures were, different ways that we can be utilizing, edibles, and maybe getting off edibles altogether just because of the sugar content and whatnot. That was probably one of the best moments of my time. And then worst moments, I don't really think there is a worst moment. I think I love being able to continuously work with the rec boom coming in New Jersey. Some people would say there's too many hours. I don't think there's enough. I mean, we are here because we're at Stockton. I know we're getting our graduates at one point, or we're not. But we still have to pay this stuff off, and so having those hours definitely helped out. And with this new side of cannabis, there is no bad parts except for the not knowing. But not knowing is the exciting part.
And Marianne, are you noticing any trends in the type of applicants you are seeing who want to get into the cannabis industry?
Type of applicants. We're not yet seeing people who have experience in the cannabis sector yet, because it's still too young, right? We don't see people yet job hopping. We're always looking at the current economy and saying that people switch jobs more frequently now than ever, right? And we're not seeing that yet. When that comes along, it'll be very interesting to see how knowledge is transferred from company to company. The trends we are seeing that have been consistent, however, is we have far more applicants than we have roles. We have hundreds of applicants for every position, and that hasn't changed. And like I said before, we're looking more for a person's values, their work ethic, their personality, because we know that they're not coming with experience, with direct working experience. They may have knowledge from school, but the direct work experience. I'm sure you have the same situation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do have some, we'll get some people that have cultivated for a little while for Verano or for Curaleaf, and then we'll find that they jump ship to air. I think truly that just is maybe because they'll make a little more money with us. But yeah, it's typically, we don't see people that have a lot of even plant knowledge in general. I mean, we get a lot of people who were restaurant workers, and honestly, we think that's great because we're like, okay, they could be on their feet. They could, be hot and sweaty. They'll be fine under pressure or whatever. So, it's not necessarily something that you need to have to be a cultivator, but would I love to see more people who are, plant science people or whatever coming into those positions? I mean, I would absolutely love that. But right now, yeah, it's everybody and anybody could join the space and do great within it.
Yeah, I must say though, in the development of the cannabis lab, I don't know if you want me to talk about that.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay, yeah,
Absolutely.
so we're, Rob and I are involved with developing a cannabis lab curriculum, because even though,
Love that.
Organic chemistry is part of a chemistry discipline, as it applies to cannabis specifically, is a unique combination of knowledge. And so right now, we're involved in developing a cannabis lab curriculum here at Stockton and other universities. And that will help with recruiting, and it will equip people to make them uniquely suitable for working in our lab, or any lab for that matter. Right now, we're taking people who have lab experience, like they could have worked in a COVID lab, they could have worked at a fish hatchery, they could have worked in, I'm trying to remember the backgrounds of some of the people that we have, but and actually one was a student here at Stockton who didn't even study, didn't even have a lab, you know what I'm talking about, and he worked in our lab. So I think that having a course of study directly related to THC extraction and a production environment for making edibles or vapes is going to be really beneficial.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because it does point out the way that private business can work with Stockton to develop curriculum that then will lead to employment, internships and jobs for the Stockton students. So we are trying to set up those pipelines. And if you find good and willing partners, the process can go very quickly, or at least smoothly, I'll say, maybe not quickly. So the question I have now and we'll just go down the line starting with Robin. So we have Robin, Val, Marianne, and then Cole. What are you proudest of that you've accomplished in the cannabis industry?
That's a great question. So I've worked for multiple MSOs. I've helped out NJ.com. I've also been featured on PBS, but I think my proudest accomplishment would probably be having my father, who is 60 years old who's never utilized cannabis whatsoever trust me enough and allow me to show him a PowerPoint that I made and able to have him use an edible for his knee joint pain. That was probably one of the best moments in my life, because with my patients, I do a thing that I call an inside-out combo theory. I like having maybe like a lotion that you're using your senses on for that knee pain on, and then you also utilize either your flower or your edible for that inside pain, giving it that placebo effect for both of those aspects, but also having those sensories hit there. But yeah, definitely my dad utilizing cannabis probably been my best moment.
Yeah, that's good. I also refer to it as healing from the inside out. So I am still an avid tennis player. And of course, in my quote age group, you have a lot of people who have sore knees, shoulders, all that. So they ask me all the time about how to use, in particular, CBD products. And so I do talk to them about tinctures, healing from the inside, and then the outside is the lotions. So it's a pretty good technique, and I'm glad that you're using that, Robin. All right, so same question for Val. What are you proudest of that you've accomplished?
What am I proudest of?
Cannabis.
It's definitely being right where I am right now, where I've made it to by doing things that made me uncomfortable, like speaking on panels in front of people. I went to Rob while I was still a student. It actually might have been after I graduated, but I was already working as a tech, and I told him, like, listen, you're like a mentor to me, and if you ever need any help in the classroom, grading papers, doing anything, I'll do it. And a few months later, he came to me with this crazy thing that there was, an opening for an adjunct professor position for cannabis cultivation, and it was offered to me, and I still feel I have imposter syndrome a lot of the time, but I feel like I'm passionate. I've been doing the things that make me uncomfortable. Like I said, even just showing up to class every week, but I feel like I'm surrounded by students now who are also very passionate. I've built such a great community with all you guys. Everybody that's a part of this cannabis networking community in New Jersey. I'm just really proud to have made it to where I am today, and also very thankful to you for that, and to everyone, so thank you.
Thank you, Val. I'm immensely proud of you as well. And I love that you're my colleague now. So cool. Marianne.
So as an HR person, I'd like to say that I'm so proud that I, hired X number of people since, 4/21, since April 21, or I can speak to all kinds of metrics. However, I think my proudest accomplishment was just joining a cannabis company. That was big, because I came from the pharmaceutical manufacturing, and prior to that, metal manufacturing of all things. So I was a solid manufacturing person, not realizing when I joined Green Thumb that I wasn't just joining a company, I was joining kind of like a movement. And part of Green Thumb's vision is to support the communities they serve, right? So it's not just making a product, it's being good to our employees and giving back to the community. So we've hired 70% of our people identify as being like Black, African American, Hispanic, Asian, just non-white. 42% identify as being female or non-binary. A good third of our people live in an impact zone, and we're very interested in hiring people who are from impact zones. Another third live in disadvantaged areas. Anyone from previous panels would know that these numbers are significant also to the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. But that's giving back, right? So giving money back to the communities that were most affected by the war on drugs. In addition to that, we make large donations to a lot of really good organizations like Black Lives Matter, the New Jersey Reentry Program, Oasis, Garden State Equality Center. I can go on and on. There's like a dozen of them. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. But to join like a company that not only is making something good, that's good, but also doing good was like so new to me, so novel. And I think that was, just that courage, that leap of faith, like, should I do this? Okay, I'm gonna do it. And then this whole other world opened up, and it was really a really beautiful thing for me. So I'm really proud of all that.
Absolutely. What a career pivot. And Cole, what about you?
For me, my proudest achievement was being able to get my job with Advanced Nutrients. I'm the second youngest person at the company. All of my colleagues have years of actual experience with growing the plant, processing, and for me, I just had my education background from here at Stockton and Oaksterdam. I went in just being able to talk to them about the science and what I knew from that, even having very limited practical experience with it. And they were impressed by that. They took me on, and just from getting to talk to my colleagues, I have learned so much through all of them. There's things that I never would have imagined learning, and it's been an incredible experience. And getting to network with all the different people that I've met. I have connections across the country now with different people involved in the cannabis industry in different and unique ways, and it's an incredible experience. I'm very grateful for it.
Yeah, impressive you're already working there and you're still in school. I'm still kind of blown away by that. So we'll go down the line this way for this question. So we'll go to Cole and then Marianne, Val, Robin. And the question is, what would you like to say about your job in a year?
That is a good one. Today was actually my last day with Advanced Nutrients. I don't know where I'm going to be in a year. I never thought I was going to go into sales at all in my life, and I ended up loving it. So right now I'm actually considering looking for other sales positions, but I would love to get to work in a laboratory and get some experience with that. That might be the next step for me.
Marianne.
I should say one funny thing that did happen last spring is that one of our students and one of the panelists talked after the show, and they were hired within 2 days. So, Cole, you probably want to have a conversation with them.
So in a year, it's so hard because of anybody that's been listening to these panels up until now and is, in tune with this whole industry, it changes so quickly. And even in the short period of time that I've been in this industry for less than 18 months, it's changed so quickly. The regulatory environment is changing very quickly on the state and national level. The workforce is changing, as we know, right? So we're hoping maybe in a year we would have a different selection. So it's hard to know where I'm going to be in a year. A lot of times I think it depends on what's happening outside my body rather than inside my head, because I have very little control, right? A lot of this stuff is just happening so fast. So I do fully intend on staying in the cannabis industry. I fully intend on being very devoted to my discipline, which is human relations. And and to continue to grow and hopefully be agile as the landscape changes so rapidly. I mean, human resources, not human relations, sorry about that.
And Val?
In a year, I hope to still be teaching for sure. I want to still be hands-on growing because, my true passion and love lies there, but sharing that with other people through teaching about it is really important to me. I hope that in a year I have, a lot of people that can say, I learned a lot from Val. She taught me a lot of what I know about this plant, and I just hope to have that lasting impression on people.
And Robin, what about you? What would you like to say about your job in a year?
I'm hoping with the Rutgers Cannabis and Law certification and my application to Cornell for pharmaceutical science in their hemp program to be hopefully within a lab setting within the next year, and hopefully by the end of this year have created my own LLC for a woman micro business to eventually transfer into a Class 5 retail.
Oh, interesting. I had no idea that's what you were thinking of. I can give you some resources.
Thank you.
So we do have time for one question, maybe two questions. So if anybody has anything, let's go ahead and hear them. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm sure we have land in
Oh, fantastic. So the comment was they have a hemp farm in Kansas, and we're going to see what we can do here in New Jersey. So, yes, absolutely.
And also, we have a 501c3 nonprofit, and we tutor and mentor underserved children, and we have so much going on. So I want to speak with all of you. I would love to get together with all of you, and because that's my dream is for us to grow hemp on all of our land in Kansas and help underserved around the whole country.
Very cool.
So that's my dream.
Very good. So the comment was wanting to connect with the panelists because they have a 501c also that's here in New Jersey. The reason I'm repeating the questions is if you're not on the mic, it won't pick up on the recording. So I want the people who watch these recordings to know what we're talking about. Yes, absolutely. So with that, we're actually going to conclude this panel, and then we're going to set up a little Zoom presentation. So give us 2 minutes, and we'll get this going. But thank you so much to the employers and the students here. Really enjoyable. Please take your seats. I am very happy to introduce Charles Menefield, who is a Dean Emeritus, Rutgers University, Newark, and he did some pretty compelling research on what the medical cannabis market looked like in New Jersey. I think you're going to find his presentation to be quite interesting. So with that, Charles, I will let you take it away.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think the last August of 2022, my colleagues and I received a grant from the New Jersey Policy Lab to do a study looking at how recreational cannabis would affect some educational factors, healthcare factors, and some criminal justice factors. There's a lot more things that we could have done, but those were the three that we focused on. And the short end of the story is we wanted to see where the state is now, so as time passes, future studies can assess what changes occur over time. Now, I'm sure all of you know that the state legalized medicinal recreational marijuana, with the recreational marijuana being legalized in 2020, with some decriminalization legislation coming a little bit later. But now we're into the full retail marketplace. And we want to do this study before the marketplace open because I think it's critical on so many levels to assess what's going on. I'm not going to be able to go through all of the details of the study. It's over 100 pages long. There is a website, as you can see below, but if you go to the New Jersey Policy Lab, you can find the study there on the projects. I did not do the study by myself. I was joined by Valerio Backett in the School of Criminal Justice at Rutgers University, Newark, and Van Dean Campbell in the Cornwall Center at Rutgers University. The full report is laid out basically the way it is in these bullets right here. I'm not going to go into detail of all of these things, but I did give a fair amount of history because I think it's important to the reader, particularly those who aren't from New Jersey and know what we did, can get a full accounting of what happened. But I'm just going to try to hit some of the high points under law enforcement, under education, and under public health. Now, with data like this, especially when it's not formally being collected, this is all secondary data. So this is our assessment by, in some cases, federal entities, in some cases, state entities, but none of it was collected at the primary level. We do make some recommendations with respect to this in the conclusion. Because this is secondary data, our intention was not to establish causality. In other words, use of marijuana did not cause A, B, or C, but future studies can certainly delve into those sorts of questions, particularly as the marketplace opens up to the fullest extent. So here's some general findings, and this is how we basically started the report. Marijuana uses in the U.S., it follows the same trend with respect to gender, but it is a little bit less than what it is across the U.S. That is, fewer men and fewer women use marijuana in the state. Most of the time, men use marijuana at higher rates than women, and this is pretty much universal. But among those who are just now getting started, it appears that women are increasing at a rate faster than men. Also, we found that adult usage, that is those 26 years or older, use for them increased, and those 18 to 25, there were some decreases in that, and we're going to get a little bit more into that as we go through the study. With respect to youth, usage has increased, or did increase between 2017 and 19, based on the secondary data, and that's about an $8,000 increase in the number of youth. Now, most of the report compares New Jersey to the U.S. Let me keep my eyes on the clock. New Jersey, usage in New Jersey follows basically the same trend as it does in the U.S. This is the 12 to 17 range. This is 18 to 25 and 26 and older. Again, New Jersey looks very, very similar to the U.S. The only thing that's different in this case here is the 18 to 25 year group decreased while it increased slightly in the U.S. We found some very interesting things related to cannabis and law enforcement. And I'm just going to go straight to the key parts. And this is the third bullet. In 2010, the number of arrests of Black residents outnumbered the arrests of white residents by more than 5 times for selling marijuana. With respect to possession, Black residents were arrested at a rate that was 3 times higher than white residents. And that's a pretty disparate difference when you think about, the Black ratio in terms of the total population. Every year between 2010 and 2019, at least 80% of all cannabis-related arrests have been for possession. And of course, this is going to change dramatically because of the change in the law. Arrest rates for those 18 to 20 were considerably higher than any other group, with a sizable increase in 18 to 20-year-old arrested for cannabis possession between 2015 and 16. For those older than 20 years of age, arrest data practically remained flat, with a very minor increase in 2016, and that was sustained through 2019. Now here you can see the data for this. Arrest for possession, I'm not sure if you can see my bullet or my pointer or not, but you can see that trend. You can see that it reached a max in 2017 before it started petering back off. Arrests for sale and production, that line is fairly flat with a slight increase here in 2019. And then total arrests for cannabis follows essentially the arrest for possession line, just a little bit higher in terms of the numbers. Arrests for possession as a percentage of all cannabis related. Again, I just mentioned to you that possession makes up the largest percentage. And you can see at its highest point is clearly, it's about 92%. And then in 2018, it decreased dramatically. Okay, this is arrest data by race. Again, I mentioned earlier the Black-white disparity for possession and for sale. For possession is particularly disparate. These are these 2 lines here. And then these 2 at the bottom here are for sale, with the Black person being the line at the bottom and the gray line being those for white. This is another piece of data that shows that disparity between, I mentioned 5 times as likely. Again, you can see that clearly. The disparity is diminishing over time. It's still higher for Black, and again, given the population of the state, that's makes you wonder what's exactly going on with respect to the race piece and arrest. More data or visual representation of the disparity once again. And then this is those arrested by age. You can see here the line at the top. These are 21-year-olds and higher arrested for possession. Again, once the law started changing, the numbers started to decrease, but that group is clearly the highest, followed by 18 to 20-year-olds for possession. And then these 2 at the bottom, these are for sales of marijuana. Okay, I'm going to move a little bit faster because my clock is ticking. Okay, let's go to health. The number of persons. So let me give you a little bit of context here. We hypothesized that legalizing cannabis is going to have an impact on law enforcement. It's going to have an impact on health. It's going to have an impact on education. So the question becomes, how are we prepared? So one of the things we thought about is facilities, like how do you manage people who start using the drug, those who want to get off, et cetera. And then how does marijuana use compare to other drug use? So one of the first things we found in the secondary data is the number of persons 12 years or older admitted into healthcare facilities has decreased over time. And that includes for marijuana use, but for other forms of drugs as well. But there's been an increase in heroin use among this group, and I'm going to show you a chart here in a minute. Despite increases in arrests for younger adults, the number of older adults admitted to treatment facilities has increased, and while those younger has decreased. We also found similar results for Black and white marijuana users in terms of admittance into healthcare facilities. I want to skip down to the mortality data, the suicide data. At the county level, drug overdose mortality was considerably higher in the southern part of the state than in the central and northern part of the state. I'm going to show you a chart of that, a map actually, and the differences are pretty stark. Higher levels of suicides in the southern part of the state as compared to the rest of the state. There has been some changes in this over time, but the data is still replete in terms of the South being more likely to see more mortality and suicide with respect to drug use. Now here you can see, this is New Jersey, these 4 bars, and this set is the US. Marijuana use is this, where the numbers are, and we can see a slight decrease over time, and that follows the trend in the US. This is 12 years and older. What I found interesting about this was the heroin use in the state of New Jersey in comparison to the rest of the country. This is a pretty disparate chart. This is the treatment facilities in the US, and you can see over time the numbers have gone down in some states like Colorado, and we know Colorado was one of the first states to legalize medicinal and recreational marijuana. But ironically, the number of treatment facilities, has decreased over time. New Jersey is the green line, and we have also decreased, but it's pretty flat for the most part. Okay, I'm going to skip that one. Admissions by race, these are pretty flat too. If you look at this is New Jersey here, particularly among minorities, but there's not a lot of difference. The number of white admissions was highest in 2015. That's been surpassed by, the African Americans. But for the most part, not a whole lot of changes there. Marijuana admissions into health facilities by gender, New Jersey essentially follows the US trend between men and women. More men are admitted than women. I'm going to skip this. Suicide rates, you can see they're increasing in the US, they're increasing in New Jersey. The question becomes where? So these are overdose rate by New Jersey counties. So green lines means fewer, and then the yellows and reds are higher. So you can see the southern part of the state, lighter green, higher, yellow, higher. And then that was in 2016, this is 2019, 21. Red here signifies higher rates of overdose, and this is drug overdose. Green and yellow, lower rates. Mental health providers, there's changes here as well. As you can see, there are, despite the data that you just saw in the other table, the southern part of the state actually has a lower number of these facilities. And this could be a function of the population as well. So I understand that. Okay, now moving to youth experiences. I have 5 minutes left. as you know, New Jersey has one of the highest graduation rates in the country, and this has been pretty consistent, and one of the lowest dropout rates in high school. But the authors did find quite a few interesting things with respect to suspensions, as well as both in school and out of school suspensions. I'm going to go straight to the table since my time is running short. So let's go right here. So this is suspension rate by race and ethnicity from 2017 to 19. This is it shows that, in 2017 and 18, the number of suspensions of Black students was more than double any other group, and it rose even higher in the next year. This is overall. This is out of school suspensions. Again, not double the amount, but the number of African Americans suspended is higher than any other group, and this is followed by Latino. Over time, the number of Latinx suspended increased, while those in the white population decreased, with a slight increase in 2017-18. Asian and other races is pretty nominal. In-school suspensions, over time, as you can see, the number of Black in-school suspensions has gone up, despite in 2012, white was by far the highest. That changed slowly over a 3-year period, and over a 4-year period, the number of white students suspended in school decreased to the 3rd highest group versus the 1st, and now Hispanic and Black are the highest. Days missed due to suspension, again, the Black students dismissed at twice the rate of white students. Incidents in schools, violence, substance abuse is the one we're interested in. That's this gray line. I'm sorry, this line right here. I'm not sure what color that is, but as you can see over time, that line has been pretty flat, but then in 17, it started to go up. So in fiscal year 19, it's almost twice what it was in fiscal year 12. So the number of substance abuse incidents has increased. Again, same sort of question, substance abuse incidents reported to police. As you can see here, that line has decreased a little bit, but it's been pretty flat over time. It's this one right here. Okay, substance abuse in schools, overall from 2005 to 19, you can see a little dip there, but it's been on the rise. The question now is that number going to continue to go up? And this sort of data will be useful in analyzing, the impact. If you were doing, like a time series study, it would definitely aid you in that. Okay, all right. I only have 1 more minute, so I'm gonna have to go to the end. There's a lot of data in this report, so I strongly encourage you to take a look at it. So here are the key things we found. There's a lot of disparities in this data with respect to race and gender. There's a lot of disparity with relates to age, geography, and from a policy perspective, we're strongly recommending that the state consider these things as they make laws. They make budgetary allocations to remedy some of these issues. We make some very strong recommendations with respect to data collection. Here I point out county level and school level, but really all of the large municipalities should be collecting this data to see what's going on in their area and make whatever changes they need to with respect to any number of things just to sort of remedy the issues that come up. I think it's also important that the state find out what residents think about marijuana usage, both for personal consumption and those that is being sold. We believe that people that are on the ground level need to be interviewed. That would include policemen, teachers, superintendents, football coaches. They should be able to communicate that, my students are asleep in class because they were high, or my football player can only get through the pain of playing football because if he's using marijuana, those sorts of questions. We're not going to be able to find out that sort of data unless we're interviewing people. And I think that would be very, very, very useful. That would conclude my study. I'm sorry I went 1 minute over. I'm not sure if there's a mechanism for questions, but I would be happy to answer any, Rob, if you need me to.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Charles. Always very informative to see what your research findings have shown, and I look forward to your next report as well. I don't see any questions in the audience now, and we do have to move on to our next speaker to kind of keep our time going. But I promise you that if I do hear anything, I will absolutely send that to you. And you and I always stay in good communication, so we'll continue to do so.
They can email me as well.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you again,
All
Charles.
Right. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you. All right, so I am glad to say that we actually have a guest star joining us today. We have Jelani Gibson, because Cash McKinley is nowhere to be found. Fair enough. And we'll go ahead and get going. So we are doing a quick session here on working with municipalities. Well, let's start it off quickly here, and I'll just go to Ron. And Ron, can you set the stage for this panel and briefly explain the function that municipalities play in the New Jersey cannabis industry?
Yeah, sure, Rob. So thanks for attending. I know when I was in college, if it was 2:30, 3 o'clock, I didn't care what was going on. I was out the door, man.
Apparently that's what's happening.
I needed to cut class. I was gone, off to Willie P's pub. So most people don't realize that municipalities are the most important piece to this puzzle. If you don't get a resolution of support, and people keep using interchangeably letter of support, there is no letter of support. That was for the ATCs, where if you knew a mayor and he liked your cannabis business, you got a letter of support. There is no place for a letter of support in the recreational or adult use market. I know Hoffman gets mad if I say recreational. In the adult use market, there has to be a resolution of support. What's a resolution? Somebody on the governing body has to make a motion. Somebody has to make a second, and then a majority of those council members that are present have to vote in favor of that resolution of support. And if you don't get that for your cannabis business, you'll never ever get a license. So municipalities are the most important piece of the puzzle. I can't stress it enough. Now, I think you've got some other questions that'll lead into some other things, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Jelani, you certainly do a lot of research in the cannabis world, and I am wondering if you are seeing any municipalities who you think are building sustainable and equitable cannabis industries, and what are some of their practices?
Hi everyone, my name is Jelani Gibson. I'm a journalist for NJ.com, and he just pulled me off the dance floor to see if I wanted to party. So I was literally walking, and he was like, I can't find cash. Do you want to go up? I said yes as a joke, but then I realized he was taking me seriously. So I felt like super obligated to come after that. But that being said, I am going to be on a panel discussing opt-outs in New York with Leafly on Thursday, and so I feel it's only right to hold it down in my in my residential state first. So I guess Jersey City, right? I would say that they have done as decent of a job as you can get for a major, metropolitan area. There is no such thing as a municipality that's currently doing it perfectly. What I look for as a reporter, and the magical question for any reporter that's covering this is, how much money did the municipality put into the war on drugs? And how much investment is the municipality putting into the cannabis program that's supposed to heal the harm from the war on drugs? Those are usually the commensurate ways that the reporters look at that. So I have yet to see a municipality that has put in the same amount of dollars that they put into cannabis arrests, into these cannabis programs. There are some things that Jersey City have done that a lot of people can learn from. You would be surprised at how many people do not have cannabis boards, how many people do not have cannabis boards that are actually open to the public. You know, like sometimes I actually, you know, when I speak to other municipalities, I'm like, hey, do you guys have a cannabis review board? Well, what do you mean? And then I'll like point to what they have in Jersey City. I'm like, you see what they have in like Jersey City, you know, with the thing and the guy who's the general counsel, he does all that whatever stuff. Yeah, you know, that guy, Ron over there. And so, what I'll say is, you know, like that, right? Do you have a cannabis review board? Are the meetings open, or are you just having these separate resolutions at a city council level? And so what Jersey City has done is they've made a separate cannabis review board. They do make that meeting open to the public. They do give the public the opportunity to respond. They do you guys still do the whole 2 rounds thing where you have people you know, comment, and then you also have people ask questions? You still got that going on?
Yeah, so, you know, we try to follow the land use laws
Yeah.
format where, you know, a witness gives testimony and then the public can ask questions of that witness. And then there is a public comment period where you can come up to the microphone and either speak for or against the application. One of the things that Jersey City didn't do, which Hoboken did, is much like the Planning and Zoning Board, you have to notify residents within 200 feet of the particular location that this cannabis facility is coming in, or you know, this land use application is coming in. Hoboken did that, and as a result, we had some unbelievable public participation. One meeting we had was virtual. We had 200 people. I know Jersey City opted not to do that because it is expensive, and eventually that cannabis establishment will have to go to the planning board, and they'll have to notice within 200 feet all the residents. But it's due process at its finest, and I'm sure that a lot of folks want to know that a cannabis business is going to be moving in.
Yeah, cannabis review board meetings can be very long, as Ron knows. I have attended many of those meetings across multiple municipalities where it can run from 7 p.m. to 12, right? And when we talk about best practices for municipalities, we also have to talk about best practices for allowing applicants to put their best foot forward, right? You know, even the basics like non-refundable fees, things of that nature, establishing point of contacts for programs, everything, having the zoning maps online, having the ordinances readily available online. There are some databases you can go to look up some of this stuff. I think Jersey City, you guys use MuniCode, but mostly everybody else uses like a database known as eCode. And so there are a variety of municipalities that are doing a lot of certain things well, but I think the larger debate here and the larger question I've always consistently asked as a reporter is, if all of the municipalities participated in the war on drugs, if all of the municipalities opted into the war on drugs, then is it ethical to even allow any of them to opt out to begin with? And so I don't know if that answered your question, Ron.
Well, that answered the question and then some. That is, we could unpack that for quite some time.
Yeah.
So Hugh, first of all, thank you for being such a good supporter of Stockton University and our cannabis curriculum. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
As a union spokesperson, can you tell us why municipalities should allow cannabis businesses in, and why they should involve unions?
Sure. So look, I mean, I want folks to understand that the local level is so important. Whether you're in the workforce, whether you're someone that's looking to get into the industry in management, executive level, or own your own business, the local level is everything. So when you do work for a facility, just remember that. I always support for labor protections, not only on the state level, but also on the local level. Why is that important? You know, making sure the place is built out properly. The cannabis begins before the ribbon cutting, right? When that place is being built out, social equity and economic justice must be a focus. And that's why we've been pushing so hard on the local level to make project labor agreements part of local level agreements to get in to the town or city. If it's built right, then that means those workers are protected, the citizens that live in that community are protected, and it's also an opportunity to do the actions of social equity before the ribbon's cut. I tell all the owners, if you want to show some social equity, get the union trades in there, get women of color and immigrants, people that are mistreated in this industry as far as the trades, and that's social equity. Make it an equity job site. And that's where I think that, we're putting the people's feet to the fire and making them accountable for what we said we were going to do, and that was social equity and economic justice. On top of that, when the place is built, it should also be ran union. So that way the folks that work there and live there are treated with respect and dignity. And everybody knows how I feel about that. So it's more so about making sure that we hold these politicians accountable too, right? That's why I push for union. To me, pushing for labor protections isn't a Democrat or a Republican thing. It's a working class thing. So we made that a priority. We think it's good in the protections of workers, citizens, consumers, and we've always made that a strong point whenever we speak about labor protections on the local level.
Thank you. Ron, you have a number of clients who are municipalities. What do you do for them in the cannabis space?
Yeah, so I previously represented Atlantic City, currently represent Jersey City, Hoboken, Maywood, and Oakland. And I have different functions depending on the particular client. Now, I know Jelani had mentioned that, towns should be looking at cannabis control boards or review boards, and I may have a slightly different take on that. A town that's only going to get 2 or 3 applications, in my opinion, probably doesn't need to set up a cannabis control board or a cannabis review board. On the other hand, Jersey City, I think we've already approved 26 and we're going to cap it at 55. The sheer number of applications, if the governing body were to handle those applications and have to listen to all of the cannabis business establishments, they would crumble. They've got dockets that are chock full of all the other stuff that they have to do. So it certainly makes sense to put a cannabis control board, cannabis review board together when there's going to be a large number of applications. So I do that for Hoboken and I do it for Jersey City because they do get a large number of applications. On the other hand, Maywood and Oakland, they get a few applications and the governing body wants to be completely involved. They want to hear the 2 or 3 applications that they get, and there's really no reason for them to have a cannabis control board. So what do I do for them? I help draft ordinances. I have explained the process to them, and as far as explaining the process, I try to put out these email blasts to all the municipalities essentially saying, listen, there's a lot of confusion out there. I was a councilman in 2 different towns. I was a borough attorney. You can't expect your borough attorney to have his arms around this highly regulated field because he or she's doing 1,000 other things. So I do this 15-minute or 20-minute presentation to educate municipalities. I do it for free. I drove all the way down to Salem County. Thank goodness for my wife. She took half the ride. I took the other half. Just to educate these folks, because you cannot believe how much confusion and misinformation is still out there. So depending on the size of the municipality, i.e. client, that will dictate how much or how little I do for that particular municipality.
Yeah, just to like add to what Ron said. Yeah, obviously, if you've got like a town of like 7,000 people, it probably wouldn't be realistic to expect you to put like a separate board together and everything like that. I mean, that's usually the way that a lot of alcohol licensing works too, right? Like they can make a board in a very, very big city like Newark or Jersey City, but the approving entity just might be like the council in a much more smaller town and something like that. Also, what Ron said was very interesting is the education aspect, right? Before I was a cannabis reporter, I was an education reporter, and so I actually like coming to, Stockton and everything like that. It brings me back to my roots. And what Ron is talking about in terms of education is he's talking about two forms of education, right? One form of education is educating legal professionals on what this means for them within their specific role. And then the second aspect is educating the general population on what this potentially mean for this community and what it doesn't mean for their community, right? It doesn't mean that there are going to be, people doing drive-bys out of dispensaries. And look, I've Ron's been there. He's heard those things. He's heard these things.
Giuliani, I had a mayor tell me, I don't want pot in my town. I'm going to put every single police officer on the border of my town to make sure it doesn't come through. And I said, Mayor, you're going to lose the next election and you're probably going to be brought up on criminal charges.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, the other thing you have to keep in mind about New Jersey, right, is voter engagement. You're wondering why a lot of these towns may or may not be opting out. I mean, look, I live in Newark, and in Newark, you can win a city council seat with 1,100 votes. And we have close to 250,000 people there. And so if it takes 1,100 votes to win a city council seat in Newark, it probably doesn't take that much to win in a town of 7,000, a town of 20,000, a town of 30 to 40,000. Those 40 to 50 people that show up to the city council meeting pissed off saying, we don't want this here, that's probably those city council people probably got in with 120 votes. They probably got in with 50 to 70 votes. And so when 50 to 70 people show up to the meeting saying, if you put this in here, we're going to vote you out, that's probably a large portion of the voter engagement that got them in. And that also obviously gets into deeper territory of the nature of our democracy's voter engagement and stuff like that. But I just wanted to put that part out there before we moved on.
Yes, such a good point. And I've actually been surprised. So in my classes, I've asked students if any of them have ever gone to a municipal meeting. Guess how many have gone? 0.
I don't blame them.
I wish I never did.
I don't blame them.
But we have talked about how important it is for them to make their voices heard, and they are considered experts. Their votes are valued, and we'll see if we make progress. But at least for right now, I've not been able to convince them to go to a municipal meeting, but I'm working on it. Yeah. So Hugh, you have a very strong track record of getting the NJ MSOs to sign labor peace agreements, and these have often turned into union-run shops. Which MSOs still do not have a union, and why? I thought you'd like that one, Hugh.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So let's look at the positive. A supermajority of the employers here are unionized with the UFCW. For example, Seed to Sale, Ascend Wellness, GSD, which is owned by Air, Verano, Zenleaf, GTI. We're working on the last few. We're speaking openly, and we're very transparent about it to the workers at Curaleaf and TerraSend. Those are the workers that we are still, reaching out to, right? And we have to understand something here, that the fear of joining a union is still there even with these labor protections, because workers have social media. They see what's going on at Starbucks. They see what's going on at Amazon. They see how workers are treated. These are young folks. These are intelligent folks, and they want to have a career. And the fear of going to Stockton for 4 years and then realizing that you're working at a facility that's like any other job, has a boss, right, hits you. But you also have $100,000 worth of student loans, and you also want to make sure you don't get blackballed. So workers' rights is still an issue. It's still a conversation. Just because the law's there doesn't mean that people are going to use it, right? And just because the law's there protecting workers doesn't mean that all employers are always going to do the right thing. So that's why it's important that, as a union rep, why I feel it's important to be at these council meetings, so that I can make sure that for the future, that when these new employers are up and running, that they're employers that want to do the right thing. If a town or city puts in labor protections for workers, then that means when that employer comes to that city, town, or borough, that they know that what they're signing up for. They know that on day one they're going to treat these workers a certain way, that they can't just play people out. And so that's why I attend all these council meetings. I don't care if they only have a population of 600 and if they have a population of 1 million. You know, I show up, right? And we show up. And when I mean by we, I mean the union, I mean the workers. I go with members, I take workers with me, I get them involved. And that's why it's so important that I think it's in, the professor brought up a point about his students not going to council meetings. Look, if you're going to get involved in cannabis, you have to understand that it's all political. And you can be a huge asset to your company if you have local ties, even as a worker. So you have power as a worker still, even if you don't have a bunch of consultants and lawyers behind you. So that's why local towns and cities are so important. And that's, so in saying that, we are working on making New Jersey 100% unionized, seed to sale. We're almost there. Got a few outliers, but we're working on it.
And I can attest to the fact that you goes to these meetings. He sits on the windowsill in Jersey City and about 11 o'clock actually gets to the microphone to indicate that he is supporting this micro business, regardless of the fact that the state law doesn't require a micro to have a labor peace agreement. The standard applications must have a labor peace agreement. So, you'll get your pound of flesh with those other MSOs because they're not getting a state license unless they have a labor peace agreement. But it's not required for the micros, yet many times in Jersey City, the micros will do it, and this guy's sitting on the window ledge getting ready to support them.
Thank you.
This is a question for Jelani. So townships such as Atlantic City, Trenton, Newark, Camden are located in impact zones and they are slated to get money from the state. What should they do with that money?
So, about impact zones, and I guess this, Michael already knows where I'm about to go. Michael already knows where I'm about to go. And that's the reason why he looked at me. And so first of all, let's talk about how the impact zones are calculated. We have to have a conversation about how the impact zones are calculated, right? They were calculated using a variety of measures. They were also calculated using, cannabis arrests, right? And so the CRC, they came out with an impact zone report, and within that report is something known as a special report by the Division of State Police. And that's basically like a lot of the arrest data that they use to calculate these impact zones and whatnot. So long story short, I put in a records request to, ask the state police, hey, can I see the data, the arrest data that you've used to calculate the impact zones? And after a couple of months, the state police hit me back and said, they don't have it. Apparently, it's not records that they're maintaining. And so now I have questions about how the impact zones have been calculated with police data that the police cannot find. And so that's one thing that I have to track down. Secondly speaking, when it does come to impact zones, and there's my editor right there, and so when it does come to impact zones being helped, however, a lot of those communities have made themselves very clear in that they would prefer the money to go to things that stabilize the community through initiatives of economic justice. And these were also a lot of the very same things that a lot of communities of color were asking for during the George Floyd protests and things of that matter. They were saying, hey, we're not necessarily asking for more police, we're asking for more of these other, social service issues. Right, even in a place like Newark, right, speaking to a guy who used to be a police officer, they would always get the call for homeless people, and then every single time they would try to refer the homeless people to the DOH section. The DOH section only had like 4 to 10 people, to deal with all of the homeless folks of Newark. And so, when you think about stuff like that, that's what those communities are asking for. They're saying, we want more shelters, we want more after school programs, we want more gun violence interrupters, we want more economic opportunity zones, we want more alternatives to public safety that does not involve the policing that is commensurate with the war on drugs. And so that's what a lot of those cities are asking for, because obviously a lot of those impact zones are also in very over-policed communities. They are in Black and Hispanic communities that have just quite frankly suffered the trials and tribulations of the war on drugs. If we're going to acknowledge the war on drugs as a war that shouldn't have happened, then sooner or later you would have to acknowledge that war as a war crime. And I think that that's a very hard conversation for this country to have.
How did they ever come up with Riverdale and Morris County? There's more box stores there.
Well, that's how your home rule works, you know. That's how home rule in New Jersey works. And I call home rule in New Jersey the states' rights argument of the East Coast, because that's essentially what I have always called it. Being somebody who comes from the South, I asked them, what do you mean home rule? Oh, well, you know, they have the right to do this, this, and this, and they shouldn't, you know, tread on our municipal rights. And I'm like, oh, I've heard this argument. I'm from the South. I've heard it on a different level before, but sounds very familiar. I see you. And so, you know, a lot of, I guess you could say, cultural consistencies even across the coast. But in the end, back to what Rob is talking about, there is going to be a conversation about how that money is used. There is going to need to be a conversation about how those impact zones are calculated, and there is going to need to be a conversation about why the police can, for some odd reason, not find the own data that they calculated to calculate these impact zones, with the entire ramification obviously being that there are plenty of people I have spoken to in the cannabis space that have been very skeptical that we should have as many impact zones that we currently do, and that there should really only be a specific amount of cities that are real impact zones, and that the more you expand the impact zones, the more everybody else gets to get in on the pot of money, as opposed to those truly blighted areas getting access to the income that they were supposed to get access to. And there's also, you know, other like things you have to keep in mind, like you know, when we talk about impact zones being areas that don't necessarily have a lot of income, well, we also technically have a lot of rich retirement communities in New Jersey, and those communities might not necessarily be reporting income, but the median household, you know, recurring wealth may still be extremely high. And so it's also like very important to keep stuff like that in mind as well.
And should these impact zones like Riverdale, they opted out. They allow not even a class of license, but they permit cannabis testing, but nothing else. Yet they're in an impact zone.
Yeah,
amazing. And Jelani, as you find out more about the data, we would love to be kept up to date.
No problem.
Reporting.
Exactly. Let's start with Hugh on this question, and then I know that both Ron and Jelani are going to have comments on this as well. But we have talked to you about how you show up at municipal meetings. Can you give us an example of what you would call a very successful town council meeting, and then an example of what you would call an unsuccessful meeting, and what were your kind of takeaways of the different results?
Sure. Well, I think the first thing is if you show up, that's the first sign of success, right, for a council meeting, because a lot of people don't show up. And the folks that do show up usually are the ones that are dead set against cannabis coming into their town or city. You know, a successful cannabis meeting at a council meeting, if you can have good engagement with the mayor, council president, if you can speak to folks that are there, the neighbors, the people that show up, you should speak to those folks. Even if they're against it, you should have the conversation, why are they against it? So that maybe you can take them on a council tour. And that's one of the things I would do, is I would say, hey, you're against it. I get it. It's cool. But you should at least come see it for yourself. Then you can truly be against it if you're still against it, because now you've seen it. You've seen it in operation. And that's what we did with Garden State Dispensary. I invited many of the mayors and councils to take those tours, and they did. And there were folks that walked away with a different aspect of thinking about it. They didn't hate it anymore. It wasn't, they were still cautious, but now they weren't going to be super anti-cannabis. So if you can start changing some minds, that's successful. On top of that, if you're able to have conversations about what type of resolution you would like to see or ordinance you like to see. Show examples of other cities or towns, not only in New Jersey, but around the country, where you say, hey, I like the way the system is set up. It protects small business, it protects workers, it protects the environment, whatever the case may be. You're able to do that, right? And that's success too. And getting that into the hand of their attorney or the mayor or council, that's success, right? Because now you've actually done some work and you can hold them accountable. When you come back, did you read it? Did you look over it? Do you have thoughts? And then if you don't get the results that you want, then you bring 5 more of your friends, and then you bring 10 more. And before you know it, you pack the place. So you have to, success has to be earned at these council meetings. Every council meeting is different. Every city and town is different. The way they run, the way they function, who's in charge, who's not in charge, who holds the power. It could be a mayor. I've gone to these beach towns, and the mayors, it's like Star Wars. It's like, separate little worlds to themselves, and they're like Jabba the Hutt sitting up there, and they own it, right? Like, that's how it is. That's their mentality. And it's their town, it's their city, and and you'll see the council people, they won't say nothing. Whatever the mayor says, that's it. So you're going to run in places like that. And some of those places are hard to get. So success in that case would be get rid of them, right? Get out there and knock on doors. Get out there and get somebody to run for office. You run for office, right? So you go from going to a council meeting to becoming the mayor. That's real success. Walking out with nothing. If you don't do anything, by not going to the meeting, that's an unsuccessful meeting, by not going. So you should, at least if you go, you've done something.
And Ron or Jelani, do you have anything to add about the successful meeting you've been at versus unsuccessful? And what were the takeaways?
Yeah, so I guess, no, go ahead. You want to go on?
Oh, go ahead.
And so I guess an example of like an interesting meeting I was recently at was Keyport, small town, like, a couple thousand folks. And surprisingly, there were like multiple applicants there applying that, I knew, like some very big name people. You had Simply Pure there, which was offshoot of, the first African-American owned dispensary that's Touchdown here. You had, Michael McQueenie from Foley Hoag. He had a client. Gary George there, who throws events, he was there. So I was sitting there thinking to myself, I was like, why do all these like high profile people here in this very small town duking it out for like, this one downtown spot? And so I speak to one applicant, local guy, by the name of Rock. So Rock lives in town. He was the only local applicant. Rock owns a gym. He coaches on the football team. He has sons on the football team. His son has been involved with sports. He's been involved with sports. If you know anything about a small town, and I got my start at a small town newspaper down south, it's small towns, I've always said, are God, guns, and football, right? And so, football is like much more of like something, an activity that really binds that community together. And so the guy's kid, his kid gets hurt on that football field probably like a week before the application was due to be heard. And so his kid gets hurt, and the mayor's coming out, the police chief's coming out. They've got all these T-shirts supporting his child. And that was 1 week before the city council was about to vote. And so I go to the meeting, and he brings all of these people with him that know him because of what happened to his kid, but that also know him because he's a local fixture in the community. He runs this gym that everybody's familiar with, right? Like when we say that, successful applicants have successful stories, the most successful story is usually the most localized story. The most localized story is oftentimes a story that can win out the most. But the reason why localized stories have so much heft isn't because they have so much money. It's because of that community support. So like what Hugh was talking about earlier, I remember he brings people with him, and there's like 30 straight minutes of testimony talking about how they want this person in their town, and about how if their local guy does not win, they're going to remember this, right? Now, if you've ever been to any of these meetings, these things can go from like 6 to 7 p.m. to like 12 midnight. it's a rite of passage for like a lot of reporters. I just call it like torture once you've done this like 20 times in a row. And then after you reach to like a decade of doing this, your eyes are just like, I've been here before. I don't
Try 3 decades.
I don't know how you are. I don't know what your blood pressure is looking like right now, but and so like I'm sitting there, and from 7 p.m. to 12 p.m., the people that this guy bought with him, they stayed with him. Like, the people that he bought with him stayed with him until midnight. And so, like, all of the local residents that wanted him to win stayed with him until midnight to hear the decision. And he went back in the room, and the room was just as packed as it was at 7 p.m. And all of those residents were making themselves very, very clear to that city council, we are here to see our local person win. And so what I oftentimes say is, like, sometimes when it comes to support, it can be a numbers game. There were people in there who have more money. There are probably also, I mean, I just know, just due to like how the sausage is made, there were people in there that had the right connections with the right people with the right promises. But when that city council during election season looked at all of those people in there, and that's why I say it can be a two-way street, right? You get a bunch of people in that room who are saying we don't want cannabis in this community, that can work against you. But if you get a lot of people in that room saying we want cannabis in our community, and not only do we want it in our community, we want our local applicant to win. We don't want an MSO. We don't want all of these out-of-towners. We want our local guy who runs the gym, who coaches our kids on the football team to win. If you get like a mob of those people to show up in that small town, that works in your favor, right? And so that was, I guess you could say, like the most successful example that I've seen of like somebody winning, an application. Was the person came out with local support, and that local support was in many ways even able to override like a lot of the backdoor deals that may have been made, previously. Like, I'm going to donate to this PAC, and I'm going to donate to that PAC, and I'm going to make sure you're okay. But when the city council did the math and they saw all of those people outside saying, we're going to punch your ticket if our local person doesn't win, all of that had to go out of the window. And so I would say that the small guys can equalize the playing field. If they're local, they can equalize the playing field by making sure that the community shows up and shows out.
So this is a difficult question, and I have a very different take on it than perhaps the rest of the panelists here. As long as the governing body makes a neutral, non-biased decision that is far afield from the stigma, I'm happy. You're not going to want to hear this, but many times I will tell a particular town, cannabis is not right for you. Why? They have no vacancies. They are flush with cash. It's a bedroom community. It's illogical. It makes no sense. You open up, where are you going to put your business? In the street? So for those particular towns, I have opined and I have given them the advice that it doesn't work. Now, on the other hand, I have been to communities where you can tell that the mayor simply says, it's just not right for us. Come on. He's telegraphing the stigma. I don't want those drug addicts in my town. No, that's unfair. That's not a good meeting. That's not a objective, neutral, non-biased meeting. When I go to these towns, I don't have any skin in the game, and quite frankly, neither do you, other than helping, families. Whether they hire me or not, it's irrelevant. I'm there to educate them. So typically, their eyes and their ears are wide open, as opposed to an MSO coming in. Why are they there? Because they want to make 10 million or 15 million, and the town understands that. I was a councilman in 2 towns. I know, if you're at the mic, what the end game is for you. But I can't tell you how many times I have done this presentation, and I had a town not too long ago, older Irish and Italian gentlemen, and they said, we had no idea we could do this. Come back in 2 months and we'll have some pizza and talk about it again. So for me, it's education, and a good meeting to me is that objective, non-biased, neutral decision, whether they're for or against cannabis, whether they're for or against a particular applicant.
Very good. So Hugh, for people who are looking to get into the cannabis industry, is there a reason they should seek out an opportunity where they can join a union?
Well, absolutely. I mean, whether it's cannabis or any other industry, the one thing that I think is important is if you get into a job and you want to make that job your career, you should know what's going to be down the pipe 25 years from now. You have one life to live. If you get involved in something, you should at least know that when you walk in, you're going to get a decent wage, some health care, retirement, vacation time, and actually be a human outside of your career. You know, and especially in cannabis, there's a lot of potential there. We're getting some really great collective bargaining agreements that are now treating these workers as they should have been treated for a decade plus, where they're getting retirement plans, where they're getting dental and vision and prescription. They can take themselves and their children to the dentist. You know, they're being treated like equals with amongst the working class, right? And that's the goal. So yes, I do suggest it, and you know, it's not because yes, I'm a union rep, but I was a worker one time before I was a union rep. So you know, and I understand what's out there. I understand what's at stake for working class people. And I think if cannabis wants to be that pillar of hope and justice, then we need to start with the people that are actually working in the industry. We need to start with the people that have been affected by the war on drugs. We need to give people careers and longevity within this industry and guarantees. And the only way to do that is with a collective bargaining agreement. Outside of that, you're an at-will employee, which means that you could be there for 20 years and you have 5 years left, and they can strip you of everything. And I don't think any worker deserves that. So that's why a collective bargaining agreement is so important. So whether it's cannabis or any other field, I'm going to do a shout out here just for the law. Collective bargaining agreements have some power to it, and you should take advantage of it and use your power as workers to get one. If you don't have one, get one.
And Ron, I'd like to ask you, so you've talked in front of so many municipalities, what is your most persuasive argument to get them to opt in?
Oh, that one's easy. They have a ton of vacancies. They are in financial dire straits. Those two elements, perfect example, I was down in Alamucci not too long ago, and they opted out, and they have some financial problems. There's a lot of cornfields, and there's a lot of farmers that are barely making it paycheck to paycheck. When I was finished with my presentation, and I explained to them that although you cannot put cannabis on farmland assessed property, if there is no deed of preservation or easement of preservation, the farmer just doesn't have to submit his application to the tax assessor, and it's no longer farmland assessed. And that owner can now grow cannabis and make X amount of dollars and probably do much better than going from paycheck to paycheck. So vacancies, financial problems versus a bedroom community flush with cash and no vacancies. That's where the scales start to tip.
And Hugh or Jelani, do you have an argument that you like to put out there too?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll just say that I have to agree with that, I guess, if you're having conversations with council and mayor. But the other thing, a great thing about it, though, is you have to look at other states. Like a bedroom community could be, you could have a bud and breakfast, right, where you're not necessarily selling cannabis, but you're renting your rooms out, and every morning when they wake up, they have eggs and a pre-roll, right? So it depends. Like, there's other avenues that happen, but that's down the road. But I do think that Ron's on point with what he's saying, though.
Yeah, so about like collective bargaining agreements and also like the data that surrounds that. I actually recently covered collective bargaining agreements during my previous stint as a gun violence reporter. it was my job to look over the collective bargaining agreements of police officers as a reporter. I would, obviously have to analyze what was and wasn't being agreed to in those collective bargaining agreements. And I always tell reporters, I'm like, once you understand how police collective bargaining works, you can you can understand like a large variety of other things as well. And so when it comes to like collective bargaining in the cannabis space, one thing that I always keep an eye out for is not just what the who is and isn't making the agreements, but also what the provisions of those agreements are, because not all collective bargaining, and I mean, and he obviously knows this because he does them for a living, but not all of the agreements are the same. And sometimes organizations will fight you on certain clauses in one way, and then other organizations may look at that clause and say, meh, not a big deal. We won't fight you on that. You might have one organization that says, yeah, sure, we'll do a cost of living increase for the next 3 years during the duration of the contract. And you might have another organization that says, hell no, our lawyers are going to walk out on you if you suggest that, right? And so what I always keep an eye out for specifically as a reporter is not just what are the collective bargaining agreements, but specifically, what are the things that collective bargaining is having the most trouble negotiating with these specific companies? And I obviously ask Hugh those questions like all the time, sometimes before on record and off record, right? Because what a company will fight you on, right, for collective bargaining, the specific provisions that a company will fight you on oftentimes says how they're doing business in like other states, right? Because like you might have a company that is fighting you on a cost of living increase here because they have like 15 other stores, 15 other locations in 15 other states. And if they look at what was gained in New Jersey, people are going to be like, well, wait a minute.
I want that.
Yeah. I want that. I want that too. And
that's
so
the hope.
Yeah, and that's the difference, right? Like the corporation is like, we want this to spread as little as possible, and Hugh was like, no, no, this is one pandemic I'm glad to be a part of. And so it's definitely one of those things that reporters keep an eye out for, is what are the organizations specifically, fighting you on, and also keeping in mind that some people drive obviously harder bargains than others. And so just because someone says collective bargaining agreement, just understand that some people obviously have better and more inclusive collective bargaining agreements than others. And I think that the next step, the next level of cannabis businesses and just corporate businesses in general advertising is, I'm waiting for the advertisement from any company, any corporate company, but specifically a cannabis company. I'm waiting for the advertisement that comes from a cannabis company that says, we have the best collective bargaining agreement in New Jersey, and that's the reason why you should come work for us, right? You don't see corporations advertise like that, right? You don't see corporations, they advertise their product, they advertise how much money they're going to make, but very rarely do you see corporations advertise, we have the best collective bargaining in all of the state. You won't find any other better collective bargaining agreement. If you can find something in another contract that's better than us in the state, then we'll renegotiate it and beat you. You don't see people have like this car salesman attitude towards trying to beat other people out at collective bargaining arrangements. And so I specifically think that is has the potential to be the next spectrum of collective bargaining ethics, so to speak.
Interesting. And on that note, I think you probably just gave Hugh a marketing assignment. And I see that we are up to our time. So I would like to especially thank the tenacious audience who've hung with us on a very long day. And I'd like to thank the panelists to talk about municipalities. Thank you so much, Ron, Hugh, Jelani. And our final order of business, we get to hear from Dr. Kathy Sadia to wrap things up for today.
Nice.
Awesome.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Ekaterina Sadia, and I am the coordinator of Cannabis Studies minor. I just wanted to thank you all for coming today, and I know it's been a very long day, so I promise I will be brief. I just wanted to say how pleased I was to see a lot of interest, not just in cannabis, but in hemp. I'm very excited to see that hemp is being recognized as the industry with a great potential. And I am actually looking forward to the next event, which perhaps can be Cannabis and Hemp Career Fair. That would be very, very exciting for me. I also was glad to see such a variety of representation from municipal government to the unions, to our business partners, to other educators. And I also wanted to especially thank those of you who came, who attended, who gave out your resumes, who listened to talks. All of this would not be possible without you. Last but not least, thank you, Mr. Mejia. Thank you, Rob, for basically putting most of this event together. Definitely appreciate you. And now I'm sure we all have to go home. So I will let you go. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for being here.